Guys, we can't have happy music to start the day. We gotta kill the music. We can't start today's show with happy music. I mean, no, cut it, kill it. Guys, this is very serious. We cannot start today's show knowing that a disgusting, awful, show-killing event like yesterday happened on this program. So I have to open the show with honesty. We are an honest program. April and I contacted our lawyers yesterday, and we said, you know what? If the internet is going to make fun of us, then we have to obviously get a divorce. I mean, we can't keep living this lie and this facade. I mean, April, as sexually unsatisfied as she is, and me, as bad in bed as I am, and the internet now clearly aware of it, I can do this.
Okay.
We can't stay together. We always knew I can do this. We always knew that obese podcasters and Reddit would always bring down our relationship. But I can do this. But
doing great.
Thank you. But 5 people tweeting at me yesterday was just far too much, and I just said, you know what? I can't. The love of my life, as unpleased and unsatisfied as she is, I can't let her live in this hellish facade. And they always say, if you love something, let it go. And if it's depressed at how bad of a fuck you are, you have to set it free. So. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing the Reddit post now. Coping. He's coping. Aww. Why won't his show die when I write bad things about him? I'm seeing Patrick's head exploding. Why aren't they mad and fighting with each other today?
Wait,
guys,
which Patrick?
God, that's true. Which Patrick? The fat one. Oh shit. That doesn't.
Does
help
that narrow
either.
it down?
No, that doesn't narrow it down. I've always said I deserve a better class of troll. You guys, you can't cry wolf every time there's a mild disagreement on the show. Did you not learn anything from the Corey Adam incident?
Right. Oh, my goodness.
You guys cannot let every little disagreement be, oh, my God, we finally got them. This is the end. If you're going to sniff my dick and you're going to smell April's pussy and you're going to be jealous of our relationship and you're going to look for any little thing you can to make yourself feel better, at least do the research on the show you're doing it with. That's the only thing that upsets me. You want to see me riled up? Now I'm riled up. The thing that makes me mad the most is that you guys haven't done your research. If you're going to hate me and obsess over April and be upset that we even exist, to this day, I have like Carl has said, like E-Rock has said, like everyone else, I don't get why everyone is so upset with you.
It is weird.
It is a little weird. I will say this, guys. In all seriousness, I know we have fun with you, and I know we kick you around, and I know you get mad and you say coping and stuff like that. I know it's okay. You can all go to your little communities and wash each other's dicks later. But it is a little weird that you guys take like one tiny little joke that didn't land and then go, this is my in. Like, instead of just laughing, having a good time and being, oh, that was a funny miscommunication they had. I fucking don't like these guys. You gotta stop making it like your whole thing. You gotta find something better.
They're trying so hard, though.
I know. And we did talk to the lawyers yesterday, and they said divorces due to Reddit are very common nowadays. Sorry. Don't laugh. If you laugh, I'm not going to be able to get through it.
You have to like give me a screen or something to hide behind.
Yes. I mean,
yesterday I thought it was very funny. Like, y'all are trying so hard. They're actually sharing a clip.
I know.
That if you were to actually listen to said clip, had nothing to do with what they were saying at all.
Yeah, like Flimsy Greenberg goes, I hate this show, but here's $10.
Yeah.
Because you live getting cucked yesterday was legendary.
But it's not. You guys are trying so hard to make something fit because you need it to be that.
I mean, what is it? Is it the Corey thing didn't work? Is it the lottery thing didn't work? Your hero Patrick contacting our exes and I gotta say, Patrick was actually more well-behaved than he usually is on this one. The Reddit Spurgs were the worst on this. Because I would have thought Patrick would be the worst because he has smelled my dick for like 6 months now. We're talking about a guy who called our exes to ask them about our sex life. You talk about, if you want to follow that, I mean, and then I know Patrick, he gets very sensitive when you point out weird shit he's done. He goes, I'm sorry. I can't make my neck and chin do what his does.
I have to be pulling your face backwards and spreading it.
Hunch my shoulders. It's weird that he's an obese man with no shoulders. That's a very odd look. But he's one of those guys
everything's weighing him down.
Yeah, he goes, prove I did that. Prove I did that. Look, don't cry about it, bitch. When people catch you doing weird gay ops shit that make you look obsessed, don't cry about it and then go, but you prove it. So
when you have very specific information, like it's very clear what you've done. Are you kidding me?
If you would be honest and go, look,
weird.
I don't have much, and Steel Toe saved my show, and I dug way too deep in his life, and it is really remarkably weird and creepy. Just be honest and be what you are, buddy. I mean, that's okay. It's all right.
I
got you to half my numbers.
I will say this much. I know maybe you got some more heat unnecessarily than I did yesterday, but most people said, dude, if you guys watch this clip and take it as anything but like a wire that got crossed, like nobody understood what was going on for the moment.
Yeah.
Like, you're trying too hard.
And then guys like Flimsy and these other people, is they do things like when we don't like cry and not do a show and it doesn't fall apart, they go, well, you're coping. It's like, well, which one is it? Do we confront you publicly and go, looks like you were wrong, and then it's somehow a cope, which is actually kind of a cope in and of itself? Or do we ignore it and you go, oh, look how much it bothered them? Guys, you're doing like old 2010 internet tricks. It doesn't work.
We'll take your money, though.
Right.
That's fine.
You can't do this every time, and then when it doesn't work, somehow project that it's me doing something weird. Like the Corey thing.
Oh.
You guys failed on the Corey thing.
Yep.
And then Corey left, and you're like, Corey's going to bury Steel Toe. This is going to be the end of it. And then it didn't happen. And then I do remember when I did this once, and they made a whole like big thing about like, he's leaving her, man.
Oh, do you remember when I've done this a few times?
Yeah. Oh, she's leaving him.
Oh,
she's leaving
God,
him.
she cannot stand him. He is so gross.
And then yesterday, they don't fuck each other right. I'm like, guys.
Which was never said.
Guys, I got to tell you something. And again, you can say this is a I'm trying to help you. I know you reject my help all the time. You have to stop smelling my dick and her pussy because it's really fucking creepy.
It's pretty invasive.
And number 2, stop trying to force the whole Steel Toe's going to die thing. You need to study the history of this show. There's only one thing that's ever going to kill this show. And April, what is it?
You.
Me. I kill my show.
That's you.
You guys think that you're the first people who have had the stated goal of I'm going to destroy this show? We're going on 9 years now.
And you know,
9 years.
boy.
Guys, you're never going to kill it. In fact, you stating that killing it is your goal only makes every day that we come on at 6 a.m. a victory for us. So it's like 205-0 at this point. The fight should be stopped. Do your research on the thing you hate and realize that I'm the one who's going to kill my program. And be patient. Don't be such impatient children. I will kill it eventually. Just sit back and let it happen. That's all.
Oh, back in the day when Corey was a regular still and everything was so fun. I feel bad for these poor incels that missed out all the knockdown, drag out fights between the two of you two.
Oh,
and
that
then
was the end
yesterday,
of it.
you and I are a bit confused with each other, like not sure where things are going for a second. Their sex life must be bad.
I got to say, and
you try so hard, you guys.
I've looked at the
laughable.
pictures of the people who think our sex life is bad. Guys, I wouldn't trade it for yours. I can tell you that.
Well, that's what I said. I'm like, you guys are so focused on somebody else in the bedroom, and you don't even have one to go to.
But there, now,
Like,
look.
that's insane.
Now we get to do a great show today because I gave you what you wanted, and you gave me what I wanted. I got to smack you around for the first 10 minutes of the show, and you guys now get to project and cope and post it on your little pages and say that we're coping. So it's actually a great symbiotic relationship, me being the large host and you guys being the small organism. I don't get enough thank yous for that, by the way. Right. So thank you, Flimsy. At least you said the thank you. I appreciate
and at least you paid. And
and you paid for it. I mean, you did lie by saying you hate the show. but you didn't.
Big fan.
You're a big fan.
It really just is more of the same. That's all I said yesterday. I'm like, you guys, any of you out there, like I had Egg Picker trying to tell me, oh, way to out him, queen, or something like that yesterday. And I'm like, you really are just retarded.
It really is. I
you
think
are
that,
retarded.
I think the term dick smelling is perfect.
It is. They are literally, if they could actually be under the desk sniffing your balls right now.
Guys, you got to stop
They would
sniffing
be.
my dick. I mean, it's just going to taste like your guys' breath anyway. But yeah, when they obsessed over that yesterday, you can almost set your watch to it. You can go, oh, the trains are on time today. Perfect. Well, there you go. You got a 10-minute clip where you can stroke your little skin and feel better about the serving you got, and then we can move on and do our show. Again, the parasitic relationship continues.
I bet they don't even clip that because it makes them look silly.
No,
they got to stick with the one yesterday where they shoehorn.
In fairness, they never feel silly. Self-awareness is not something they practice.
You're right.
Richard with $40 says to fuel the crybabies. Don't do that. You're going to make them mad.
Wow, $40. Thank you.
And Fire Ginger with $5 says, good morning, beta male in April. I hope you practiced making her come yesterday. LOL. No, as you know, I can't.
Do it more than once per day. It gets exhausting.
Reddit told me I can't, man. 290 away from today's goal. Thank you for the great start to today's program. Yep. Yeah, they're upset. Yep, they're already upset. I see them. It's a cope. This is a cope. This is a cope.
Cranky?
Guys, are we cranky? You're here watching my show, and I'm here smacking you around a little bit. I'm sorry. I thought we were having fun. I thought that's what the internet was. You guys wanted to have fun. Then you don't have fun with me when I want to. If I have fun with you back, you say I'm coping. And you go to your internet hole and you make yourself feel better about it. If I ignore you, you feel like a jilted lover. Guys, I don't know how to please you. That makes two of you. So what did your lawyer say today or yesterday?
He kind of just chuckled and hung up on me, actually.
Oh, did he?
He didn't really feel entertained. Once I brought up Reddit and fat guys on the internet, he's like, yeah, this will be fine.
Mine took it more seriously. Because he did say, well, now that great marriage you've been planning with Chad Zumach can finally take place.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I maybe do need to make another phone call. Am I supposed to be wearing this right now? Should I go to bed with you tonight? God.
Well, I mean, according to them, it's not going to be very satisfactory for you.
Yeah, I see all these people like, oh, I felt so bad for April yesterday. No, you didn't. Like, you don't feel bad for me. You're not trying to rescue me. You're fine. You know nothing's fine. Or, excuse me. You know nothing is fine with you, but everything's fine with me. You need it to be the opposite.
Guys, I got to say this. I have to say, if us laughing about this upsets you, you do need to get better at your internet game. Husey with $10 says, April, you trigger the haters. Give Aaron a banana to shake live on the air. Oh!
I thought about this too yesterday. So you and I were having a great show, right? And once in a million years, we get a wire crossed in a show. This has happened to us maybe twice. Ever. Okay. Do they do the same thing every time Kevin Brennan starts screaming at somebody else on his show? Do they then say that they have a bad sex life too?
Oh yeah, no, they do. They got worse with Kevin. They got ugly with Kevin. They said that his wife left him and shit. Like that. That's brutal.
That's actually truly worse, actually.
And I got to give Patrick this. He's doing a way better job of killing MLC than he is doing this show. Those money numbers and those viewership numbers are way down.
See, my thing about this is I saw maybe 3 of you yesterday. They're like, oh, we need to own him, or oh, I feel so bad for you. Like, I didn't hear from you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, guys. It's fine.
Okay, but you know what? I will say this. And then you guys, don't worry. I'll end this terrible coping session of I know you guys
it's making me sick.
I know you guys get upset when we dish it back to you, but I will end it here. You guys, I swear, I promise you, and I know you tell yourselves this, but I'm going to confirm it for you. Next time, you guys are totally going to bring the show down. Don't laugh. Next time, it's totally going to work. So you got 15 minutes, and now we'll do a show if that's okay. Because I would hate to think that you guys weren't getting the attention you wanted.
Me too.
The Tigger next door says, I still think Aaron is missing his left big toe. That's what this is all about, right? If not, I'm going to look like a buffoon. No, dude.
Oh, feet pics or he doesn't have a left toe.
That's definitely going to be it.
Somebody said that yesterday too, like sex vid or you don't do it.
Yeah,
you don't have sex if you don't put a vid out there.
The people in the chat are going, God, see, they're going, most of us don't care. I know, it's just fun for me. I'm sorry.
It's remarkably unimportant.
It's fun for me. I like to kick them around a little bit. I also like to kick their little beehive so the bees go buzzing all weekend because I got shit to do.
I think my favorite was Pat Dixon trying to be the moral high ground. I could not get enough of that one, I'll be honest. That one made me chuckle. Pat Dixon, imagine your career has gone so bad and it's all nosedive so poorly that you're now Chad Zumock, Patrick Melton. You have to reach up to punch at steel toe. Guys, I just think everybody should see this.
Guys, we're nobodies. And you three are having to get on a step ladder to punch up at us. And again, I know that bothers you, but I just have to state facts. Somebody's got to keep it honest here. All right, we got lots of stuff to talk about today. We have a very busy show. I believe you guys are already knocking away at that goal today. Let's count it up. We are officially at, Freedom's Lunch says Flimsy and Susan are coping right now. I know, don't say that though, because when they cope, when they go, the show's finally going to die, and it doesn't, and then you point that out to them, they start projecting really hard. So Freedom's Lunch, try not to hurt their feelings too bad.
Oh, Black Eyed Sue is upset too. It's like we didn't see it happen. Yeah, you saw one of us having fun and the other having fun, and then the other thought somebody's not having fun. This is weird. Yeah.
Optic Nerve says coming out swinging, go steel toe. It's not really coming out swinging. It's just putting your hand on their forehead and their fists get like right here.
You're going to keep doing one of these. Oh, why can't I get to him?
It's kind of fun. Why won't he just go away? I thought I hurt his feelings. All right, let's get into some news. Let's talk about some things today. I believe, $1.99 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, see, not twin, tarred fingers with $1.99. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Hobo Chili.
Thank you.
Always great to have you. All right, 280 away from today's goal and 280 away from another successful week of steel toe. I know that hurts Flimsy. I know that bothers them, and I'm not going to like this one either. This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you. We've got a wonderful new sponsor on today's show.
Ew.
I know.
You should get a divorce.
It probably should. I mean, I need to even
You should probably actually just lop that new sponsor off right at the quick. Don't even start it.
Like you lop my cock off because it's so unsatisfactory.
No, I just want to keep it with me all the time. It's so good.
What? That's not, you're wrecking the narrative.
Oh, yes, because there hasn't been 3,000 episodes of the show where I say our sex is great.
Nope, stop it. They didn't clip that one. Nobody will ever know. All right, guys, we got to, I know.
Get to the depressing news.
I know this is really, I'm having a great time, and what I'm really trying to do is avoid talking about this, the conclusion of the submarine thing. The submarine did what April's vagina does every time my dick is in it and imploded.
They also, too, find parts of me down by the Titanic in the wreckage.
Because I destroyed it. Ugh.
Blew up that much.
I'm such a great lover. I just fucking killed it. So the Titan sub, we've been talking about this all week. And I have no problem admitting I am one of the dumb, lame, fuck Americans who was obsessed with this story. And when I kind of get into a story, I get into all the subplots.
Oh, I love the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I love the stepson angle.
Yes, that's my favorite.
I love the construction angle, the guy who wanted the guy who wanted his money back. And then there was, the comment from the CEO where he's like, I don't want a bunch of boring 50-year-old white guys. Well, we got some news, guys. Some 50-year-old white guys were searching the bottom of the ocean with a remote submersible, and they found wreckage of the Titan sub.
Ugh.
Good news, bad news.
Okay.
The bad news is they're all dead.
Oh, yeah.
The good news is it was an implosion and not the oxygen thing. I cannot stress this enough. These people felt less than nothing. And I don't know how much you read up or watched of what happened.
Quite a bit.
But these people felt less than zero pain.
Right.
I mean, in their mind, if nothing happens when you die, if you just die and everything goes blank, everything goes black. Here's what these people went. Here was their last like experience on Earth. Oh shit, man, that's the Titanic up there. Cool. And then nothing.
You know, it's devastating. I bet they didn't even get to see it.
Well, the wreckage was found 1,600 feet away. So
Yep.
I feel like they might have.
No, it's got to drift down. What I think happened.
Oh, it floated down.
is
I thought see, here's what I thought happened. They imploded next to the Titanic.
Oh, okay. Well, my understanding was that they lost contact 2 hours in, right? And you're right, because they did say that it takes about 2 hours to drift down. That Simpsons guy said it takes 2 hours to drift down to the wreckage.
Yes, 2 hours.
And they lost contact with it 2 hours in. So yeah, I bet you it got right there. And then it just imploded. And it's all because they didn't have that shit tested. And the hatch was only good till 1,500 down.
Kmart Ready got it better than we did. As our chat often does. He goes, hey, it's the Titanic. That was one of their last words.
You are right too. It's like if you were sitting right here and you blinked and you just never opened your eyes again, that's about as much as they felt.
I believe the last words were one of the guys looked at the CEO and he goes, hey, we're down here. Can you believe all those idiots thought you didn't build this
They didn't know it was a one-way trip.
Yeah.
No return.
250,000. Oh no, that's not round trip. I'm sorry, guys.
It's an expensive death float.
It is. Yeah, you paid a lot.
Sink.
And now you still got the funeral to pay for.
Oh, no.
Oof.
Oh, they're not getting them back.
Yeah, that company probably should pay for any kind of service that anyone has.
Oh, a memorial service.
Yeah, they probably should foot the bill for that.
I don't believe they'll get to bury those bodies.
No, I mean,
you can't retrieve it.
No, there's nothing left of them.
No,
it's
gone. Gone existed.
If you guys, if you were on the Titan,
if you're a moderator, you're gone. Existed. Gone existed. You're
gone existed.
Nobody was moderating that sub.
Roots Calhoun says, no, that fucking alarm went off seconds before the hull started cracking. See, I hope not.
Ooh. What if that? At least you don't have long to panic. If that did happen because wouldn't a panic alarm probably be sent back up to whoever they had contact with? A distress signal?
I don't.
No matter how brief.
I don't know. See, I've got some people saying there would be an alarm. There would be something. I really hope it was just creak and then done.
Oh, that is a panicked creak, though. Do you just all look at each other like this?
See, I don't even think you have time.
What is that?
I don't even think you have time. I think somebody said in the chat, they said you hear a creak and then it just, we'll play. I have an animation.
It's like poppers, like the shits you throw on the sidewalk. Just.
Oh, I thought you meant the things that loosen up your asshole before you have butt sex.
So you can stick your dick in it.
Yes. Magic 8-Ball says they imploded like this show. Exactly. It took seconds. Great Shinobi Owl says would have survived if they used a Razer controller.
Oh.
I don't think that was the problem. Chuck says Al-Qaeda has claimed responsibility for the Titan sub implosion. I always say we need like a 2004 reference from time to time on the show.
Keeps us sharp.
David Conover says gone like Aaron's marriage. That's right.
Holy shit.
Gone existed. By the way, my marriage is not over. It's just transitioning to Chad Zumach.
Right.
That's all.
I'll be fine. Can I at least be the flower girl? A bridesmaid?
I guess you got to go.
A maid of honor?
I guess you got to go get Keanu from Gino before it's too late. You know?
What?
Yeah.
Wait, who's Gino going to be with then? Pat Dixon?
Clearly.
Those two can have makeup sex.
Clearly. I think those two.
If Pat can get it up.
Watch out, though. Well, yeah, with that many prescriptions coursing through your veins, I don't think boners are an option for Pat Dixon. I know he can get. I know he can make his fist hard and he can hit a woman with that, but I don't know what the status of the dick is.
A very erect fist.
He does. I tell you what, Pat Dixon's got me there. His fist, when it comes to women, his fist gets a lot harder than my dick. I mean, I hear he leaves marks.
Contact.
I have difficulty cleaning my buttholes. I love that people are fact-checking each other's jokes. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole, says a Razer controller is a plug-in.
What, we don't have outlets now?
God, Karen, you're so stupid.
I think, when you go to an arcade and you sit down on that the motorcycle-looking thing with the little handles, you can drive it around.
Yeah.
I think that's what they should do for their next one.
just do
Really a throwback.
Do the 25-cent mall motorcycle. That's what I want. Yeah, for the next one, you gotta get what. No, you know what you do? You know the horsey on the spring on the playground that you rock back and forth. That's how they're gonna control the subs. You hook motion sensors up to it.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of rock back and forth to get the sub to go up and down.
You just gotta make sure it's got enough clearance so you don't bonk your head on something.
Dario Delfino says it wasn't a Razer, it was a Mad Catz controller. Aww. Yeah, maybe if you wouldn't have used a cut rate controller, you would have been fine. Dario Delfino says this current scorecard is Aaron plus Chad, April plus Keanu, Chad plus Pat. Hey, wait a minute. I don't share.
Well, hey, that means you get shared custody of Gino.
Yay. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole, says Pat Dixon does look like a hospice Popeye. I'm never getting that out of my head. What is that from? I do have to ask. This isn't even shitting on Pat. I've done enough of that this morning. I've made fun of Pat way more than he's made fun of me.
Think about him.
What is that? Well, I used to watch New York City Crime Report on Compound.
I know you did.
But like, what is the eye thing? Because it's all fucked. Like, he has a weird thing where...
Does he?
Yeah, he has a stroke face where like one eye closes and he talks like this, like out of his... He sounds like if Jim Ross smoked 10 packs a day and the stroke like took over the entire half of his face. I don't know what that is.
Fan fiction for me.
Yeah.
Maybe he got hit once upon a time. Maybe that's why he's so hitty.
I was going to say, Pat Dixon hits women, but his face somehow looks like they hit him.
You know how people go through a trauma and then traumatize other people? Kind of like molesting people.
Sympathy pains.
It's a sympathy pain.
So the reason Pat Dixon talks like this is because he is like the Corsican brothers. He is feeling the pain of the women he's belted.
He hits women and Italians. So maybe an Italian woman hit him once and now he just feels like he has to hit back.
I was pretty happy with my line yesterday of saying that when Pat Dixon hit Gino, that was the closest he's ever gotten to crushing pussy. I mean, that's a pretty good one.
That is pretty good.
That's pretty good. Pat, you can have it if you want it. Roots Calhoun says, April, I've had better Imholte. Oh, does that make me? No, that would make you Jim Carrey in Liar Liar.
Probably.
I'm Miranda.
I've had better.
I don't want to be Miranda.
I've had better.
So the Titan sub suffered a catastrophic implosion. Now, this says while visiting the Titanic. So.
Okay, but you.
Wait a minute.
No, there wasn't a visit. They got there.
No, I'm saying like it sounds like they got there. This is what I'm gathering.
Okay.
They got there. They were kind of looking at it and then. Gone existed.
I think you're right because the 2-hour mark is how long it would have taken to get there, like on the nut almost.
So they did see it.
So they probably looked through their little dinner plate hatch and like, oh my God, there it is.
I'm looking for a win here for the Titan people, and like at least they saw it. Ooh, bang.
Their final memory was a crumbling, decrepit old piece of metal. Barely. In the dark.
I have to ask this. How long until we see the who wore it better memes? Titan versus Titanic? You know, you got iceberg, you've got implosion. I get the scale isn't the same, but
not quite.
I mean, it was instantaneous for the Titan. I was watching, I got up this morning and I saw you had, whatever channel you had on, it was TMZ. And I do like that Harvey Levin was playing the old, hardened, unemotional Jewish guy role to a T, where he was like, all right, well, let's talk about something. Why do we even need to go down? And oh, no, I'm sorry. He wasn't being the old Jewish guy. His black co-host was being the old Jewish guy.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, he was
nobody knows his name.
Yeah, he's like, right. He's been doing that for like 15 years now, and nobody knows what his name is.
He's just Dreadhead guy to me.
Dreadhead, or I don't know. I'm just going to call him Deion Branch, you know, the old receiver for the Patriots. He ain't using his name. I'll give it to that. He looks like a Deion Branch. Well, he was going, why do we even need to go down and look at the Titanic? And I'm like, bro, it's a little too soon. We'll have that conversation next week. Why do we need to go look at the Titanic? Well, because Harvey was comparing it to, what was the one, the first capsule flight with Gus Grissom, where he died?
I don't know.
Was that Apollo 1? Whatever. I think it was Apollo 1 or Saturn or whatever.
Yeah.
And they had a fire in the capsule, and all the astronauts died.
Terrible.
And, Harvey was going, oh, well, after Gus Grissom and those guys burned up, we still went up into space, and you had Challenger and you had Columbia, and, these things happen, but we keep trying. And the guy next to him, I give him credit for not being a yes man to Harvey. He did go, yeah, but that's space. This is the Titanic. Like, do we need to go down there again? Do we need to go see the Titanic? And I have to say, I was kind of on Deion Branch's side.
Well, yeah, that was I think my original take was actually, like yesterday I was on the show and I said, why do we need to go into the ocean down there and see that thing? Can't you just look at a picture? Remember it as it was.
Right.
And I agree with Harvey too, though. I don't know why we need to keep going to space, especially these stupid little launches.
No, he wasn't saying why do we go to space. The black guy was asking, why do we go down to see the Titanic?
Oh, no. Harvey was on the space thing,
No,
right?
Harvey didn't think we didn't need to go to space. Harvey thought we should do both. He thought we should keep.
Alone.
He wants us to go up and down. Where would you
Let's
feel?
just stick on the Titanic then.
Where would you feel safer? Going to space
Nope.
or going to the bottom of the ocean?
Space.
Okay.
I can't go in the ocean. I can't bring myself
Is
to
it
do
a medical condition?
Yeah, I'm actually, I went into the ocean once. Got him out this deep.
And you just started coming uncontrollably.
Yeah, it was so wet.
It's crazy.
Oh, I couldn't get enough.
Crazy.
I stepped on a big old crab.
Yeah, Eric K says, I saw a big chunk of the Titanic in Vegas. It cost $40.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like they have like 3D renderings and all kind of high-tech models of the Titanic now, and they look better than the ocean floor part of the Titanic.
Well, to me, it's just there's so much unknown down there, and in my opinion, if it was safer to travel there, more people would do it. And it's falling apart. It's not like you're going to go down there and see the thing in the movie. It's not just sitting there all pretty and shit. Like, I mean, $250,000 to go, how many thousand feet was it? 12,000?
About
12,500
yeah,
something?
about 12,500.
I don't need that. That pressure, just the risk of that pressure ending my life just to go in the ocean.
Now, Bob Rivers Bob Rivers says no space sharks. That goes to your point. But
Right.
now Foulmouth Yoda is saying, April doesn't know about space sharks yet.
See, I wouldn't be going to space either.
Now, where's our
not for me.
But where's our joke fact checkers that we have in our chat on this program? Where they go, excuse me, but there he is. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole is usually our good fact checker. You see, in the void of space where there is no oxygen, a shark wouldn't be able to exist. God, you're so stupid, Yoda. Indian Bra says James Cameron working on the movie spent more time on the Titanic than the actual people on it. Yeah, you got to go on, and we'll play. James Cameron has some thoughts on this, and they're pretty brutal. They're pretty cold. Mm-hmm. As cold as the water that those people died in.
I was going to say, to Harvey's point, like you were saying, can we just wait a week before we start talking about, do we have to go down there, guys? The bodies are cooled.
Yeah, they're chilled.
Very chilly,
yeah.
So I feel like it's okay.
So we have an animation of what happened. First, this is the Coast Guard announcing that, and everybody tries to tiptoe around this. I don't know why they do, because it is a good point to bring up. Everyone tiptoes around at least they didn't feel anything angle. But it's like that is a good thing. That is something to celebrate. If they have to be dead, you'd like them to be dead that way instead of...
I think, instead of like letting us all sit back and think about the miserable death and how it could have been, you probably could just come out and say it was very quick and very painless. They wouldn't have even known it happened.
Yeah. This is the Coast Guard commander announcing. He looks like the real military in this. Sorry, I didn't mean to shit on the Coast Guard.
Wait a second.
What?
He looks like
This
a real
morning,
boy.
An ROV or
Let's be honest. The Coast Guard is the Pinocchio of the military. The Japanese weren't going, if we win Battle of Midway, we invade mainland USA, except for a Coast Guard may stop us. I don't think that was their biggest concern.
remote operated vehicle from the vessel Horizon Arctic discovered the tail cone of the Titan submersible approximately...
Imagine that. You send the drone down to find it, and then you see the tail cone, and it takes a second or two to process it in your brain. You're like, oh, that's bad.
You call like 6 people over here, like, guys, is that the
Jim,
thing.
Jim, good news, bad news. What's the good news? I found the Titan. Oh my God, can we bring it up? Might have to take a couple of trips. Well, I've only found the tail cone so far. The rest of it, it's kind of like when Happy Gilmore shakes Chubbs' hand and he breaks it. And he goes, "Oh, sorry, there's your hand. There's some more. There's your pinky, Or when he breaks the beer bottle, I was looking for the other half of this beer bottle. Oh, there's some of it, and there's some more over there, and
There's a theme in that movie.
Yeah, he's always losing shit.
Pieces.
1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic on the seafloor. The ROV subsequently found additional debris.
People.
In consultation
You won't find any
with
people.
experts from within the Unified Command, the debris is...
You know those bad 80s movies where somebody has superpowers that melt the skin off of someone's face and you watch them slowly dissolve and then their bones go away? That's kind of what happened with the Titan.
Even with an implosion? I just figured maybe you'd be torn apart, but you wouldn't be disintegrated.
The pressure of the water hits the oxygen in the thing, and it's just...
Okay.
Because oxygen under pressure explodes.
Okay, that's true.
Very hot.
Yeah.
So the minute that the oxygen they had was exposed to that pressure, gone existed.
It is like something to be thankful for, at least that they found some evidence of the wreck, so at least people can stop thinking about it.
And someone tweeted me yesterday. They said, Aaron, this really shoots your butt fucking theory out of the water. No pun intended. But it does. If they imploded, they didn't have time to run out of oxygen and go, all right, we're going to have a suck and fuck fest.
Unless
they
got real bored on that trip down for 2 hours that they were in contact.
Okay, but then they're doing it just to pass the time.
It's for fun.
That's way more gay than you're doing it because you're dying.
Well,
it's not gay if you're about to strangulate to death.
What if you needed to keep that gayness from some wives? You don't know.
No, that's my whole point, is that it's gay if you just do it to pass the time. It's not gay if you're dying.
Okay.
Prison and dying, it's not gay. It's just you're doing what you got to do.
What if you come out of prison gay?
Then you're Pat Dixon. But it doesn't, I'm saying their situation was not akin to that. If they would have butt fucked because they're running out of oxygen, then that, in my opinion, is just a bunch of dudes saying goodbye. We call that the old Spartan handshake.
One last pump.
One last fuck before we rot to death.
Consistent with the catastrophic loss of the pressure chamber. Upon this determination, we immediately notified the families. On behalf of the United States Coast Guard and
See, that's why I don't understand why people hesitate so much with the, at least they didn't suffer thing. I guarantee that was the first question their families asked.
Yes.
You unplugged your mic.
I immediately looked at you. I'm like, did you just mute me?
Your face, it looked like when my dick is in there. It's just you look so unsatisfied. Get it?
I don't even remember what I was going to say after all that.
the entire Unified Command, I offer my deepest condolences to the families.
At least we didn't lose any good-looking ones. I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Wow. I don't need to.
Too soon.
See, now that's the shit should clip to get this show canceled. That's a horrible thing to say.
We lost to Stockton.
Yeah, but at least it wasn't John, am I right?
Thank God.
And the other one was a Ginger, so that's like 3.5
He's
people.
the billionaire guy.
Oh, I have news about this guy that died. This kid.
Okay.
Oh, this kid got a raw fucking deal, bro. I'll tell you, I think he's next in our story after we play the animation.
Okay.
I can only imagine.
I mean, they all got a raw deal. I don't mean to say that. I'm not saying any of them got out of it scot-free.
I was just like,
I
overheard to myself, I looked like Alan at the casino in Hangover where he's got the little things. Like, I'm doing math in my head. Like, didn't they all get a raw deal, Aaron?
I realized what I said didn't make a lot of sense in context.
They're all gone.
Yeah, they all got a raw deal.
You're saying his was extra raw?
His was extra raw.
Like he got fish hooked?
Yeah. Like when we fuck. Because this was terrible.
When do we ever do that?
Because this was terrible too.
Oh.
what this has been like for them. And I hope that this discovery provides some solace during this difficult
Solace. Soulless
Yeah,
is what this guy is.
Soul.
You see, because he's got red hair.
Oh,
time.
I thought it's because he was dead.
That too.
That is terrible. Rest
They had
in
to
peace, you
they
guys.
had to take extra time to float up to heaven because your soul can't float up that fast or you'll get the bends. And I mean, in the afterlife, you don't want to be getting the bends.
I do think they went up a particle at a time, for the record. Pretty small ones.
They just kind of, you got, all right, guys, I know
They're
we're
like
dead.
pixels.
Yeah, I know we're dead, and I know we want to get to heaven, but guys, remember, we float up slowly, all right? We don't want to get those bubbles and everything else in our bloodstream and everything else. It could, remember, we could have an aneurysm. You don't want to die on the way to heaven.
Oof.
Drunk on cringe. Now let's get to drunk on cringe first. He says, I wonder if the crew instantly went to sleep after the sex or if they looked out of the bullseye for some time. They didn't have time, drunk on cringe. They didn't have time to butt fuck. I am retracting my butt fuck theory.
I'm not. I'm just amending mine. I think they were doing it for fun on the way down.
Oh, Fatso isn't live today, Pickwick Pub. That's too bad. He had this big opportunity at his feet and he didn't take it. What a coward. Well, anyway.
He didn't go live today
Wow,
of all days.
That's a big mistake. I think he's in his head about us because I keep saying we rescued his channel. He already thanked us for saving his channel, and I accepted it, and I've brought that up.
Oh,
I wonder if he thinks if he goes with this thing, it just looks like he needs steel toe more. Or it could be because he's gotten no views this week.
That's what they all look like. That's why I truly could not care less anymore, you guys. You can say that I never have sex, and I couldn't laugh at you more.
Oh, no. Kmart Ready says, just like Chad's brother, out of a lot of respect for the dead pissy pants chic pick. Too far, though. What? Oh, no, that was me making fun of Opie. I don't get to make fun of Opie? How dare you? So we've got James Cameron with his thoughts. I got a lot of Titan wrap up shit today. So I got James Cameron with his thoughts. I got the story of the 19-year-old who kind of got shanghaied into going on. I've got an update on the stepson.
Okay.
And
how's he doing?
And I have an April prediction coming true. Something that you theorized.
About the sub?
People have found it. Oh, shit. You guys are right. The animation. You guys wanted that. I'm sorry. I thought everybody just wanted the Coast Guard guy because he was so what do you call it? Charismatic.
Charismatic. That's a good word.
If you will. Here is the animation of the Titan, of what the recreate. You know, these recreations are so good that I actually go and watch them over and over because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm watching the actual thing happen.
It's mesmerizing.
Yeah, like yesterday I was watching videos of like a recreation of the Titanic sinking. And their recreations are like better than any footage they could have gotten back
They're
then.
pretty good.
Like you look at the pictures they have of the people in the lifeboats or any video the Lusitania has. No, not Lusitania, Carpathia. The Carpathia unloading the people. And it's like, even if they could have filmed the actual thing happening, which they couldn't back then, the 3D recreations that we have are far better than that. But this is the animation of how long it would have taken the Ocean Gate to implode. If any of you are wondering if these people had any time to know what the fuck was going on, this is how long it took.
It looks like a butt plug. That was so fast. I wasn't ready for it, much like they weren't.
I do have to ask Starfield Studio on TikTok, was the shrieky music really necessary? You're already deep in the ocean next to the Titanic. Do we have to get the, like the Gregorian chanting going?
So are they like thinking that this thing was touching it? Because it wasn't touching it. It wasn't even close to it.
Well, I mean, if it imploded and shit went launching 1,600
1,600 feet's a lot, though.
I suppose.
Under that much water.
You don't have any time to shit your pants.
For a split second, they were one.
Yeah. One molecule and then...
Don't even need sex. Science put them together.
They all butt fucked each other without even knowing it. The instant collapse of the pressure The hull would immediately heat the air in the sub to around the surface of the sun's temperature. As a wall of metal and seawater smashed one end of the boat to the other, all in all, lasting around 30 milliseconds.
That is terrifying.
30 I don't even know what the time of human comprehension is, but it's a lot more than that. What is the time of human comprehension? Time perception. Fucking Wikipedia, Jesus. We'll only limit if we keep asking questions. 100 to 200 milliseconds after stimulus presentation. So it takes our brains 100 to 200 milliseconds to acknowledge and react to something.
Like if I were to reach out and stuff? Okay.
Right. So you're looking at 1/3 of the time it takes to actually recognize something. So these people, to this very second, have no idea what hit them.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm glad to know that, like, this far after the incident, that they still wouldn't know.
I thought I was being so deep. I thought I was being so, like, profound. I'm like, to this very moment, these people don't know. Yeah, no shit, they're dead, stupid.
Well, they're pretty deep.
They are, yes.
I know we're chuckling and stuff. I think it's a lot of human nature to deal with, like, terrible things with comedy. Terrible. Honestly, I hope it's a cautionary tale. I want people to stop doing stupid shit. This was, if you could hindsight this thing, it's stupid shit, right? You don't go down in a tin can controlled by a gaming controller.
Well, that's
not tested.
There is that guy who got his money back because he inspected the craft and went, no, I'm not going down on this. If there's anything good to come from these people's deaths, their untimely endings, which awful, like I said, just look at what happened with them. Stop doing that thing. Like, and I don't know. I was also further listening to a video where, like, I don't know how that guy got permitted to be selling tickets for like tourism. Yeah. To take him down there. It seemed like that wasn't even on the up and up. Well, he even said in recordings, he was bragging about how they cut some corners. Yeah. And how they did all these things like, oh, we did this instead of this, and we really cut some corners, but we got down there. Whether you're going up into space or down in the ocean, you can't cut corners for either of those. You just can't. Well, April, they know that now. Thanks a lot, Captain Hindsight. No. Where were you? I bet you somebody else will still do it. Somebody else will want to go down there and be like, oh, I can build a better craft, and then I want to go see that wreck. Dub says, I welded together 4 55-gallon drums and we go tomorrow. Right. Yep. Yeah. So I don't know. If like James Cameron said, hey, you want to go down in the submersible I'd be like, oh yeah, all day. Absolutely. He knows what he's doing. Speaking of the director of Titanic, he had some thoughts on the whole thing. And I guess his attitude is, well, the captain, the CEO guy, he's dead. So who gives a shit if I say anything bad about him? He's about to give him some, I'll say mild criticism, which again, I'm sure if the CEO were around right now, he'd go, oh, thanks. Something that could have been brought to my attention yesterday. Check it out. That CEO didn't even get to learn a lesson here. No lessons learned. Nope. It's just over now.
There are many times, and I know the wreck site very well, as does my friend Bob Ballard. I've made 33 dives. I actually calculated that I've spent more time on the ship than the captain did back in the day.
Thanks, James. That's not cold and dark at all. Thanks. But so James Cameron, 111 years later, shit-talking the captain of the Titanic. I kind of like it. Yeah. Those people are all gone. Again, tragic. Whatever. But, I don't mean to brag, but the captain's a hack. Like, I've spent way more time on the Titanic than the captain. Captain's a hack. The captain doesn't even make port. Oh, he did sell tickets, though. You know what we could play today? Gino kind of got Kevin really good yesterday on In Hot Water. Oh, so it wasn't just us being had? No. Kevin got fucked with too, but so glad it got spread around. Well, Kevin has it way worse than us. His trolls say his wife is leaving him completely. Oh, that hasn't been said here? Yeah. No, not yet. Well, No, sometimes when you give me a look or if I do bad body language.
I think we should do the rest of the show like this.
Like this? But Gino had a guest on who has Kevin's number, and he had the guest call Kevin.
Okay.
And then Gino jumped in on the call halfway through.
Oh.
Kevin was not happy about that.
Mean Gene.
I'm sorry. James Cameron shit-talking the Captain Titanic. I'm sorry.
And of course, as a submersible designer myself, I designed and built a sub to go to the deepest place in the ocean.
We get it,
3
James.
times
You're
deeper than
talented.
Titanic. So I understand the engineering problems associated with building this type of vehicle and all the safety protocols that you have to go through. This is a mature art, and many people in the community were very concerned about this sub, and a number of the top players in the deep submergence engineering community even wrote letters to the company saying,
Oh, yeah? Well, didn't help. So they did try to warn this guy beforehand. They're like, dude, not a good idea.
Those letters did age well, though.
Yes, those letters will work very well as a good "I told you so."
saying that what they
James Cameron seems like the kind of guy who would be like, "Hey, could you guys dig through his archives and find my letters I sent him? I'd like to keep them and put them on my wall in my office."
To be honest, for as tragic as this was, with how many issues there clearly was with the craft, I don't blame people for being like, dude, we tried to stop you. This wasn't good.
Yeah, James is definitely not exhibiting a lot of tact with it. I feel like James was probably called by the media, and they're like, James, do you have any comments? On what? They found that Ocean Gate thing imploded on the ocean floor. He went, called it. It's like, James, could we?
He's calling all of his Marine friends.
Hey, hey, look, I don't want to say I told us so, but I told us so.
This is a pretty big one.
Yeah.
they were doing was too experimental to carry passengers and that needed to be certified and so on. So I'm struck.
Yeah, James called him and went, look, we only need one of you to die at a time. All right?
Couldn't you at least just put a couple dummies in there first?
They did. They put 5 of them in there. I mean, what do you call a person who gets in that fucking thing?
That's not what I meant.
They did put 5 dummies in there.
Like a crash test dummy.
Oh, I get it. So while the thing was going down, you could hear, crash.
No, that's what I
crash
meant.
test dummy. That joke worked about as well as my dick. Am I right?
Got me just as satisfied.
Once there were these guys who wanted to see a shipwreck, so they got on a sub, and when they finally got there, they had burn marks all over their corpses.
Hey.
They said it was from when their captain cut some corners. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry. Crash test dummies.
Now we're getting a divorce. Just kidding.
Well, I've never had to patch my sub, but I know someone who has, and I wonder if I could. Sorry. I went mighty boss tones. I stayed in the same era.
Back to James.
Sorry, James.
Please.
By the similarity of the Titanic disaster itself,
Uh-oh.
where the captain was repeatedly warned about.
I just thought of something. How does this happen right after we lose Gordon Lightfoot? He could have given us a song.
Yeah?
The Wreck of the Titan.
Oh. Okay.
He cut up some scaffolding and retired scrap iron, and he said this should be good to go now.
Do the controller.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of how we could get to that here. They needed to steer and to go up and down, so he took his stepson's PlayStation controller. Sorry.
I like the point James is making here, though.
Yes,
Did
James
you miss
Cameron
it?
is making a good point.
I didn't even consider that. Like, the captain of the Titanic was, in fact, warned about the structure of the Titanic and
That's
the
true.
trip they were taking and how maybe it was a little soon.
Yeah.
But
ice ahead of his ship, and yet he steamed at full speed into an ice field on a moonless night, and many people died as a result. And
the iceberg flows, and the Titanic strikes. He said it was a moonless night.
Come on.
Ocean's looking like a ghost town on a moonless summer night.
You're a jukebox today.
Iceberg on the windshield. There's a wreck coming in. They're coming back from somewhere that they never should have been. And the iceberg flows. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you know there's a conspiracy theory running around out there right now that the Titanic did not sink from an iceberg because the people on board claimed they heard explosions, which to me makes sense to hear an explosion from what happened.
Icebergs can't melt steel boilers.
No, that was part of the fucking thing. That they started the conspiracy theory.
Bro, this guy Silverstein took out an insurance policy on the Titanic 9 days before the iceberg, bro.
I've never heard this conspiracy before, but somebody started yesterday like, oh, you know how they say jet fuel can't melt steel beams? Well, now they're saying that people on the Titanic heard an explosion, a massive explosion.
Oh, shit.
Before they went down.
I definitely trust that 117-year-old Titanic survivor to remember things vividly. Are there any Titanic survivors left? You'd have to be like...
I think the last one died not long ago. I don't know. We can look that
111 years. If you were 6 on the boat, you could be 117. But the odds of that.
No, I think the oldest person that lived ever was 117. So that person.
No, 123. Jean-Marie Clement.
But the 9-year-old just told me the other day it was 117-year-old.
9-year-old's full of shit.
Well,
listen to me.
It's a very similar tragedy where warnings went unheeded to take place at the same exact site. With all the diving that's going on all around the world, I think it's just astonishing. It's really quite...
I know, that's really weird because when I was at, same thing happened to me when I was at 9/11.
Okay.
When I was at the 9/11 site, a bunch of Israeli agents planned an attack on me too. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. It was those filthy Muslims. I'm joking there. It was George Bush.
Quite surreal. And of course, P.H. Nargeolet, the French legendary submersible dive pilot, a friend of mine. You know, it's a very small community.
You're friends with all of. I'm friends with all the living ones.
He might as well just sit here and like be looking at this footage and be like a bunch of tardo beans. Am I right?
This really is James Cameron jacking himself off over the death of these 5 people.
I would have to say though, in James' defense over here, if they did all try to warn them and they still did it anyways, this has got to be one of those moments where it's like, I'm having a hard time feeling bad for you.
No, I mean, excuse me. James Cameron is the guy to talk to about this. Yeah. Like, he may be a movie director, but he's got a lot of experience with the Titanic. He's really oddly obsessed.
I hate to tell you this. I might have to watch that movie this weekend.
I'll go golfing.
Well, no, I was going to ask
18 holes in during
How
Titanic.
old do you think the kids need to be before they can like be in the same room when I'm watching that?
Ooh, the only thing about that, and I hate to be so Midwestern, the titties.
Oh, she does have her titties out.
Yeah. That's a very Midwestern concern.
Isn't that a very brief moment?
Yeah. I mean, if you can fast forward through that.
Or just tell the kids to, hey, go downstairs for like 30 seconds.
I will say this. The only thing about Titanic, and this is me totally projecting my adult shit onto the kids, so I'm sure the 9 or 10-year-old is fine to watch it.
Yes, we have an adopted 10-year-old.
I'm saying 9 or 10 because I'm making myself feel better about saying 9-year-old. So I'm going 10.
I got it.
Almost 10, right? She actually just turned 9. But the 9-year-old outside of the tits, maybe. But here's my only thing. I watch that movie to this day, and the sinking part gives me like deep, dark dread.
Oh, I cry.
I don't cry. Well, see, I'm not a homo.
I had a weird moment this morning where I knew we were going to watch this. And like yesterday when I was hearing about it, it gave me a deep sense of dread too. Like, so that movie is...
See, really... I was very much at peace with how this ended because I was like, you wouldn't have felt a thing.
I knew it was happening. To me, just the ocean freaks me out. So I felt weird.
Their bodies are currently, well, they're vaporized. I was going to say they're being eaten by seafloor creatures.
Oh, and they're just atrocious down there. You know, sharks are nasty, but...
They're getting eaten by the headlamp fish.
The angler.
Yeah.
Is it the angler fish?
Sure, I'll go with that.
I think so. We should look it up later.
Known PH for 25 years. For him to have died tragically in this way is almost impossible for me to process.
Well, then why didn't he say no then? Why didn't H.P. Lovecraft or whoever the fuck you just said? Like
Lovecraft.
Why didn't he skip it?
I don't know.
Just don't be part of it. That's all. Holy shit, the chat is buzzing today.
Holy shit.
Rupert with $4.99 says, did you talk about Adam Schiff? And if so, what did you do it? What day did you do it? Also, as the kids say, F the haters. Well, thank you, Rupert. I don't say F the haters. We just kind of smack them around and then let them go back to their holes and
oh my God.
Predict the downfall again.
Even Fauci's pangolin says I'm leaving you, and he's a fan.
Oh my God, Fauci's pangolin.
They're
no.
flipping.
Oh my goodness, we've lost Fauci's pangolin. Sorry. Like a sub at the Titanic. We will do the Adam Schiff thing a little bit later today. So the Adam Schiff thing is coming. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says Al Pacino Das Boot. They made us all train for this day. To be fearless and proud and alone. To need no one. Just sacrifice. All for the fatherland. Sorry.
I'm just glad nobody's really like calling these people heroes or anything. Like they're.
Wow, what did they really do?
I think I started hearing somebody yesterday saying, these are, what am I trying to say? Like these guys
they're
are
heroic.
Esteemed.
Esteemed. Well, they were steamed for a moment.
What is the different word for like intrigued? They're explorers.
Curious explorers.
They had a passion for exploring and all this and that, and they're like hyping it up. I'm like, no, there's only a bunch of idiots to me.
Yeah,
but
look, I mean,
it sounded like a rich guy who wanted to say he's been to the Titanic.
Guess what?
I don't know.
Cats are curious explorers too, and some of them get run over by cars. It
They're
happens.
Fun.
275 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships. Boys and girls, I am happy to report we are just 275 away from another successful week of Steel Toe. Thank you very much. Seeing as it's the last week, because this is clearly all coming to an end. Yeah, Kotad, holy shit, the chat is crazy. Thank you.
Holy shit, the chat.
I can always count on you guys. Ian Undercover says the submarine had sensors to warn when the carbon hull is failing. That's why they dropped the weights and were heading back up. They knew. Oh shit, well that sucks.
How do we know they were coming back up?
I don't like that.
Where did we hear that?
I don't know. I'm trusting Ian Undercover though. He sounds like
he is undercover.
Yeah, he's undercover.
Better than being underwater, am I right?
God damn, you're colder than James Cameron.
I am chilly.
Too Big Bass Drum says when she found him handcuffed to a pipe and the ship was sinking, I would have left in a heartbeat. Sorry, Leo DiCaprio. Yeah, I mean, it is time to save your own ass.
Okay. Thanks, babe.
You only fucked him once.
What if it was the best dick you've ever gotten?
Well, then it wouldn't have been me, am I right? See, I told you.
If it was the best dick she ever had, she could have just lopped that off and taken it with her.
That's true. She could have, and then made a plaster cast of it when she got to
Yeah.
America.
Just stretched it out a little.
So the 19-year-old that died, apparently, this guy Suleiman Dawood, 19 years old, was the son of the Pakistani businessman that went to see the Titanic. Did not want to go. They said he was terrified. He saw the submersible, all that stuff. He's like, no, I don't want to go down. It's cramped. It's this little tiny thing. We're going down really far. I don't want to go down. And his dad talked him into doing it for a Father's Day thing.
God damn it, Dad.
And now he's dead.
I'm so with that. Like if you or my parents would never either, but like if you or my parents tried to like coax me into doing anything in the ocean, going under or into the space either.
Yeah.
No, I'd rather not talk to any of you ever again.
Shit, man, you won't even go on a roller coaster.
I have before. I just won't do it now.
Taint Butter says, can't confirm that there was butt fucking. It was a bunch of rich billionaires with a kid on board. What do you think was going on?
Oh, I didn't even consider that. And he was 19, right?
They might have been butt fucking. Well, one smart kid who stayed away from the whole thing was the CEO's stepson. We've been talking about him. While they were down there blowing up and dying and everything else, he was watching Blink 182. He was fighting with Cardi B on Twitter.
That was funny.
I didn't see those.
Oh, I did. It was catty as all hell.
I did not see the Cardi B Hamish Harding stepson thing.
I will sum it up for you real quick. Cardi B basically shamed him on Twitter, I believe it was, Twitter or Instagram, because she was saying, this kid's out here going to Blink-182 concerts and fucking with OnlyFans models when his dad is dying and the whole world's praying for these people and he's out here partying. And he's just like, nuh-uh, I'm just doing those things so I can get out of the house and stop looking at the news, Cardi. You piece of trash.
You both raise a good point. But he has now deleted his Twitter.
It's probably a good
thing. He's off of Twitter. He
was not making himself look good.
Probably in a much better place now.
Not much as his father.
Both of them are in a much better place today. He got off of Twitter, and his dad's, in the
doesn't have this guy to worry about.
Everyone doing the thing of like Leo DiCaprio at the top of the stairs welcoming them. Come join us. Hey,
I'm watching that tonight.
Aren't you supposed to be on the third floor of this thing, Leo? Where the fuck do you get off?
I know it's a long one. So I am gonna.
That's not what they say on Reddit. Am I right?
I'm gonna try to watch it in the living room, and when there's titties about, I'm just gonna be like, you guys go jump on the trampoline for a
She
second.
calls the kids titties. It's weird. How are you going to watch the Titanic movie and go to your parade? I have terrible news. It's supposed to rain during your parade today. It's literally supposed to rain on your parade.
I used to be in marching band, and my hometown's marching band fucking kills it every year. And they're really killing it this year.
Look out. The marching band
I got to go see them. There's a parade in Sauk Rapids tonight. They're performing. I have to go see them. The kids didn't really seem interested, so I think I'm going solo for a little bit. But then it'll be shorter, at least. I'll just go see it.
I think everybody's going to go.
When I brought it up Wednesday, the kids were...
Dario Delfino says, April, there is a Titanic 2 from 2010. You should watch that instead.
What?
We're going to watch it right now. Titanic 2... trailer.
Did we have to do it again?
I'm guessing this is like a sci-fi.
The Return of Jack. Oh, it's a parody.
No, that's a parody. 2023, Jack is alive. I don't want this one. I want the
Second Chance.
I want the 2010 one.
But
Titanic
why is there so
2
many?
Trailer 2010. Official Titanic 2 trailer starring Bruce Davidson and Brooke Burns. Okay.
What?
Let's check it out. Well, there's a black guy on the Titanic. That's nifty.
Diverse.
Oh, it's very diverse.
100 years later.
So
Fuck
it is.
yeah.
World's greatest ship.
Most sophisticated ship ever created, the Titanic 2.
Yeah.
Let's make history. We'll sail again.
Was that... What's his face?
Who?
From the town? Jeremy Renner? No, it's not.
No, that's not Jeremy.
He's
That's
too chunky.
It's Jeremy Renner if he had a chindectomy, I think.
Well, he did get one from a snowplow.
That's true.
I don't know if you remember.
This is before the snowplow cut off his face and whatnot.
Fine.
No, April. They did not have Jeremy Renner in 2010 in the middle of the Marvel movie boom.
Okay.
He was a little busy playing Hawkeye in one of the
right.
Thor movies.
Now that there's a still shot here, I do see he's a bit chipmunky in the face.
Yeah.
To be him.
Not Jeremy Renner.
I get it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
This is
For
such a
the
stupid,
humiliation.
This is such a stupid concept for a movie. And I know it's one of those sci-fi originals, so it's going to be schlocky and stupid. And there's something nice about those. But my biggest thing with this is as if they would build a giant ship and name it Titanic 2 and sail the same course.
Well, to me, you can say whatever you want about the James Cameron Titanic movie. I love it. Many people love it, mostly women. I get it.
Yes.
But you don't need a second one. That first one was so well done.
April, this isn't like before you get worried.
I know it's a parody
This
something.
isn't a commissioned James Cameron endorsed Titanic sequel.
Thank you, Aaron.
This is not a sequel to the James Cameron movie. This is Titanic 2, meaning like the second Titanic that they made. Yes. Just making
Thank you.
sure.
I didn't get that vibe.
I'm sorry, but you were very sad that they made this movie, and I wanted to let you know.
Stop remaking things.
We'll sail again.
I have a prediction. It hits an iceberg, and it sinks. I'm just predicting it. And also, if you're remaking the Titanic in 2012, you don't need smokestacks anymore. It's not necessary.
But it looks cool, Aaron.
I get it.
Have another one of your bad feelings, Captain?
You could say that.
What gave it away? The fact that they named it Titanic 2 or the fact that they sailed the same iceberg slalom road in a ship built the same exact way? And didn't bother to address the whole, this thing sinks if it hits an iceberg problem.
I don't get it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have your attention, please.
No.
On the same day,
What? Oh, no.
the same course,
What? No way.
and the same fate.
How the hell did they get a writing staff to come up with this concept? This is brilliant.
I don't know. Somebody was watching the original and was like, I really have a lot of fun with this. They were drunk.
Someone looked at the original. They hit Control X and then Control V. And then they edited the script to make it really shitty so no one would accuse them of plagiarism.
It's like a bad horror film.
Yeah. Hey, can we get Kathy Bates? Of course we can't get Kathy Bates. All right, can we get like an OnlyFans model or something? What happened? I don't get it.
Requiring immediate assistance.
An airplane?
The fuck?
Looks like history's repeating itself.
No way!
Okay, this is funny.
Because that's what I'd say in a disastrous situation where the boat has just been struck. Looks like history repeating. Wah! Boom, boom.
You understand me, Captain? There's another wave coming.
Find out how fast this thing is moving.
Your ship got taken out by a wave? What are you, Jordan Belfort's yacht?
No, I think an airplane crashed. That's what they're saying.
Get the fuck out of here.
Whatever you're gonna do it fast.
Oh, airplanes just started crashing into the Titanic. Oh, God, this is too funny.
This is a comedy.
Oh, my God. We shouldn't have built Titanic 2 with the world's largest electromagnet inside of it.
Just pulls everything in.
Why did we do that? We're being hit by commercial airliners, helicopters, hobby planes. I even got hit by a crop duster. How did that get out into the ocean?
Your butt?
This is crazy.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, it's
Snap.
sinking just like the other Titanic.
Titanic 2.
The only thing that disappoints me about that is that they didn't give it some kind of under tagging. Like Titanic 2, here we go again. Like they didn't give it a little mini parentheses
Oh,
slogan.
okay. I understand.
No. Kyle says Titanic XXX parody 2022 is good.
Triple X parody? Okay.
Dario Delfino says this film was likely a money laundering front. Oh, how dare you say that about fucking sci-fi original movies. SC Motorsports, Titanic 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Oh.
Titanic 2, Kamikaze. That's what it is. All the planes are the Japanese getting their revenge, just launching aircraft into it.
I like just this one up front, like Titanic 2, here we go again. That's all. I just need that. To me, that's fine.
Oh, Anthony Keller says, no, Aaron, it's even dumber. It's a giant tidal wave caused by global warming. No, get the fuck out of here. Oh, no.
Oh.
Titanic 3 is a passenger space vessel that hits an asteroid, says Rexstar's parody account. Yeah, Kyle says, Somali pirates? I don't know.
See, now that could get fun.
Yeah, I don't really know what hit it. Trying to get to Greece, all the attention was on 5 retards going to the Titanic. Money sub. Lemmy says, oh shit, Iceberg's Revenge.
Iceberg's Revenge, yeah.
The iceberg rose up from out of the water to come back and kill the Titanic again.
The ocean remembers.
Colt C says, so it gets hit by a jetberg? Yeah, I'm a little fuzzy on exactly what the fuck I just watched too.
I don't know.
Dario Delfino says it's Titanic versus The Day After Tomorrow on 1/10 the budget. Am I allowed to admit that I enjoy The Day After Tomorrow?
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, good.
I think that's a good movie. That one makes me cry too, though.
Really? It's a happy movie.
But there's some fucking trials in there first.
Well, if they all would have listened to the environmental warnings, none of it would have ever happened. Titanic 2, Deja Vu, all over again.
Deja vu.
Fauci's Pangolin. Titanic 7, Jason versus Freddy. As Kotad says, as long as you also admit you're gay. All right, fine.
Titanic 2, Godzilla versus Mothra. Oh, no.
Why is Titanic replaying old monster movies? I don't understand.
Yeah, Godzilla actually swam out into the ocean, and now he is snapping the Titanic. Makes it humble.
275 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to the show, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, and we love gifted memberships as well. So if you'd like to throw in, let's keep it on track. 275 away from a successful week this week. Thanks for the great start, boys and girls. Let's get it under 200 by the end of this hour. Also, hit thumbs up, hit the like button, hit subscribe, do all of that stuff that's great for the show, that helps the algorithm, that helps us grow. Thumbs up, subscribe, all that stuff, and get your tickets to the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party, which is coming up Saturday, August 12th. Guys, if you could throw that link to the Eventbrite in the chat, I'd appreciate that. The tickets are still moving at a very brisk pace. We've got maybe 24 left. So it continues to just knock down just about every week. Just about every day I see a couple more gone. So again, eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Anniversary Party, Stoney's Bar, Saturday, August 12th. Stoney's, of course, live bands every weekend too, so be sure to check Stoney's out this weekend. The patio is great with Stoney's Garage, the second bar.
Love it.
It's awesome. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, and the Steel Toe Anniversary Party, the 9th anniversary party, Saturday, August 12th. Gino Bisconti, Keanu C. Thompson, Johnny, April, me, Oz, a bunch of other people are all coming out for a very fun party. A lot of our listeners are coming from very far away.
Chillstrom will be there.
Yes, Chillstrom
I also
will be
have
there.
I don't know the exact reason, but I have another comedian who is also wondering if he can have a brief set, who has done sets for us before.
Time out.
Because he has a plan.
Hold on.
Allowed?
I'll allow it.
Okay. Hey, if you're listening, buddy, and I'm going to message you back, it's a go.
I'm always curious as to what he has up his sleeve.
He asked my permission. He asked me to get permission, but he does have something up his sleeve, and he does want a set.
Kmart Ready says Ray DeVito. Yes, it's going to be Ray DeVito.
Yes, with a surprise. So we have another surprise set coming.
Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, again, I apologize for being crass. But management wants me to remind you that if you want to crush a sub, it's now Hoagie Fest until July 16th. Hey, we will always promote Wawa's Hoagie Fest. I mean, what
Absolutely.
are we, assholes? Come on.
I did see, before it moves on too fast, somebody else had a Titanic 2 title, and it was just called Titanic Panic.
I like Titanic.
Panic at the Titanic. I like that.
Where's Roots Calhoun's? Roots Calhoun, Titanic 2 in parentheses, starring Ari Iceberg.
Oh, we're putting them in the movie now?
I mean, it's a movie. I mean, they have to be in it. I
didn't
think
know
it's in
Ice
the
could be
contract.
Jewish.
I'm trying to think. I got nothing. I was trying to think of a rapper like Vanilla Ice is maybe a Jew.
You suck.
Nothing.
You're the worst.
Bombed. I fail at comedy.
He's so bad at everything.
Like I fail at sex.
Gross.
Will Gino be there? Yes, Gino will be there. And to the VIPs saying, can I give away my 2 tickets? No, we can only let the VIPs claim those.
That's okay.
That's the motivation.
It's okay if you can't
become
make
a
it.
VIP.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'll just have to buy tickets.
So, yeah, the stepson got guilted into going, and that went well. Hey, April. Remember when you asked if the Simpsons had predicted the ocean front or whatever the fuck it's called, the ocean view?
Ocean commotion.
What the hell was that fucking submarine?
Ocean Gate.
Ocean Gate. It sounded like a cult. I couldn't remember what it was. But the Ocean Gate thing, you asked if the Simpsons had predicted it.
I wish they'd prevented it.
Yeah, they couldn't. Nobody prevented it. Yeah, of course.
I did.
James Cameron tried.
I did ask this.
They found it. They found the Titanic submarine prediction 17 years ago. Now, I personally am in the camp who feels that doing the Simpsons predicted it thing is a little unfair because they've been on for like 35 years and you're bound to predict just about everything. In that the Simpsons are like Nostradamus, where they've said enough words that you can take them, move around, and shift the context and make it a prediction of anything.
You're saying it's like those mediums that can like read things about you just by throwing a blanket over there.
Yeah, the thing that always annoyed me about the people who thought, oh, Nostradamus predicted this. Look, this thing that happened, I went back and changed around his words, and it totally fits. And I'm like, that's not what a prediction is. A prediction is you read it and you go, holy shit, he's saying this would happen. And then that thing happens. Mm-hmm. You can't see the thing happen and then change a guy's stuff to go, see, he totally called it. Like if I say, oh man, I want to have brats for dinner. And, you got to make sure you chew your brats well, because if you don't, you'll choke. And then like some famous guy chokes on a brat and they go, Aaron fucking called it, man. I didn't see it at the time.
You have an uncanny way though of you're deleting old celebrities. You'll bring somebody up that nobody talks about for a while and then next week they're gone.
Who were people worried that I was killing because I thought they were dead and they weren't? They're still alive.
Puss.
I always say I'm going to kill April's puss and it never happens. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, okay, here's my treatment for Titanic 2. Jack's revenge. Tiny hat Mossad agents are controlling an iceberg. The iceberg is shaped into a huge yarmulke. But Ben Shapiro sees it, and at the last minute, they avoid it. And then he tries to wear it. Mr. Nagel says, Simpsons is the best show ever, isn't it? See, look, I'm a little too young. I'm a South Park guy.
Yeah, same here.
The Simpsons is the Gen X animated show of record. South Park is the millennial show of record. And once again, Seth MacFarlane gets caught in third place holding the bag. Sorry, Seth. You made good money.
I think that's fine.
He's not South Park.
I don't think he can complain about anything.
Kyle says, can April demonstrate how to properly eat a brat? How? The only thing she's had in her mouth is mine. That's not big enough.
More like one of those tiny wieners you get in the crock pots with barbecue sauce.
We have cocktail wieners frozen so she can practice for that very reason. Here's the Titanic clip, or not the Titanic clip, the submarine clip from The Simpsons.
Today I'm filled with joy, searching for treasure with my long-lost son. Mama, look! The treasure of Pisa Mahada.
This doesn't count. I'm sorry. This is too flimsy.
Right.
No!
Uh-oh.
Daddy. Yeah, that's not now that we know it imploded, that doesn't work.
Yeah, and they needed to be going to see the Titanic.
See, The Simpsons has actually done shit that did end up happening.
Scary.
I feel like this kind of cheapens that.
A little bit.
Yeah, so don't cheapen the Simpsons prediction thing.
Don't shoehorn the whole Simpsons prediction ever, because then it doesn't make the times when they did predict something as cool.
Yeah,
takes away from it.
Right, yeah, make it only when they actually predict the thing.
Pool Scam Sam says your wiener's called the Minnesota Minnow.
Well, I don't want to be the Minnesota you know?
Try again.
See, why don't you guys ever clip that?
Right, that's funny.
Our audience clips better shit than the Reddit people do.
Y'all suck.
So the Minnesota Minnow thing, I always called myself the white walleye. But I guess. Oh, speaking of walleye, the easy for you to say, says Pool Scam Sam. Apparently not. I watched, and you're going to hate me for this because you do not.
More than I do already?
You do not like this movie. Super Troopers 2. I like it more every time I watch it.
I'll give it another shot. I will.
It is funny. It's legitimately funny.
It's not like I'm going to go sit and watch and be like, I fucking hate this movie. I just don't like it.
To me, the Canadian Mounties kind of carry the movie. They're pretty good. Like when he goes, I would rather fuck a moose. And they say, you would need a ladder to fuck a moose. Yes, well, I would go get a ladder. And after I got that ladder, I would fuck that moose.
See, but that seems like the type of lowbrow shit you would like.
Oh, well.
The part that ruined
Shit.
the stuff.
I'm out.
The part that ruined that movie for me, I think, is the maple syrup part. Isn't there like a scene where?
Oh, the first one they chug maple
No, I know
syrup.
they're chugging it, but I mean in the second one, isn't there a bear involved and there's fucking like maple
No,
syrup
it's
all
big
over the
slabs
thing?
of meat.
Is that what it is? It's been such a long time.
Yeah.
There's something in The Office with a bear, and that scene ruined it for me.
Kotad says, I'll give it another shot. She says unenthusiastically, like she says every night.
I never said that.
And then they but they did do a recall of the bear fucker joke. Where he goes, do you want to send Rabbit in there to fuck the bear?
Yeah, but I don't like that. Come up with something new. Like, you can't just, I don't know. I didn't like it.
Cynically Insane says Super Troopers 2 is passable. We can all agree Anchorman 2 is an abomination. I don't hate Anchorman 2. It's stupid, but I laugh at it.
I hate parts of Anchorman 2, and I think you all know what parts I'm talking about. Doesn't need to be discussed, right? You know.
The interracial fucking jokes.
No, those are my favorite. I actually can't get enough of when he first meets her and he's just,
Black.
like over and over again.
Steve's guitar, amen. He says Jacques Rougeau is the only Mountie I respect. Former Intercontinental Champion Jacques Rougeau, thank you very much. Little Lemmy says, if you guys are getting a divorce, I want to stay with Mom. You're not my real dad.
I'll keep you, baby bird.
Listen, Lemmy, I don't think that's the first time you've ever used that phrase.
You're not my real dad. You're a mean person. Wow, I should divorce you.
I was only kidding. 270 away from knocking it out today. Half hour until the top of the hour. I want 200 likes by the top of the hour, and I want that goal down around 200 by the top of the hour. So let's go on a rally, just 270 away from having another successful steel toe week. Well, Bud Light tried to make a comeback.
In your butt?
But unsatisfied again. Freedom's Lunch, April. It's okay. You tried Imholte.
You know what's kind of killing me?
What's
the worst
not
part
my
of
dick.
yesterday? Where this is all stemming from, something I didn't really say. I didn't get to finish my statement. I was going to say.
It sounds like you never get to finish.
I was saying. My original statement was I don't really get tired after sex. I was going to follow it up with I actually feel energized after, but I never got to get to that part.
Aaron plugs that dick in and he energizes a gal.
It's the truth. I feel energy after. He's always wiped after he just fucking comes so hard.
It's because
after I come, I'm like, hey, let's fucking do shit. Let's go somewhere. Let's go clean. I don't know. Let's go fishing.
Well, then suck it.
But
if
I never
you got
got to say that part,
energy.
you guys. But you can keep saying, "Oh, April never comes. April never comes."
But
It's
isn't that true?
No, I feel like a little Energizer bunny after I'm done being a naughty bunny. I just don't. I can never get myself to multiply like bunnies, so I don't get it.
Mick KM says energy needed to run away to the next guy.
Yes, I have such a list.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Aaron's got that AAA donger is what she's trying to say. Wait a minute. I always thought I was at least a C battery.
But you're you're those Duracell, like the ones that have like that extra long battery strength in it.
But still AAA. It's just a longer AAA. It's very long.
He's got that solid D battery at least. That thick one.
She calls me penne pasta, not elbow.
No, you're a solid spaghetti-o.
I'm just trying to give them some more fuel. They need me, and we're trying to help.
No, I just keep getting a kick out of it. Like, I didn't even get to finish my set.
Like usual.
Like usual, I didn't get to finish.
All right.
That would have been finished with. I had lots of energy.
Kotad says, thick and short like a D battery. That's me.
I gets the job done.
Just a big old chode over here. So anyway, I need to, before I get to my next story, I saw Annoyed Wawa supervisor, and I have to read him.
Okay.
Last statute says, don't lick that 9-volt. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, April's trying to say he's got that Duracell that you can check the status of squeezing it with your fingertips. We hear you. Now, wait a minute. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, how do you not get a plug for your battery selection in at the end of that?
That's absolutely where I thought he was going, oh, April's a fan of Duracells, which are on sale in aisle 4.
Lemmy says, Aaron, you have a small penis. Yes, like a AAA battery, just
to the point.
barely hanging in there.
If he's got a small dick, imagine what he does with it to keep me around.
Oh, somebody's feeling themselves
Very
today.
interesting.
That's right, guys. What April's trying to say is I throw great small dick, right?
Amen, brother.
Amen. So Bud Light made a comeback yesterday.
Yes, more gay shit.
Speaking of gay shit, my favorite beer. No, Bud Light has, I didn't know this. They have not been on Twitter at all since the Dylan Mulvaney thing, which was, over a month ago, right?
Was it now?
I think it was a month ago.
I feel like we're nearing 2 at least.
And she has not, they have not put anything on social media since that lady, the marketing director, did the Dylan Mulvaney thing. They've stayed off of social media. They came back yesterday because their thought was, well, enough time has passed. People have forgotten. Let's get back out there. We have to promote our beer. We can't be afraid to promote our beer just because some people we made a mistake. They probably should have been a little more afraid to promote their beer. They came out with their latest commercial, and it's not going well. April's missing orgasm with $2 says, sorry, I'm late. I almost didn't come.
Get it? Did I say that?
Yes.
Is that what I said?
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron only drinks craft beer you can buy at the gas station. I, for one, trust his opinion overall.
Are you that annoying IPA drinker?
I'm not. I'm a big wave man.
Have you ever noticed how IPA drinkers are like more annoying than the actual beers? They're just, oh, you gotta get your IPAs. Oh, I'm an IPA drinker. That's how I view you people, you heathens. Yeah, I don't like IPAs. I didn't get that.
I didn't get that idea.
What I dislike worse than IPAs are the IPA drinkers because they're all about. It's like they make it their identity. Like, I'm an IPA drinker.
You know what I don't like?
What?
Minorities. No, I'm just kidding. What? It's a joke. It's a misdirection. I love minorities, except, well, you know. Scarface with $5 says, you guys are supposed to be fighting so 2 fat retards can jack off to it. What are you doing? Oh, sorry. My bad.
Do you want to fight?
I mean, God, you know, we fight all the time. Now, see, look at this. People are saying, watch it. Some people saying, great take. Optic Nerve, watch it. I drink IPAs.
Okay.
Elliot Page's non-functional lap lump. I can never say that name right. IPA people are almost all shithead leftists.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. It is almost like it's nearing the red flag era of like blue-haired people. Yeah. It's getting close to that. Like if you have to walk around telling people you're an IPA drinker, I know who you are already.
If you make me try a beer and it makes my face go like this, I'm throwing the glass at your head.
If you can quietly drink your IPA like an adult, like I don't go around bragging about like, oh, I like wheat beers.
No, what you're saying is you say people who drink IPAs should drink it in shame in the closet, like homosexuals in their sexuality. That's what you're saying.
Like I wouldn't quite go that far.
I have a quick question before we get to this Bud Light thing. Because I just had a thought. And this is totally between you and I, and it's going to bore the shit out of the audience.
THOT or thought?
Thought.
Okay.
Do you think the kids would like riding around in golf carts for 9 holes and tearing around a golf course?
I'm sure they would. I don't know if the golf course owner would.
I've seen people do it.
Really?
We saw it at when you and I were at Rich Springs.
Yeah, they got one kid, though.
Shit, you're right.
What are you going to do, rent 2 golf carts?
There's no way to golf while the kids are around. Fine. All right, you have really riled people up with your IPA take, so I'm going to try and get as many of you in here as I can. Brandon says IPAs mess you up, though.
That's okay. I will repeat before you go through all this list. I think it is fine if you drink IPAs and don't make it your identity.
Okay.
Don't tell people you're an IPA drinker.
What April's saying is if you're an IPA drinker, don't ask, don't tell.
Right. Just order your beer. You know, just drink it quietly. It's fine.
EK says, to be fair, fat chicks can't drink beers. Is that why you don't?
Fat chicks can't drink beers?
I don't know why he's got a thing against fat chicks drinking beers. If you look at their stomachs, it's very clear they're perfectly capable of drinking beers. Roots Calhoun says 30-pack of PBR, $15. You do the math. Okay, I'll do the math. Welfare.
Oh, babe, he didn't say fat chicks. He just said, to be fair, chicks can't drink beers. I drink beer all the time.
Oh, I thought it said fat chicks can't drink beer.
Do you need help?
I'm dying of AIDS.
Get the dick out of your throat. Cough it out.
I'm coughing up my own dick because I use it so seldomly successfully.
It's actually such an innie. It was in his throat.
It was in my throat. Kelly says at this point, Simpsons made an episode about almost everything. So at this point, you can find anything that could count as a prediction. Right.
Yeah. That's true.
Kotad says, Aaron, give her a good slap. I'm almost there.
Do you want to hit me? You can hit me if you want.
Not today, but almost every other day.
I just want these people to see what my life is really like.
Thomas Canavan says, luckily, Aaron can't get deep enough to implode. Attaboy. Attaboy. Stouts are the best. Yeah, I don't like stouts, too.
You see, here's my take on stouts. I like stouts, but it's kind of like it's like a Guinness. I have one of them. I'll enjoy it as a treat. You can't keep drinking them. They're too filling.
Yeti Flyer says IPA drinkers are 2 years from having their own Pride Month.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Freedom's Lunch. I love IPAs. Fact.
That makes a lot of sense.
EK
Freedom's
says,
Lunch.
I once drank an IPA and it turned me trans.
Also makes sense.
God. Brandon just saying, watch it, fucking watch it.
Ryan says at least you can taste an IPA. You can't taste a normal beer.
You know what else you can taste? Cum. It doesn't mean you should drink it.
I'm not saying...
You can taste piss.
I'm not saying all IPAs are bad. I'm saying typically the men that drink them are pretty sus.
Mr. Cool says, my favorite beer is a cold beer. Hey, your lips to God's ears, right? I got my hard hat and my lunch pail, and as long as the beer's cold.
It's my kind of guy.
I know it's not me, right?
No, you like warm beer like a weird German.
I do. $4.99 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, yeah, but you know what I can't do with my beers?
Butt chug them?
Finish.
Oh, you know why I didn't know that answer? I never said that.
See, they're making fun of it. They're coping. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, wait a second. Where is there a 30-pack for $15? Roots Calhoun knows what I'm talking about. $42, not including delivery fee.
What are we talking about?
Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, $5.99. Please don't sleep on the Kyle unique co-host idea. I'd also kill for an April and Dez show.
Does Dez make an appearance ever?
Yeah, to hit Kyle.
That's all I ever see.
Yeah, she's usually just punching Kyle in the head.
I didn't know she actually got on. He replied to a tweet of mine yesterday.
Kyle was really liking my shitting on Pat Dixon yesterday.
Oh, he was loving it.
He really got a kick out of that.
Kyle's fun. I would love him on this show. I don't know if you guys can make it 2 hours.
I like Kyle a lot.
You can come on here.
Yeah, Mersh, Kyle, and I were kind of kicking the shit out of Pat Dixon yesterday after he decided he would pipe up. I think a guy in a shanty house should not be throwing dirt clods, but that's just me.
Well, even when the dirt clod was like an untrue thing, like, I'll say it again. You guys are throwing around this clip of something I didn't say while saying I said something I didn't say.
Serial Pooper says anybody who sits around and brags on what beer they drink is a douche, no matter what beer it is. Kind of like Opie. How dare you say that about my dad?
That's kind of my take. I'm like, people are either going to shit on the thing I like or shit on the beer I or like the beer I like. I'm just going to drink it quietly.
Pool Scam Sam says fish fry and old fashions tonight. That actually sounds wonderful.
Oh, wow.
We have to we have to do something tonight that we promised.
This is gonna fuck up my parade thing.
We have to buy the 9-year-old salmon tonight. She's such a bougie little kid.
And tell them why that's what happened. What did you bring up the other day?
What did I bring up?
Because the 9-year-old she likes salmon. She's a fish girl.
But now
she
April, wait. She likes a certain kind of salmon because April spoils them. She can't have the frozen stuff. She has to get it fresh from the meat counter.
I don't think she'd know the difference.
I think she has before, and that's why you...
Really?
Because you get the fresh stuff.
It's been so long, I don't remember.
All right, so I'm sorry. Continue with the salmon.
I'm taking supper orders on Wednesday, and she's like, well, I want salmon. It's been a while. And was it you that said, well, how about we do salmon on Friday, and you guys can have McDonald's tonight?
Right, because she was bothering me about the salmon thing. I didn't have time to do the salmon thing.
You don't cook.
But I would have had to go get it and, all that stuff.
No, I would.
And there was no time. There was just no time.
He wanted McDonald's, guys.
Deutsch Chad says, I've never tasted alcohol that I preferred to a normal drink, tea/Coke/ etc. Those people do exist.
I've never... What did he say? I've never...
He likes the taste of like tea and Coke to beer or booze.
That's fine.
Those people do exist.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
The captain of that sub was drinking IPAs, says Jack Burton. EK says, Steel Toe, are you guys in a beard marriage? What gave it away? My homosexuality? You son of a bitch.
Or my nice beard.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor. It's not technically a beard marriage. April is trans. So whatever that is, that's what we are.
We're gay.
Drink whiskey like a real man, says Scarface. I would agree, but...
Well, can't it be both? Can't you like beer and whiskey? Like, we like beer and bourbon in this house.
Yeah. Is this true? D. Goulig says Dixon tried to get MLC to talk about yesterday's fight through Super Chat, and KB couldn't care less.
That's because normal people don't care.
Pat, no, you have not fallen so far that you're now sending beg money to Kevin Brennan to trash me, dude. Now I feel bad that I trashed you yesterday.
I feel like
now I feel kind of shitty, like I kicked a retarded kid in the head.
I feel like our miscommunication yesterday, our miss for a little bit there, is so goddamn minor compared to some people screaming and bitching at each other on their shows.
Like I said,
can't imagine being somebody who cares about it.
Like I said, it is kind of smelling my dick a little bit.
Yeah.
Patrick with $5 says, hey, what's the difference between Aaron and a Snickers? One is a YouTube broadcaster and the other is a candy bar. I'm glad you gave us money for that one. 5-0 in the 320 with his 13th month subscription. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And we are, 250 away from today's goal. 250 away. You guys are doing great.
Knock it out.
Keep her going. Let's knock it out and have another successful week of Steel Toe. So let's get to this Bud Light commercial. I'm going to make a prediction. I have not seen this yet.
Okay, I haven't either.
I'm going to see a shitload of overcompensating on the guy thing.
Oh, yeah. I guarantee you there's going to be like manly men in here and women that just look hot. And there's going to be men liking the women and vice versa. And
I'm looking at the opening scene for this commercial, and I'm going to go with, we're going to get a lot of regular working people shit.
Oh, yeah.
Summertime backyard activities.
Tits.
And fucking dudes, right? Because dudes drink this shit. These people have had a month to find a new favorite beer. And it's not hard to find something that tastes kind of like Bud Light. They all taste like each other. Just don't drink Miller Lite. It's piss. Really bad.
A neighbor handed me one recently because I was at their fire in their driveway and I didn't want to walk back for mine. They're like, I should have one of mine. And I had it, and it is...
It's weird.
I wouldn't put it in piss territory, but there's something off about it.
Something off about Miller Lite. Oh, a fucking keg. Carried by the girls. I gotta be honest. This isn't what I predicted at all.
No.
It's way worse and shittier.
Yeah, this does seem...
Hey, guys, paddleboarding, am I right? Masculine beer.
Right, that's super masculine.
Dude, paddleboarding is for like groups of 3 chicks that want to go out on... Like, paddleboarding is like an old, middle-aged chick thing to do.
This does seem pretty femmy. But I will say at least it is like very clear men and women.
And the music is gay, though.
Music's pretty gay. Get it? Oh, they're fucking up.
Yeah, everyone's doing their impression of Bud Light's marketing department in this commercial. See, here's the problem with Bud Light. And I didn't think that it would be sexy to have a woman eating a watermelon with a spoon, but there's something about a woman putting a giant lump in her cheek that...
Would you like me to recreate this?
I would like you to eat a watermelon today. But I want you to eat it like...
That's what I call his dick.
But I want you to, ironically, right?
Seedless, too.
Yeah,
he has a nice seedless watermelon.
I want to see you eat a watermelon today, but I want to see you eat it like the black kids in Wash Me Mama with a boogie beat. I just want to see you typewriter it.
I just want to eat it like Petey Green.
Oh. Give it a little air, y'all. Give it a little air.
I'm going to put my charcoal mask on first.
Here's the problem with what Bud Light's doing. And I just realized it when they did that scene where they reach in the cooler and grab the beer.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody just sees gay when they see that can now.
Yep.
So like
it's true.
Yeah, I see your can and I just go, ha, gay. The marketing around your beer has gotten so gay now that everyone just sees your beer and goes, it's a gay guy drinking that. So you're going to, Think about it. Bud Light is an iconic brand. We may see it in the next year have to rebrand itself something else because the logo, they're going to have to at least change the logo and the can design.
Yep.
Because right now, Bud Light's whole thing is you see the logo, you see the can, and you think gay.
They're going to have to do the Mad Men with the dog food thing. Like, they didn't like the conversation about the dog food. They're going to have to change the entire name just to make sure it's not that conversation anymore. Right?
It really is just a bunch of people.
It's buffoons
trying to be Bud Light's marketing department.
I mean,
and why is scuffed Orlando Bloom having such a hard time sitting in that hammock? And your dicks. Oh, see, they opened the Bud Light and all the things they were fucking up get better.
Right, it's the salve to their wounds.
Yes, apparently. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Bud Light, now in cocked and decocked.
It is interesting. Like, you just said you chuckle when you see a Bud Light or something and think gay. Like, when I'm at the liquor store now and I'm getting my beer and I happen to see a Bud Light, it's without thinking even. Like, you don't have time to process. You just look at it and it's kind of gay. I don't even chuckle anymore. It's just, oh, that's the gay beer.
Yeah, it's just the gay beer now. So you've either got to lean in.
They might
and
as
be
well
the gay
have
beer.
leaned in and done like their whole, they should have done rainbow cans. They really missed out for Pride Month.
Or just try to go overly hard in the paint on like the guy thing. Be like, hey, we're Bud Light. And just have like, hey, is she talking too much? Domestic violence. And then
that used to be what Bud Light was. Right?
Yeah, like Bud Light's just got to lean back in again. They'll be able to.
It's for the hillbillies.
They'll be able to recover.
I don't know. Like it doesn't take any effort now to just look at a Bud Light can and be like, oh, that's the gay one.
That's the gay one.
And it's not nefarious or anything for me. I just look at it and I'm like, oh, it's gay.
JJ says, do you know what the hardest part about paddleboarding is? Telling your parents you're gay. Why aren't there any people of color in this commercial?
There was
Dario Delfino.
A
token. That's
there
great.
was a token black woman in the beginning carrying the cooler with the other blonde chick.
Warden Gordon says it's just a bunch of schlubby retards in this commercial because the butthurt ad people still want to make it clear they think you're dumb if you don't accept mutilated genitals as validated genitals. I mean, that's to the point. He's right.
If you won't fuck my lopped off dick.
That's what I say to April all the time. You won't fuck my little lopped off dick.
He hands it to me, actually
problems.
stroking it. He's like, I've almost got it ready.
Yeah, come on. Just rub it like you're trying to get a genie out of a lamp. Come on.
Rub it till it's raw.
So Bud Light came back. Apparently everybody shit all over the ad. Everybody made fun of Bud Light on Twitter.
Well, their sphincters were so loose.
Yeah, from all the dick. So, therefore, it doesn't look like Bud Light's going to recover from this anytime soon. Silverwolf says, we're Bud Light. You miss beating your wife? Drink Bud Light.
Right? They almost do have to go back that direction.
Yeah.
They need the Kid Rocks of the world to come back. Otherwise, it's over.
I agree with Colt C. Bud Light was the biggest selling beer in America, but that wasn't good enough for them.
Yeah. They just didn't want to be associated with the frat life.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
There was a bet. I think some Bud Light executives made a bet, and they said, you know what? Here, I got an idea. I bet you I could tank this fucking brand and then bring it back up to number one. We're going to see if we can rebuild it.
It was a challenge, actually.
Yeah,
We're seeing it wrong.
Yeah, it's boring being number one all the time. Let's implode the whole thing, and let's build it back up.
Isn't that what you do?
Blow it up. Johnny 1.0 says, I stick to my Captain and Coke. Captain and Coke. How old are you, Johnny 1.0? Not trying to embarrass you. I just see Captain and Coke as like a 18 to 25 year old drink.
I've noticed this. There are two types of drinkers, and I have no problem with either one. Some drinkers.
Sorry, go ahead.
Do they drink?
Manischewitz.
Do they ever stray from that?
Yes, they do, April. Choose drink like people.
Okay, I was just checking. No, some drinkers just drink for like the utility of it. They just want it to get the job done because they want a good buzz or whatever. And that to me is like a Captain Coke drinker because they're not caring about how good it tastes.
They're just trying to get fucked up.
And the other people, while getting drunk, would like to enjoy the taste of whatever they're drinking. There's a difference.
Okay, Johnny 1.0 is 46 and he drinks Captain Cokes. All right, look, you want to get fucked up.
That's his old reliable.
You know, Oz still drinks Jägermeister. And he drinks that shit straight.
Do you remember the days when we used to have we'd keep a bottle of Jäg in our freezer just for Oz when he was here?
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Oof.
Wow.
It was.
We got him a bottle for his birthday.
It was really.
That stuff.
That shit is nasty.
Well, did you ever like it back when you were a young lad?
I would really only do like the Jäg bombs when people would be passing those around.
Okay. I don't know. For me, for a while there, it was like people like to do shots of it, and I would do a shot of it, during the night and stuff. But then you do too many of those, and pretty soon just the smell of it is like gag worthy.
I could only do it when people wanted to do the Jäg bomb thing when I was really young.
It's got to be really cold.
I have to find that Gino thing of him calling Kevin Brennan. I want to play that for you guys here. And, hold on. We're getting close. Thank you. Here we go. So Gino had a guest on, Rocco. God, I can't remember who the person's name was.
Despirito, the famed chef.
Bosco something. It doesn't matter. Gino had him on his show, and he found out that this guy has Kevin Brennan's phone number. And Gino thought, let's call Kevin Brennan, but he'll have Rocco Bosco or whatever his name, Rocky Bosco. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to disrespect
what is your
the guy.
Dog?
I can't remember who he is.
Come
I think his last name is Bosco.
Come here, boy.
So anyway, Bosco here calls Kevin Brennan, and Gino has him talk to Kevin Brennan while Gino's got the phone up to the mic, and Gino's whispering to Bosco, telling him what to say. And Kevin kind of catches on, and Gino plays the long game on this one. Here we go. I watched this yesterday on In Hot Water on compoundmedia.com, which we will, a week from Monday, we will have our next episode over on Compound. Here we go.
No, I haven't been there for years.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, we were here recently.
Ask him why he didn't do the show yesterday.
Oh, all right. Well, how did your show go yesterday?
Who's telling you what to say?
So, Gino's kind of giving himself away with the whispering.
I can only imagine, though, like the rager he's got under the desk right now. This is like catnip for him. Yeah. Oh, he's so excited.
Who's telling you what to say?
Tell him it's not Gino.
It's not Gino.
Wow.
Do you understand what patience is?
Do you know what that just?
Do you understand what patience is?
Wow.
Very funny. I mean, I've always said this, whether people like Gino or they don't, the difference between Gino and these other people is that, and this is why I feel like I get along with Gino so much better. Gino does this for fun.
Oh, he loves it.
Doing that show now for Kevin, when I watch it, it feels like it hurts him. It feels like it pains him. He doesn't enjoy it. It feels like he's doing it because he has to, because he's got the super chats, but now he's mad because Melton's run off all his super chats and his viewers, and the show isn't doing as well as it used to.
Really?
And he doesn't like that Chad's fucking around with him. He doesn't like it. He doesn't enjoy it. Meanwhile, Gino seems to be having a great time doing his program. He seems to be having a lot of fun. It's all a good time to him. And that's what I think sets him apart, this show apart from all those other shows. It's just the level of seriousness they take with it. Like, I don't know. I just think that if you have more fun, you tend to walk around a happier person. And when you take this shit too seriously and it becomes your life, like that whole MLC universe, that world implodes on you. It's like a poorly built submersible.
And I think that's partially why they see a very brief and very rare disagreement or wires crossing of yesterday, and they're like, oh my God, they're doing that thing that we love. Oh my God, I love conflict. I need it. And they'll just eat it up and make it whatever they need it to be.
But meanwhile, Gino's just like, I did a funny little prank.
Right.
Granny Loves Anal says, I'm on Aaron's side on this steel dick controversy. Do more Kegels, April.
Right. It is all my fault.
Yes. I mean, if it wasn't for that cavernous vagina, my tiny little penis wouldn't have so many problems.
Talk about a hot dog down a hallway.
I am really, I'm excited for all of our stories today, but I'm super excited about this one. Apparently, and I don't know how much of a done deal this is. I don't know if they're actually going to follow through or if this is a couple billionaires just dicking around with each other. But apparently Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are going to fight.
I saw this.
The two top tech CEOs and the richest men in the world are set to face off in a winner-take-all MMA match for the ages. Elon Musk has challenged Mark Zuckerberg to a cage match, and Zuckerberg has accepted the challenge. Now, if I'm Dana White, I'm running for this thing right away.
Have to.
You have to get,
Yep.
I mean, because, oh, and by the way, if these guys don't donate every dime of this fight to charity, they're the biggest pieces of shit in the world.
You know they won't. Dana loves that paycheck.
No, Dana can take his money for promoting it. I'm talking about Zuckerberg and Musk.
Oh, those two.
If they don't donate every dime, it's the biggest fuck you in history.
I'm sure they like their money too.
But I know that Mark Zuckerberg, I don't know if Elon Musk trains at all. I don't know if he fights. I don't know if he's done any of that stuff. I do know that Mark Zuckerberg does jujitsu and he's fucking dreadful at it. Like, I've watched the competitions he does.
Okay.
And it's like slow motion, like try not to hurt the billionaire.
Predictable.
Like, it's really slow. It's like sloth-like. So I don't know how good he is.
I would, without seeing any footage of either of them being physical, I would probably put my money on Musk. He's just kind of a bigger dude, isn't he?
I'll say this. If he doesn't fight, then I take Zuckerberg. If Musk, I don't know what he, like, does he train? Does he do anything?
Well, I would assume they would train before. They're not going to just go in there today.
Otherwise, it's one of those things where you opened your big fucking mouth and all of a sudden now you got to back it up.
Zuckerberg has always given me very much wiener guy vibes. And Musk does not give me wiener guy vibes.
Well, I don't think either of them can be that. I mean, we got that much money. Neither of you can be that tough. I'm going to favor Zuckerberg early on. I am.
Okay, that's kind of fun for us then.
Yeah.
I'll take Musk, you take Zuck.
Marquise Harris with $15 says for some wine for the mean and nasty cheek clapping later. Oh, thank you. A $10 bottle of wine.
Thank you. I could get you a damn fine bottle for $10.
Well,
I don't know if anyone knows this about me. I'm not a wine person.
Somebody's going to Olive Garden later.
I've got basically two bottles of wine I like, and both of them I can get on sale for $9 something.
See, Brandon says Mark Zuckerberg is actually pretty good, dude. I've watched the videos, and I don't know if he's playing down to his level of competition, but it looks really slow and dog shit. But then again, I don't go to jiu-jitsu competitions. Maybe they purposely slow it down, and it's a form thing. I don't know. But I would still favor him just because he has more fighting experience.
Sure, that makes sense. I get it.
Elon Musk.
I'm going strictly off a gut feeling here. That's it.
Johnny says Elon is too busy fucking everyone's girlfriend and exes for Brazilian jiu-jitsu.
Is that what he does?
Fucking Philip says he won a tournament. I know, but here, Mark Zuckerberg jiu-jitsu. From what I saw from those tournaments, they looked iffy.
I don't know much about jiu-jitsu, but every time I hear somebody say they do it, I assume they're gay. Is that weird?
It's a little gay, but you wouldn't say that to their face.
No.
No,
thanks.
Certainly not. Mark Zuckerberg a jiu-jitsu master? Let's take a look.
When one thinks about a computer techie,
look at Mr. Wakeboard.
May picture a person staring at Instagram where he talked about competing in the jiu-jitsu tournament and winning medals, while celebrities such as UFC champion Conor McGregor and fighting and submission holds comprise the basic tenet. The idea is to take down the opponent to the ground, gain a dominant position, and use various techniques to force them into submission. In recent weeks, Zuckerberg has been making new headlines, not for his tech companies, but for his hobbies. Last week, the tech mogul shared pictures of 3D printed dress he made for his daughter.
Right, well, don't do gay shit on top of your jiu-jitsu. I guess I would favor him over Elon Musk just because I've never seen Elon Musk be much of a fighter, and at hundreds of billions of dollars, I don't think you really need to be.
Well, then I guess my guy is going to have to be the sneaky come from behind guy.
You know what he's going to have to do? going to have to go to Rhode Island. You know what's in Rhode Island?
Sam Hyde.
Sam Hyde.
Are you happy I knew that?
We're going to have to get Elon Musk training with Sam Hyde. By the way, I think that what's the Rich from Review Tech and the quartering fight might be off.
Did anyone think that was actually
happening?
happening?
I don't know if it's off or not, but Keemstar was bitching because Rich told people that the quartering was training with Sam Hyde. And I guess that one of the rules or one of the things that the quartering asked for was that nobody mentioned that he's training with Sam Hyde.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, Rich saying that he was training with Sam Hyde was some big no-no, and it made this whole big problem, and I don't know if they're going to fight anymore. All I know is I'm more excited for Alex Stein versus Modine.
Yeah, have you looked any more at that Modine guy? Because I did.
Yeah.
He seems like one of those guys that talks a lot of mad shit but doesn't back it up.
Right. To me, Modine looks like one of those guys who picks fights to lose.
I don't even know what the guy does. Why is he important?
He's like a British. For some reason, there's all these British guys, these black British guys who just do TikToks and they're famous for some reason.
You can be famous for just about anything on TikTok. You could fucking fart on TikTok. You personally could have a 6-second fart on TikTok. You'd be fucking famous all over the place.
You know what? Then
within a day.
Then why haven't I done it
Just
yet?
put a steel toe logo.
Why haven't I been farting on TikTok?
It's so stupid.
Forever.
I think I'm the only one in this neighborhood that doesn't have it besides you.
Tom Thompson says we're at 162 likes. All right, we're at 162 likes, and it is the top of the hour. So here's what we need to do. I want a rally. I want to get under $200 for today's goal. We're at 240, so we're not that far away. Contribute any way you'd like. PayPal and Streamlabs and Venmo is the best way to do it. But Super Chats and memberships are great. Gifted memberships are awesome. And I want 38 more likes in the next couple of minutes. I want to get up to 200 before we hit 8:05 or so. So everybody fire off the thumbs up. Everybody subscribe. Chip in a couple of bucks if you'd like. And we'll knock that goal down under 200 here. By 8 o'clock, we're at 240 at the moment. Thank you, boys and girls.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I've got, as much as I like Elon Musk more.
As a person, right?
I got Zuckerberg in that fight.
I think that's fun. I think I think they'll actually do it. And I think it'll be fun to have a little, a house divided on the fight.
Mr. Tibbs says Hyde's in jail. No, he's not.
No way.
Sam Hyde is not in jail. Send me a link. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says the kids that smoke cigs in the parking lot in the afternoon told me that it is apparently very easy to get popular on TikTok if you are, quote, mid-British guy. Thank you. That's why I love having Wawa supervisor. He gets us all the inside scoops.
Stevie J says women farting into pots and pans is a TikTok trend.
I mean, women mail
this world is
women
over.
mail their farts with flowers in a jar.
That's not okay. Okay.
I mean, who's the bad guy in that? The guy buying the fart or the woman farting?
I don't know.
Because I
think the guy buying it.
I would say the onus would be on the guy buying the fart, not
if
the person farting into a jar.
Right. If somebody's willing to pay, I don't know if that's your fault.
If you don't give them the fart in a jar, you're letting a fart go to waste because he is willing. There's value in it. I mean,
can you picture
April,
the packaging of that?
April, if people were buying your farts.
No.
And you were just farting and not into jars and selling them, would that be that much different than taking gold bullion and just throwing it into a river? I mean, you're just taking good money and just chucking it in the water.
You're right, Aaron.
Got to be
I
selling.
don't even share mine with him.
No, she won't even fart in front of me. I've been trying to catch her. I've accused her of farting when she hasn't, just to see if I can get her to admit it.
Just see if I'll look guilty or
yeah.
not.
I'll be like, oh, I heard you fart. And she's like, no, you didn't, because I didn't. I'm like, damn it.
I will never, even if we split, I will never forget the first time Aaron accidentally farted in front of me.
You'll never split. My dick's too small. Sorry. Thought it was good. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, you need to start accepting MoneyGrams to the show. I can help you get this set up. I do the same for Ray DeVito. Oh, from the Wawa, you can have it sent out. That's wonderful.
Just a nice money order.
Yeah. 240 away. I wanted to come with a telegram. This is for you. Stop. I love your show. Stop. I I like that old school vibe.
Stop touching me. Stop.
240 away from today's goal, and we want to get to 200 likes. Drunk on Cringe says, please continue with the story of Aaron farting, April. Drunk on Cringe has his finger on the clip button. All right, go ahead.
Oh, you
Drunk
actually
Drunk
want
on
me to
Cringe
tell it?
needs a clip. I like to help Drunk on Cringe, even though Drunk on Cringe has sometimes not been very nice. I like to help the guy. I like to see him grow.
Well, Drunk on Cringe, I have told this story before. Are you sure you want me to repeat?
I'm all ears.
I don't know how many years, 3 years ago, let's say a little over 3 years ago, Aaron and I and a bunch of his family and his cousins are out at the sandbar in the middle of a lake, and we're playing some kind of fucking toss, whatever that water ball thing is. We're playing games at the sandbar, drinking. And it was Aaron's turn to bend over and pick up said little ball.
And just you skim it across the water.
You skim it across the water to the next person. And he mid-bend over, and he's wet because he's in the water.
As you are.
He water buffalo farted. It was so loud everybody heard it.
It was like a boat motor on high trim.
It was so bad. And I've never heard it before, so it was a first for both of us. And he flips his head to look at me, and he's like, "Oh my God, do you still love me?" That was a quote. He's like, "Oh my God, do you still love me?" And I think I was drowning. I was laughing so hard.
If she wouldn't have been there, it would have been nothing but high fives everywhere. I mean, it was it was a Hall of Fame type of deal.
He's got his new girlfriend in her bikini at a sandbar, and she's looking hot in front of his family.
I actually moved 3 feet in the water.
You fucking.
I actually propelled myself forward.
I don't know if I've heard a fart like that before or after that fart. It was so epic.
Oh, you've heard better since.
Really?
Yeah, because I know I've given them.
Maybe it was just the setting of it was so funny.
All right. Since we're talking about sexy shit, let's continue with our latest Hunter Biden update. While you guys get us under 200 on goal and get us over 200 on likes by hitting the thumbs up, let's give the latest Hunter Biden update. This guy is, you're welcome, Drunk on Cringe. This guy is a walking fucking a fountain of news. I mean, Hunter Biden is such a fuck up that it's not that you feel bad for him, but there's a part of it that just makes you go, I need to find out what's going on next with this guy. I'm not mad at you.
Right.
I'm not upset with you. I just need to see where this is going next.
It's like an episode of Days of Our Lives. Like, it is so tragic and stuff, but there's so many wild things happening in it. You can't help but wonder what happens next.
I'm locked into Hunter Biden. He's the man. And then the crazy thing about Hunter Biden is he's one of those movie series that the sequels keep getting better. Like, at first it was a laptop and he was naked with hookers, and then he was doing crack, and then he was fucking the hookers. And then after that, he was accepting bribes on behalf of his father. And now we have Hunter Biden getting kicked out of a sex club.
Oh.
For being creepy.
Oh, yeah. That would be humiliating to get kicked out of a sex club.
Yeah, like Scarface says, it's really impressive how much of a fuck up he is. It's truly remarkable. I don't even look at Hunter Biden and go, this is terrible for the country and he's awful and he's horrible. I'm legitimately in awe of this fella.
Does part of you ever wish that he was president and not his dad?
I would be far more entertained with him as president.
So entertaining.
Not that much would be different. They all got paid by the same people.
Well, same family, yeah.
Hunter Biden was member of an elite LA sex club, Sanctum, but was kicked out for being, quote, a scumbag, says the founder, who's now been banned from the party, who's now been banned from party he founded for breaking confidentiality rules to ID the president's son. Oh, shit. So this guy started a sex club, which to me is ballsy, no pun intended, because you've got to tell people about your sex club and hope they join. I mean, that's really putting yourself out there.
Right, and then that guy is calling you a scumbag.
Right.
The sex club guy is calling you scummy.
The guy who out of the blue just decided to ask people to come to his sex club.
Oh, yeah, that's fuck.
You're too much of a perv for that guy.
Right.
Apparently. But the flip side of this is, now that guy outed Hunter Biden as a member, so then everybody got together and kicked that guy out of his club. Who would have thought sex clubs could be so dramatic? Hunter Biden was a member of an elite Los Angeles sex club. It's good that it was an elite one. I'm glad they specified that. You don't want to be at a mid-tier or 2-star sex club.
I didn't know you could advertise a sex club. I thought that was something you did on the down
I think
low.
as long as you don't, like, there's no prostitution angle
Okay,
to
so
it.
no, like, money involved?
Yeah.
Like, could you do that here?
Yeah, I believe
Really?
people are allowed to get together and
Oh.
just fuck each other.
Do you know what? I actually didn't know that. I'm
Yeah.
a virgin.
I will say this. I did not seem to have Hunter Biden getting kicked out of a sex club on my bingo card, even for Hunter Biden.
No, he seems like a real sex guy.
He is a big sex guy. Damon Lawner, who opened the exclusive Sanctum but sold it in 2019. Imagine starting a sex club and then being able to sell it and make money off of it.
Must be a good one.
Was banned from the venue after he publicly identified the president's son as a former member. The claim about Hunter was included in a profile of Lawner published in the Los Angeles Times Tuesday. A spokesman for Sanctum told the LA Times it has a policy of never identifying its members and that any infringement of the rules results in a lifetime ban. The publication said, well, what does he care? He made his money. He sold the club. He's out.
Can you imagine being the sex club owner and like the certain clientele that might come in there, like a Hunter Biden, like that's a juicy name, and
Yeah.
not being able to tell though? That'd be pretty hard.
How about the fact that you sold it and you still stayed a member? Like that means you just had a conversation where you're like, look, man, I just want to stop being the boss and I just want to fuck.
Right. I want to
That's it.
participate.
I want to fuck and I don't want to do any more paperwork. So $3 million and it's yours.
What are the rules in there?
They do. You know what? You'd be surprised at the rules that sex clubs have. They are like really, it's kind of like when you find out prison has a code. You're like, wait a minute. All of these creeps and weirdos and violent criminals have like a code that they live by. And if you break the rules, you're seen as immoral.
Right.
Sex clubs kind of have the same thing. They want to keep the sex above board, apparently.
Obviously, you don't want anyone like getting hurt or. Wow, there's a lot of complaints actually you could come up with in a sex club.
You got to make sure that like consent is like first and foremost.
There's probably forms you sign.
Health checks, shit like that.
How unsexy though. Like you have to go through all this paperwork and a physical before you can go fuck.
That's why people think about these sex clubs and they're like, especially when you're younger, you're like, yeah, wouldn't that be fucking awesome? I'm like, you might want to check out the people who go to sex clubs. It's kind of like nude beaches where people are like, yeah, fucking nude beaches. I'm like, you don't want to see the people who are at the nude beaches.
It's the old saggy men.
Yeah. So Sanctum is not exactly going to be, because you know what really hot people do when they want to have sex? They fuck somebody.
Probably privately. Right?
Yeah, hot people don't go to a club and just start taking, mid dick or getting mid pussy when they can go out and crush whenever they want. So a sex club is, you're going to find a lot of prison pussy if you go to a sex club.
A lot of dudes.
Well, I mean, if you're
what
lucky.
What if just dudes showed up?
Well, then it's a gay
There's
sex
no ladies
club.
in there that day.
Then you make do. The publication said Lawner made the claim that Hunter had been a member of the club after he had reached a plea deal with federal prosecutors this week. Ooh, that's a nice negotiating chip to have in your back pocket.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we want to charge you with felonies. Ooh, I've got Hunter Biden in a sex club.
Okay.
All right, we will drop all the charges. Tell us the story.
I see your point.
Joe Biden's controversial son will go before a judge next month to formally strike a plea agreement with prosecutors on tax and gun charges that will likely spare him time behind bars, according to court documents posted Wednesday. Lawner founded Sanctum in 2013. Sanctum damn near killed him with the intention of creating a sex playground for LA's elite, ranging from Hollywood stars, musicians. Yeah, but it's probably like Danny DeVito. That's what I mean. Like, they're like, oh yeah, Hollywood stars come in here and fuck. It's like, yeah, not Scarlett Johansson though.
Right. It's none of the classy ones.
Yeah.
You're right. I don't think I'd want to go have sex with whoever's in a sex club.
Yeah, musicians, high-ranking business figures, city officials, and millionaires. Lawner told the newspaper that he decided to open the club after watching the Tom Cruise movie Eyes Wide Shut, in which wealthy elites gather for a secret orgy.
Yeah, but if you watch, have you seen that movie?
I have not.
I've seen it several times. It's equally as weird every time. Like, I get it. It's hot and mysterious. But at the same time, it's kind of like watching a porn and then you nut and you feel like you got to get out of there quick. It's like
you feel nasty. Yeah.
You watch the movie and it's like if you're in that club, you kind of feel gross
Yeah.
after, don't you?
Well, because you're a whore.
It's
I mean, you're a thing. You're not even a person at that point.
And their sex club's not even that hot. It's like creepy.
Right. It's like ritualistic
not
and shit
normal.
like that.
Yeah.
At the time, he was $1 million in debt, but the club soon gained popularity. Its guest lists were carefully curated, and its membership fees were as high as $75,000. Fuck.
I guess that'll keep people's mouths shut.
Yeah, in the publication's recent profile on Lawner, he speaks of putting on masquerade parties in mansions and nightclubs in the city. Yeah, that's just too weird. Can we fuck, please? Can we not wear masks and costumes and shit like that? That's just there's too much culty shit going on.
If you ever want to watch that movie, I will.
I don't know. That's like
is it too weird for you?
It's like Indecent Proposal and stuff. Like I like the sex part of a movie has to be like a side plot or a side thing. Same reason I don't like romance movies or anything like that. The fucking can be part of a movie, but I don't want to watch a movie about fucking.
That movie is very involved all over the place. Tom Cruise is kind of wrapped up in a lot of shit in there. It's not just about that sex club. The sex club actually only shows up like twice in it.
JJ says porn stars attend those too. They've talked about it. Well, apparently you're not supposed to talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can talk about it. You just can't out people. So he outed Hunter Biden, and so he's gone from the sanctum. I mean, the thing about this is it's a funny Hunter Biden story, but like it's not illegal. Like he's not doing anything.
No, he's just a sex guy, and I think we already knew that.
In like the realm of the shit that Hunter Biden has done wrong, this ranks pretty low. In the level of entertainment it provides, it's pretty high. Like, Hunter Biden was in a sex club and he got kicked out. I guess he got kicked out for slapping chicks' asses.
You can't do that in a sex club.
Well, not if they don't want you to.
You can't
No, you can't be creepy in sex clubs. They have a lot of rules. Believe it or not.
But if you were like with that person and you can't
clearly
have your ass
he
slapped?
did it. Clearly they didn't want their asses slapped. Otherwise he wouldn't have been
all right.
Kicked out of the damn thing. All right, we got a couple people we got to thank. $10 from Jacob. Thank you very much. And Eric with $5 over on PayPal. There you go, guys. $225 away from knocking it out today. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Keep us going. We're only $225 away from another successful week of Steel Toe. Make the right people cry in all the right places, usually a basement, by knocking out today's goal and giving us another successful week. Like, subscribe, all that good shit. Did you guys put us over 200? That's what I wanted at 8 o'clock. I wanted over 200 on the like number. So everyone hit the thumbs up and make it a nice day. Well, I would hate to say that my Pitbull instincts are correct. And that when I make, Optic Nerve says 190. Oh, fuck you guys then. 10 more. We start the Pitbull story once we get to that 200. Everybody hit thumbs up. And then somebody let me know when we're at 200. Also, like I said, 225 away from today's goal. So Pitbulls, it's always the owner, right? It's always the owner's fault. That's why you see good owners and bad owners all have pit bulls that end up eating a baby's face. And they all say the same thing. Oh, they were so nice. We have a picture of them in a dress. We named it Lulu. And they're got such great nanny dogs.
Nanny dog.
It's
my favorite.
Great nanny dog. They sure do teach discipline well. All right, there you go, guys. You hit 200. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
200 likes and 225 away from today's goal. So now this story out of Port Charlotte, all the excuses for pit bulls that I've heard are very easy to discredit. It's very easy to knock them down. People who defend pit bulls tend to be pretty delusional, head in the sand kind of people. It's like they want the dog to be better than the dog is.
Yeah, they're very much a person that does not like to acknowledge reality.
No, the data, everything. It's just
statistics.
Their counter argument is always, you encounter this a lot. Their counter argument is always nuh-uh.
It's nuh-uh or it's, it depends on the owner. No, it doesn't.
Nuh-uh is never really a great defense in this case. But let's go ahead. I always upset people a little bit with these stories, and I do like that part of the job. I do enjoy it. I won't lie. This is a pit bull who Remember now, great nanny dog.
Great with kids.
Great with kids. When they attack people, it's always the owner's fault because the owners are just, bad with, they're inexperienced pit bull owners. Okay, great. But there's people out there, like most people who buy a golden retriever are inexperienced golden retriever owners. Mm-hmm. But their golden retriever doesn't bite or eat anything.
Yeah, what is he going to do? Lick you to death?
Right. There's such thing as a dog breed having a certain temperament. And even when a pit bull's being good, like my buddy had one that was such a good dog, lovely dog, snapped and ate its cat one day. And they had to put it down.
Out of nowhere.
But if you look at that dog, even when it's being nice, you just see a brooding ability to kill.
Mm-hmm. You can see it in their eyes.
Just
almost.
right behind the look they're giving.
They give you a look that nothing else does.
Whenever I'm around a pit bull, I'm always on guard to I'm always almost like in kicking position. Like
I had to be around one for a few years too. That it would be aggressive out of nowhere for no good reason.
I'm always in that position where like one leg is a little bit behind the other in case I really need to turn into one. But here's a story about a pit bull. Remember, great nanny dogs just have bad owners.
The first time in my 25 years of service that I have encountered a case like this. I mean, that's how rare it is.
A puppy chewed 5 fingers off a baby's hands, all while deputies say the child's mother was in the bathroom. Today,
a puppy.
Think of what a psychotic animal that is. It just sat there and chewed on 5 fingers until they all came off and then went. And then I guarantee it wasn't in a bloodlust. It wasn't like going apeshit or crazy. It just ate the baby's fingers, and then it went off and did whatever it does the rest of the day.
And then that puppy started a band called 5 Finger Death Munch.
Oh.
I actually started smirking pre-joke.
5 Finger Death Munch. Oh, boy.
Are you going to fire me now?
Investigators announced charges for Chloe Wisniewski, saying she left the baby alone with the puppy back in February.
I have a prediction. And I know you guys are going to go, Aaron, this isn't exactly a tough one. Okay, go ahead.
Daddy wasn't home.
Single mom.
Yeah.
Single white women, for some reason, want to adopt pit bulls.
Well, they need a man in the house to protect them.
Listen, I need a law passed. I don't know if this is something we have to do on the state level. I don't know if it's something on the federal level. Women can't buy pit bulls anymore. We're going to ban them from that. B, especially if you have children and you're a single mom, no pit bulls. I don't know where this came from, that these little spaghetti-armed, waif-like white women all of a sudden need to grab these big monster killing machine dogs. Like, as if you're not in a disadvantage already just owning a pit bull. Now you're a 105-pound waif, and you have a baby, and you're going to buy this murder object.
It's because they need to replace the other, what did you call it, a monster killing machine, left them. So they need to replace it.
Oh, Jesus, that was a little...
But kept changing her story as
the
to
men
why.
Left.
NBC2's Gage Golding is outside the family's home on Braid Avenue in Port Charlotte, learning more about how that child is doing today.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, just really bouncing back in high spirits. I mean, all Baba and Binky.
Have you ever noticed how, up the news seems during, bad stories? They just seem like everything's
fine. They keep it on an even keel,
Yeah.
That baby girl is making a remarkable recovery. That's what her grandparents tell me this evening. This is after doctors had to amputate 3 fingers from her left hand and partially amputate 2 more from her right hand.
Oh my God, she's a crab person.
Do you know how not fine that is, you guys?
Oh, when she's older, she's gonna be like, oh, would you like more spaghetti? You just scoop it up with your hands. You've got the little... look at it. You can you can make a Caesar salad.
I'm following. Oh, it's like those salad, the bear claw
you've got
things.
Salad tongs for hands now. You can just kind of get in there.
That poor child won't be able to hold a pencil correctly in school.
Hey, give me 5. Okay.
What? What was that sound?
That's how you do it.
You're cute.
When a pit bull's chewed off all your fingers, you barely make any noises. You're afraid if you stick your tongue out to speak, the dog will rip it out.
Don't whiten your
after a
teeth
puppy
around him either.
attacked her inside of this house.
That's a tragedy. It really is.
This is the first time that Keisha Godfrey is learning what truly took place here. She remembers that Valentine's Day afternoon, clear as day.
Police vans, forensic vans, they were starting to rope off everything with the yellow tape.
Inside, this 3-month-old pit bull puppy named Apollo just attacked a baby girl laying in her bassinet.
I'm sure that baby was staring at it funny or hitting it or throwing a rattle at it or something. I don't see that single mom pit bull just randomly attacking someone out of a sheer bloodlust. That just doesn't sound like that breed of animal.
Yeah, no one is asking what that baby did to deserve it.
Yeah. And I'm sure this woman, I mean, she looks like the type who has this dog wrapped up in all kinds of dog fighting rings and all kind of guys. She looks like just a mean, menacing pit bull owner who was definitely abusing this animal. Because otherwise, they would never attack anybody.
You can't even use like the argument, oh, well, somebody, like it's an older pit bull that was adopted and somebody had abused it previously. Yeah. You can't even go with that excuse here. It's a puppy.
It's a puppy.
Investigators say her mother, 21-year-old Chloe Wisniewski, was in the bathroom. That's when she heard her baby screaming. She ran out to find Apollo in the bassinet with her less than a year-old daughter chewing off her fingers.
Oh,
she told police there was so much blood, she couldn't even look at her fingers.
Oh, God, that's so awful to hear.
This is really the first time in my 25 years of service that I have encountered a case like this.
I'm guaranteeing that this woman left the baby in the like the bassinet is the little swing thing. Which one's the bassinet?
I think it is lower. It might be the swing thing, but regardless,
she
it's
left it
lower
on the
to
ground. Yeah, she left it on the ground because, that pit bull, I mean, it's such a trusting animal. I mean, it'll only protect her, right? Yeah, you know what I heard is that the baby's fingers were threatening the baby. And so the pit bull had to attack the baby's fingers in order to, save it.
Yeah, I heard that baby was pointing at it, and it's not polite to point.
No, it's not. It's not polite to point. I'm just trying to help you pro pit bull people because I know you're probably in the chat right now making insane arguments and defenses of the breed. I'm just trying to help you. And if I sound ridiculous, it's probably because that's what I usually hear when you're defending these monsters. Round them up, take them somewhere. Look at the flowers.
You've, by the way, changed that baby now mentally and physically for life. Not only is it missing fingers, but growing up, it's going to ask questions as to why it's missing fingers. And you're going to have to tell her that a dog ate them and now it's afraid of dogs everywhere.
Mom, why am I a crab person?
I mean, that's how rare it is.
Charlotte County Animal Control took Apollo, who Chloe just brought home the day before. Meanwhile, the baby girl was rushed to a Tampa hospital. Doctors having no other choice but to amputate 3 fingers and partially amputate 2 more. All from a puppy that some say is downright adorable.
Every time with these fucking killing machines. It's insulting at this point.
And you know what else? I bet the shelter would go on record and say, I've never seen that dog do that before.
We all just loved him so much. He was so wonderful, and he was just so full of life and so...
Great with kids, never acted out.
How many times are you guys going to fall for this shit?
He's not going to do any harm. I get it. But you never leave a baby or an infant alone with an animal. You just don't.
While pit bulls have a bad rep for violent attacks, Brian Jones with Charlotte County Animal Control says this could have been any dog. And it
No,
it couldn't have.
A Labrador puppy would never harm a baby.
Okay? Again, I'll go back to the golden retrievers because I think the golden retriever is a great example of the contrast between dogs. Some breeds have different temperaments. A pit bull has a hair trigger violent temperament. A golden retriever did not. The only way a baby would lose 5 fingers if you left it alone for a whole day with a golden retriever is because the golden retriever puppy licked them so much that the moisture caused the meat to fall off the bones. That's maybe the only way.
Or maybe I'll raise you. He wanted to cuddle with that baby because he's just so snuggly, and he laid on him too long, and they lost circulation and fell off.
That might be it. Too much snuggling with the golden retriever.
At any point.
This could be any breed of a dog.
Ugh. We know Chloe is bailed.
Why do we feel the need to protect these fucking monster killing machines that we as human beings bred? Why do we need to do this?
Out of jail. Actually, she's home tonight, but she did not want to speak with us on camera for this story. As for Apollo, the dog that attacked this young girl, we know that he passed his 10-day quarantine at the animal shelter, and then he was transferred over to the Animal Welfare League for adoption. I'm reporting.
They're going to let that piece of shit.
It's tasted baby blood before, but you're going to let it back out.
Wow.
I want a new rule. Not only can single mothers with children obviously, so I repeat myself, not buy pit bulls. I don't want pit bulls in homes with kids. None. I don't care if it's a full family home. I don't want pit bulls around kids.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't want pit bulls on Earth.
We would be better without
I
them.
think society as a whole would be better off. Here's one thing pit bull owners cannot deny. If we euthanized every pit bull, if we ethnically cleansed every dog from that breed out of existence, it would save more lives than if we did it to any other breed of dog.
Do you ever wonder why there seems to be a surplus of them at shelters?
Right. Because they keep eating people and going back.
Yep. They're, for shits and giggles sometimes, I will look at our local shelter here to see if there's any friends for Gordy. And it's always pit bulls. There's pit bulls everywhere.
Yeah. Shane F. says she doesn't like the pit bull abuser, but the less than white baby daddy does. And those half chocolate fingers are delicious. Jesus. And Shane F's black. I can't. It's
wow.
Shane on that one.
Wow.
M. Stone says, worst take on pits I've ever heard. No, it's not.
Okay.
It's the only reasonable take there is. If you want to tell me, look, I've made fun of the shitty pit bull take already today. But if you want to tell me it's the owner, or you want to tell me they're great with kids, or you want to tell me they're nanny dogs, I'll do this. I'll call you a liar. I'll say that you're simping for pit bulls and you just don't want to admit. Look, man, when over 60% of the dog attacks that result in hospitalization are the result of pit bulls, and that pit bulls kill more people every year than every other dog breed combined, what is it, just dumb fucking luck that they all seem to have the worst owners who have ever lived? There's like in 2020, Rottweiler owners weren't the worst. It's just every year pit bull owners happen to draw the bad luck of being the worst dog owners in the world. No,
okay.
There's a reason.
No, let's even take that argument. Let's say that's true and it is the worst owners in the world. Let's start taking a look at that then. Can we fix that?
Right. I mean, yeah,
You want to talk about it?
Just get rid of the dog so they don't have even an option to adopt it.
Nobody wants to talk about that.
Elliot Page's non-functional lap lump says pits are the most overbred breed of dog. That's why there are so many attacks. Yes, absolutely. Matt Joe says, I'm not putting my finger up its butt to get it to unlock its jaws. I'll fist the fucker. Wait, what? M. Stone says, you've definitely laid out a great argument. I know.
And I have met pit bulls, too, that are kind. They're very nice, but it's like a ticking time bomb. They are nice until they are not. Yeah. That is it.
Terrence TK says, pit bulls are worthless dogs. That breed needs to go extinct already. It's not a useful breed. It would save lives if it addition by subtraction if we got rid of them.
And the weird part is like the people that own them always have the same attitude about owning a pit bull. It's almost like they wear it as a badge of honor and like it's an edgy thing to do because other people don't like it.
They do. They wear it as it's an accessory.
Think about why that is, guys. It's
the last statute: pit bull, babysitter, and shark mom. Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to take it that way. Jaeger Cake says they feed the dogs gunpowder and shit when they are puppies to make them vicious.
They make them eat tacks for breakfast.
Yes. Thumbnail or thumbtacks and shit.
Or thumbnails.
Or thumbnails. They make them eat pictures.
No, just actual thumbnails.
Oh, shit. Hank Danger says 13% of dog breeds commit 60% of violent attacks. Mandy Pandy says, y'all sound ignorant. Every animal is nice until they are not.
That's not true.
Mandy Pandy, listen. No. I'll give her that. That is true. Why do pit bulls seem to have a higher percentage of not being nice? Why is that? Are you going to look me in the eye, Mandy Pandy? And you can lie to me if you want to. You can do what I'm about to say, but you'll be lying. So I'll make you out a liar here. Are golden retrievers nice until they're not nice at the same rate that pit bulls are?
Yeah,
go ahead.
How much provocation do they need to be not nice?
And I agree with, I can't remember who it was in the chat. I think it was, oh God, I want to give him credit, but I can't find, Roots. Roots said it. He goes, they're so overbred now that like the pit bull blood is so watered down with other blood, and it's just, they're all geeked out on fucking being probably inbred and shit.
I know.
Oh, it's horrible.
I don't know. Like, sure, I'll give her that too, whatever that Mandy Pandy, whatever. Pit bull owner person said. Yeah. Like, sure, you can make any animal act out. But the thing about pit bulls is you don't have to make them do anything. We did stories on people just whitening their teeth at home.
Yeah.
And the dog fucking ate her face off.
Look, you're right. Any dog has the ability to be violent.
Yeah.
Pit bulls execute that ability at a far higher rate than any other dog. And it's not a coincidence, and it's not the owners.
And you don't have to provoke them.
Jaeger King says nobody gets nervous encountering a stray dachshund in a dark alley. Exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Come here, little buddy. Okay.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says if you're ever being followed home by a pit bull, please remember that here at Wawa, we keep a stash of reject sandwiches under the corner. We can throw one out in the parking lot while you get away.
Yeah, but unless it smells like toddlers.
Hey, annoyed Wawa supervisor is just trying to help. Little Lemmy says you can love pit bulls and think there are some sweet pit bulls while understanding the dangers of owning one. Both things can exist.
Yeah.
Absolutely both things
agree.
can exist. And with that being said, I still want them all eliminated because I think the juice would be worth the squeeze.
People can love nukes and missiles while knowing they do bad things, okay?
Wait, why? We're loving nukes and missiles
I
now?
don't love them.
Nukes scare the shit out of me,
I think our friend is a great example. That dog could be very sweet. We had plenty of good times with it.
Wonderful.
But boy, oh boy, can that thing snap just for no reason at all and eat something.
225 away from today's goal. Let's knock it out, guys. What do you say? Let's keep her going. 225 away from knocking it out. An hour and 20 minutes until we fire up the music and knock out the rest of this goal. But if you'd like to contribute right now, we'd appreciate that. Let's knock it out. We are only 225 away from a successful week of Steel Toe again. All right, we're going to move on. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, can we possibly move on? I'm playing this over the store speakers, and many of our patrons are now looking at me funny. Why, whatever do you mean?
That's funny.
Whatever do you mean?
Oh.
An Iowa meteorologist is quitting his 18-year career after getting a death threat over climate change coverage. Come on. You know how many death threats we've gotten?
One.
Had the cops sent to our house. We've had people say they're going to kill us in 2023.
Graping.
R-word threats. We're going to shut down your show. I've got one fat retard who's literally contacting the authorities because he thinks our prize night is an illegal lottery. I mean, you talk about the level of autistic retards trying to threaten our show because they can't be what it is. I mean, that's way worse than one death threat over your climate change coverage. I mean, dude, I get it. I understand. You don't want to be part of you don't want this to be your career. You don't love your job that much.
Sure.
That you're going to be threatened and all that stuff. But one death threat, I feel like the first death threat is like the first strike on YouTube. It's like a warning, you know? It's just, hey, you got a death threat. All right, first one's free.
I guess unless the guy knew the source and he wasn't so sure that it was just a threat. I don't know.
Maybe.
I have no idea. But what I'm a little confused about is a death threat over climate reporting.
Yeah.
That doesn't even make sense.
Guys, before we go on to our 7 o'clock stories, I want to get to our newest advertiser, our newest sponsor. This is a really good one for the people in our audience. I know you guys love Midland Armory, where you can get all your firearms, midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe. They're great, right?
Yes.
And you want to get that firearm for self-defense. I get it. You order it. They send it to an FFL. Order your door if you have an FFL. And you've got yourself your firearm. You use the SteelToe promo code. You get yourself a great discount, midlandarmory.com. But let's say you have to use that firearm for self-defense. Look, man, just because they're in your house or just because you had the legal right to do what you did doesn't mean that you won't get railroaded, or if the person survives, they won't sue you. Mm-hmm. And doing the right thing, not always doing the right thing, it can cost you a fortune in legal bills. Well, our new sponsor, Fairline Defense, can help you with that. Consider it home defense insurance. If you use a firearm or other defensive tool in a self-defense situation, Fairline Defense will be there to protect you for what comes next. Essentially, you can log in at fairlinedefense.com. That's fairlinedefense.com. Let me just get the base of the website here, and I'll put it up in the chat. Here you go, fairlinedefense.com. There you are. And mods, if you want to copy and paste that link into the chat, We do appreciate it. With Fairline Defense, here's how it works. They provide comprehensive coverage and legal backing for all self-defense situations, meaning if you get into a tough spot legally because you had to defend yourself, you don't have to worry about declaring bankruptcy because you have to hire some kind of lawyer or you have to hire a shitty, cheap lawyer.
Right.
Just because you had to defend yourself in a split-second moment.
These are specialized.
They've got your back. But what truly sets Fairline Defense apart is they're the only system out there for armed professionals on and off duty, security guards, bail enforcement officers, correctional staff, so many more. So not just a self-defense situation, not just a situation where somebody broke into your house, you're a citizen, and you shot them. But if you're a pro and this happens to you, a lot of times the companies they contract with don't cover them legally and they have to do it themselves. Fairline Defense is that coverage you're looking for. Unlimited criminal defense to protect your freedom and interests during a criminal prosecution. Up to $1.5 million in civil defense expenses and attorney's fees to ensure robust legal representation. So if you become a member of Fairline Defense, you get, if somebody sues you, your legal bills are covered up to $1.5 million. 24/7 critical response team ready to assist you promptly in a time of crisis. So you defend yourself, you call them, they'll come out, they'll help you through the whole process. So before you even might catch a case,
right,
they will come out and they will walk you through it. $1,000 a day per diem for lost wages resulting from court appearances.
Wow.
100% no payback if you lose, ensuring peace of mind throughout the legal process. So don't wait for trouble to find you. Get ahead with Fairline Defense, your shield in the face of uncertainty. That's fairlinedefense.com. There's the link in the chat. Guys, go check it out. Somebody reached out to me to promote this on the show. I thought of our audience, and I said, you know what? Blue-collar audience like this, a lot of them gun owners. A lot of them might find themselves in this situation someday. I think Fairline Defense is a great deal for you guys. Check it out. Become a member if it looks right for you, but do me a favor. Go to Hairline Defense, or Hairline. I was reading a line in the chat. Hank Danger says, I hope they do better than Hairline Defense. Am I right, Aaron?
That's
great first read for Fairline Defense. I was reading Hank Danger's comment, and I...
Oh, and now, hey, is this national?
Hank
so anybody
yes,
can
this
have
is
this?
national,
Okay.
guys. This is all over the country,
Yeah.
whether you're a citizen or a professional. Fairlinedefense.com. The link is in the chat. Even if you're not sure you're going to become a member, I'm telling you, check this out. I looked into it when they wanted to advertise, and I went, holy shit, I didn't even know this existed.
Right. Don't be a victim twice. Get good
Fairline,
defense.
yes, fairlinedefense.com. The link is in the chat. So thank you guys very much. And remember, we are...
That hairline defense thing is fun.
That was really funny. Oh, shit.
Hairline defense.
Hank Danger fucking got me, boy. I tell you what. Jesus.
We really
I was going to read it too, like after I was done with the read. I thought it was a really funny line, so I kind of had it marked. And then I just read it during the thing. Hairline Defense. Fairlinedefense.com. Check it out. 225 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. I saw one person wrote in the chat, if you're going to have reads, then you shouldn't have goals. These guys knocked out Wednesday's goal and the Monday evening goal combined. So, believe me, we knocked out a goal. And if they stay with us long term, a couple shows a month will be goal free because these guys are here. So, fairlinedefense.com. All right, 225 away. Check it out.
Thank you.
Contribute to the show. We appreciate it. All right. An AI study. We talked about this yesterday. We were looking up politicians that people thought were hot. And people kept mentioning Republican politicians. They didn't mention a lot of attractive Democrats. An AI study has found that conservative female politicians appear more attractive and happier than their liberal counterparts.
This has been lore among common folk for a while.
The common
folk.
This
is interesting.
Yes. Well, it just does kind of seem to play out that way. It's kind of one of those things where you don't have data on it, but it just the eye test tells you.
Yep, right. It always passes the eye test.
You're like, well, Kristi Noem and AOC. It's like, probably take Kristi Noem on that one.
Just maybe. I don't know.
Well, I have difficulty cleaning my butthole. Says I'd rather have reads over goals. You wouldn't believe how many reads we'd need to keep this thing on the air. So I'm I'm sorry. I don't think you'd rather have reads than goals. I'll be honest with you. Look, there's a reason radio plays 4 or 5 minutes of commercials every 15 minutes. They have to. It's very expensive to keep a show on the air. So I don't think you'd want this show going to commercial break 5 times. Plus, we don't have a big enough audience to support this show on advertisers. We're a very small show. So it does have to be listener supported if it's going to stay on the air. Conservative female politicians appear to be more attractive and happier than their liberal counterparts, according to an artificial intelligence study conducted in Denmark. That's the future, by the way, because now you can criticize studies because, the people involved had a bias. Well, does the AI have a bias, or did it just randomly pick a bunch of people, ask them, and they said, no, here. The study, using deep learning to predict ideology from facial photographs, expressions, beauty, and extrafacial information, looked at 4,637 political candidates who ran in the 2017 Danish municipal election. So this is, another country coming to this same conclusion. The study excluded candidates with beards because it can impair some of the subsequent analyses. Wow. Well, because you're covering up the facial features.
Do many politicians have beards, though?
The gay ones. The study also omitted candidates whose politics were not clearly defined as left or right wing. Researchers examined 4,647 photos, of which 1,442 were female. The photos were cropped to only show the politicians' faces, and the images were grayscaled. They really went far. All of this to find out who's more fuckable, Republicans or Democrats.
Yeah, they really were interested in this. They put a lot of effort in.
I think you could have just asked people.
Yeah, just do it like a street corner thing where you just ask people walking by you, hey, who tends to be hotter, liberals, conservatives?
They're fucking...
L or C?
Carving up faces and throwing this out there and then doing measurements. And thanks, Nazis.
Well,
they took some of that Nazi Aryan detector shit and decided to put it into a poll.
They want the AI to be colorblind, so they put it in grayscale.
Of course. But the only thing is when you do that, then you have to get a chubby monk to carve it all off of you.
Oh, that's true. That's a lot of work.
Grayscale.
Hurts.
Now, the photos were then submitted to Microsoft. And by the way, I skipped like 4 paragraphs of the setup of this shit.
It is kind of like a HuffPo article.
Yeah, the photos were then submitted to Microsoft Azure's Face API, a facial recognition service that provides AI algorithms that detect, recognize, and analyze human faces in images. The analysis determined that right-wing Danish politicians were more likely to appear happy when compared to their left-wing counterparts. We also found that expressing happiness is associated with conservatism for both genders. Well, you know why?
Why?
Because people are a lot happier when they're being bigots and oppressing gay people.
Just feels so good.
God. Just because you're a bigot, you get to have a better life and you get to smile more and be better looking. How dare you? The study also found that left-wing female politicians were more likely to have faces showing contempt.
Whoa.
So they're angry bitches.
Well,
apparently.
If you think about it, we've kind of noticed that before. It always seems like they're seething about something or, we're just tense or angry. We got to fight some fight if we're liberal.
Oh, and Pickwick Pub, real quick, buddy, so you don't have to worry. I don't really care. There's a lot of shows that need me, buddy. It's, look, if my whole thing was based on drama, I'd probably have to talk about me too. Most attractive Republicans. Let's take a look at this. Then we'll look at the most attractive Democrats after that. All right, 10 hottest Republican women in politics. Here we go. When was this? There's no date on it, but Elizabeth Halseth.
Starting strong.
A Republican member of the Nevada State Senate from November 2010 until February 2012. Well, that doesn't count. Mandy Wilkes, 2012 Republican candidate. Yeah, see, now I need actual politicians. I need people
like right now.
Yeah, 11 hot Republicans to watch at CPAC. Oh, that's probably like, hey, these guys have good thoughts about taxes.
And you have to see these dates. That was 2013.
Yeah, Republican 20 most beautiful and powerful female politicians in the U.S. Okay, this is from January. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of old bitches and a lot of ass kissing in this one. Like, oh, Nancy Pelosi, she's beautiful and powerful. All right,
she's a skeleton.
Let's check it out. Okay, let's look. Which ones are Democrats, which ones are Republicans, and which one's more attractive. Pam Bondi, an American lawyer, lobbyist, and politician. She was the first woman to be elected as the Attorney General of Florida and was there from until 2019. Okay, so she's fairly recent.
Guest host on Fox News, so she's a conservative.
Okay. Alejandra Campoverde, former White House assistant and advocate for women's health in the United States. She was the first deputy director of Hispanic media at the White House while Barack Obama was in office. See, like, I don't think that you got to be like an office holder. Joni Ernst, she was she's been representing Iowa since 2015.
That's most attractive.
She's a Republican from Iowa. AOC, there she is. AOC is not bad. I know she gets a lot of shit.
Fan.
There's that Elizabeth Helseth. She lost a race for a Senate seat in 2018. Huma Abedin, what? The chick who they accuse of like scissoring with Hillary Clinton? Oh my God.
She's got some big teeth, but somehow her like eyes are hotter than AOC's.
Kristi Noem, of course, we're aware of her. Tulsi Gabbard, Casey Torresy. This is another one where they're trying to find hot chicks, so they're like, oh, we found a local city councilman from Michigan, and I don't know. I don't really know if that counts.
Kind of starting to think they don't exist.
Yeah, like they say, like we said yesterday, politics is Hollywood for ugly people.
I think politics, and like if you go into it hot, it does age you.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen before and after pics of Barack Obama when he started his presidency and then ended it?
You go in hot. Woo! You don't come out hot. Yeah.
Yeah, you did not come out of that hot.
All right. Whoa, what the fuck is going on? Oh, sorry. There was something that was auto-playing in the background. My fault. We are still 225 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute and help us knock it out, become a 2.6%er. We need you 225 away in about an hour until we rattle the cans. Just a measly 225 away from being self-sufficient here on Steel Toe and knocking out our last goal of the week. Everybody chip in with 5 or 10. We'll knock this out in no time. 225 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo. We're getting into the last hour of being able to do business here. If you want to contribute, please do. We need to knock that number down. Thank you. Boys and girls, let's start a rally so the fun can continue. An alleged WhatsApp leak shows that Hunter Biden was with Joe Biden while messaging a Chinese businessman, threatening that the man sitting next to me would make his life hell unless he paid up. God, I tell you, all of Hunter Biden's shit is like he doesn't protect it. He doesn't like. Why did they put so much responsibility in this fucking moron's hands? Doesn't Joe Biden have a nephew or a niece or a somebody he can trust with his corruption and his bullshit deals? Not crackhead Biden who, again, I believe every conversation he's had, whether his father was involved or not, is going to come out eventually because he doesn't protect any of this shit.
You just be a little more discreet, please.
I love that the person who tweeted this said, game changer, and put sirens in there. Bombshell evidence revealed by IRS whistleblowers about how the DOJ rigged the Hunter Biden criminal investigation. Forensic tax evidence of ill-gotten millions from China and Ukraine. Obstruction by DOJ. Leaking to Biden lawyers. Tampering with evidence, etc. I love how they're all like, game changer, this and that. It's like, guys, how long have you been around this shit? Is it really a game changer?
It's not.
Or is it just going to be another thing they have to cover up? Because, like, to the Biden White House, this is what this latest Hunter Biden thing is. Fucking Hunter, we're going to have to clean this one up for him, too.
How come they haven't done anything to get him to, like, go away yet? Just, I don't know where they'd put him.
Because he is the guy who buries all the bodies.
Yeah, but he also exposes them first. So...
But like you can't.
I don't know.
It's kind of weird. They've entangled him so much with them that they can't untangle him, like get him loose from them without them going down.
He's like a brain tumor entangled in all your nerve endings. Yeah. You can't get him out.
The time to not involve Hunter Biden has come and gone.
Long ago.
Long time ago. So now this one where they have WhatsApp. Isn't WhatsApp a Chinese thing too?
I don't know.
I like that Hunter plays on the visiting team's court. I like that.
Well, he likes them.
They found a WhatsApp chat from Hunter Biden where he openly threatens the Chinese with his dad's involvement and says, my dad's sitting right here. So while he's blackmailing the Chinese and taking bribes from the Communist Party in his dad's name, he lets them know that his dad is present while he's doing it.
Right. Yep.
Oh. And and to the people who are going game changer and this and that, don't do me a favor. Don't build yourself up to that level.
Don't get your hopes up too high.
Don't get your hopes up and go, oh, we're finally going to get him. They're not going to get him.
And
Hunter and Joe Biden have been now proven to have done far worse than anything Donald Trump ever did, times multiples.
And
Donald Trump is currently facing a charge, and Joe Biden and Hunter Biden just pleaded out of his shit. So that's, as far as this being a game changer, I don't believe it.
I get sick of saying too, like, this would never fly if it was Trump or his kids. Like, I get sick of saying that, and I feel like I'm obligated to every single time this happens for some reason. But like, if the shoe were on the other foot, this would be just, you're imprisoned immediately.
Yes. I have difficulty cleaning my butthole with $10. Australian says, I spent 2 years in Australia because Red Bar and these Aussies had a watch on the clothes I wore. I wore because I have difficulty cleaning my own hole. True story. Oh man, that almost makes me feel bad. Now I almost feel bad for what a tortured, abused boy you've been. That's tough, man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now 2:20 away from hammering it out today. Let's everybody get involved and let's hammer out that last 2:20 for this morning and for the week. Another successful steel toe week.
Let's do it.
Just 2:20 away. Everybody contribute just a little. Become a member. That's a great way to do it. Plus, you get some benefits there. So apparently, Hunter said, "Oh God, he gets those messaging fingers, and he just can't stop himself.
He cannot stop."
Here was the message that he sent. I am sitting here with my father.
Okay.
First off, when you're pulling off a corrupt deal with a Chinese businessman, you don't incriminate your father right off the bat, because the one thing that your dad's supposed to be able to do when this all comes up as a rigged thing is your dad's supposed to say, oh, he did it all by himself. Right. I had nothing to do with any of that. You know, what are you going to do?
He's supposed to skate on this shit.
Yeah, he's supposed to be able to skate. You're supposed to be the patsy. And what does he do? I'm incriminating my father immediately. And we would like to understand why the commitment has not been fulfilled, meaning their money. Mm-hmm. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand. And now means tonight. Boy, for a crackhead, he is pushy.
Well, I assume they would be. They're very antsy.
Yes. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, and now he's got other people's names tied up in this thing. I tell you what, man. The United States, because his daddy's president, might protect Hunter Biden, but the Chinese might want to crack at him eventually.
Right. This isn't going to be good. Yeah, how pissy are they getting that they keep getting outed?
Well, and they got to be getting nervous because a little bit comes out at a time. They're like, oh, shit, what haven't they released?
It's like putting a puzzle together, but you only get allotted like 2 pieces per month or something.
I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. 3 times he implicated his father in this whole thing. Oh, man. And Joe Biden just wanted to sit there and enjoy his pudding.
Joe Biden's getting a paternity test forged to prove that's not his son. He was actually an adopted child.
He cannot stop fucking up. And look, I see everybody going, holy shit, wow, this is crazy, so on and so forth. Yeah, it is. But until something actually happens, I have no confidence that anything's going to happen.
Right. And it won't. And I'm sure once Trump beats this most recent charge, there'll be another one coming down the road somewhere for something.
Yeah.
He looked at someone wrong.
Yeah.
It's a hate crime.
Does China even care what the U.S. thinks of them at this point? I mean, they paid for it, so they should. Zen Rhino says, is the chairman Xi Jinping? Because if so, Hunter might be taking a dirt nap soon. Yeah. I would say that if the Chinese start to, at the very least, the Chinese would contact us, like mafia hits. If it's a made man, you got to contact the other family.
Right.
And be like, look, we need to go after this guy. I'm sorry, but he's
a problem.
He's a problem
He's
for us now.
a loose cannon.
Let's see what else they found out.
Whistleblowers claim the Biden Department of Justice.
Oh man, I tell you what, this guy is good. This is the guy who's going to bring them all to heel. Old Lispy Magoo over here.
Is intervening and overstepping when it comes to the investigation of the president's son. Despite what whistleblowers described as a clear-cut case for tax liability on these payments, IRS investigators say they found themselves hamstrung internally. The testimony...
Well, no shit. What do you think? The president, the guy who runs the show, is going to be like, oh, yeah, you guys need to investigate my son. I mean, he's clearly cheating on taxes and not reporting income. That's his dad's income he's not reporting.
Right. You can't do that.
Yeah, you think Joe Biden's going to tell the IRS, oh, now remember, be absolutely thorough and make sure you hold me totally accountable for anything you find that's fucked up. In fairness to him, no president's ever done that.
No. And if he did, as if his son wouldn't just absolutely turn him in, too. Like
his son just starts ratting on everybody.
It's mutually assured destruction.
We have just released details a lack of U.S. attorney independence, recurring unjustified delays, unusual actions outside the normal course of any investigation, a lack of transparency across the investigation and prosecution teams, and bullying and threats from the defense counsel. This was a campaign of delay, divulge, and deny.
I'm amazed that people who are actually inside the game have this much passion for this shit. Because if we can watch from the outside and go, nothing's going to happen here. First of all, there's a Democratic Senate and a Democratic president. So you're not getting this done for at least another 2 years. And by that time, aren't you, your plan is to get this guy out of the White House. So what's the point then?
I think maybe they just have to try. They've got it. They can't just sit there and do nothing.
They can show their constituents that they're doing something.
Yeah, they can't just sit and pretend it's not happening.
I mean,
I don't think that would go well for
Hunter
them.
Biden is a scumbag, a tax cheat, this thing, that thing, the other thing. I mean, yeah, we all know. So what are you guys going to do about it? Anything?
Fucking nothing.
Any plans? Yeah, you'll do fucking nothing. All right, guys, it is officially past 9 o'clock. We need to knock that goal out today. We need to have a successful week of Steel Toe. We do appreciate all of your support. If everybody could throw in just a little bit, we'll knock down that 220. We need to hammer that out. We are so close to having another successful week of Steel Toe. So if you can contribute, please do become a member. That's great. But throw a few bucks in PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, whatever you can. Knock out that 220 as we are 55 minutes away from rattling the cans and doing our filthy, disgusting e-beggar act to try and get that money needed to keep Steel Toe on the air. Around 4:30 a.m., a Florida family of four. Try that one.
Florida family of four.
It's not easy. A Florida family of four drove themselves to the emergency room at Santa Rosa Hospital. They complained that they couldn't sleep and had been up all night chatting. The family reported feeling weird. Now,
okay.
Usually if you can't sleep, you don't go to the doctor.
Right.
But if you
turn something on the TV and just try.
But there is that kind of feeling if you're overstimulated where you feel out of control. Like you can tell, holy shit, we're talking a lot. We're not going to sleep. But you can't help it.
It's like being over-caffeinated.
Yeah.
It's that weird jitters.
What could the culprit be? Sitting up late, staring into the darkness, chatting uncontrollably, feeling weird. Then, to their surprise, 3 familiar faces entered the emergency room, reporting the exact same symptoms. The 3 new patients had sat with them at the same hibachi station at Nico Japanese Steakhouse for dinner early that evening.
Okay.
All 7 patrons tested positive for meth.
Oh, no. Oh, would you like your onion flame tower with a side of meth?
Sake or methamphetamine. Sake or speed. You get to choose tonight. It's a special.
Wow. Why not have both?
The patients said that the chef had been using 2 different soy sauce bottles. One was a thicker consistency than the other. The mother remembered asking about it, and the chef ignored her. He was probably too busy making the onion volcano. Okay, all right. Santa Rosa police got a warrant and went to the restaurant and tested the soy sauces. They found that some bottles tested positive for meth. But then they tested sealed packets of soy sauces as a control Those also tested positive for meth.
What?
So they ruled the prior results false positives. So all of these people come into the emergency room complaining of symptoms consistent with being high on meth.
Yeah.
One of the bottles or multiple bottles test positive for meth, but then the soy sauce packets test positive for meth. So they go, oh, no, you guys aren't high on meth, even if you're showing all the symptoms. It wasn't the hibachi grill that you were all sitting at. The only thing you guys have in common. That said, when police indicated which hibachi station the patients had been sitting at, the restaurant manager said that station was not scheduled to be in use that night.
Oh, yeah? Why?
They're all sitting at a hibachi. They're getting geeked on meth. And the restaurant owner says, oh, that station's not even supposed to be open tonight. When asked if there was anything else suspicious about the night, the manager remembered something odd. There was a stranger at the restaurant dressed as a hibachi chef. He said he was a new hire and accessed the kitchen multiple times before they asked him to leave.
Are we trying to deal meth through soy sauce now? We just have meth-flavored soy sauce flavored meth, right?
He turned out to be a sushi chef from a competing restaurant who had been fired because he was always moving erratically and talking to people who weren't there.
Well, that's just a good time.
So he was a complete speed freak and they had to cut him loose. And to get back at the place that fired him, he decided to go pretend to be a cook at the other place and drug people at hibachis that weren't supposed to be used.
Boy, to go with the sauce packets, too.
This guy's good.
Do you have to, inject that shit in there?
Right? And
how?
No, you can't because you'd have to get it sealed.
Right. You'd have to use the world's tiniest gauge needle to poke a hole in there and inject.
However, the man has no history of narcotics in his record. Well, there is a first time for everything. The restaurant employee said no one tampered with the guests' food, and the police could find no concrete evidence of meth contamination at the restaurant. So they dropped the investigation.
So that just means that family had done meth on their own and they're lying?
I guess that's how it's being pitched. But
the soy sauce.
Yes. Right.
I know. Well, that's the one we all go to now, right? If you want a good time.
Hey, if you want a good time, you got to go to that one. You just got to eat in moderation unless you OD on on calamari.
This was Florida, right?
Yes. Again.
We just drop investigations on hibachi soy sauce with meth in it.
Yes. 7 people show up to the hospital all going, I can't shut the fuck up and I can't go to sleep. What's the deal? And all 7 of them, the only thing they have in common is they sat at a hibachi together at a Nico steakhouse. And there was some guy who was drugging the food who worked for the other restaurant and got fired and snuck in to go cook at a hibachi that was not supposed to be in operation. And the cops go, well, we've done our best we can. I guess we'll move on.
I'm impressed on so many levels. I'm impressed that people can just kind of poo-poo the, it's just meth sauce. But how do you get it in there? Who did that?
Don't know.
It would be the better tasting meth, right?
Soy sauce flavored meth is at least the good stuff. Balls Deep with $5 says, found a $5 in my sock.
Nice.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, WhatsApp is a Facebook text message app. Okay, so that's right.
Okay.
Fucked it up. Dub gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much. And that puts us at the 200 threshold. Thank you. And Lemmy with $5 says, alms for the poor. Oh, thank you. Alms for the poor are how we make our living these days. So an even 200 away from knocking it out, guys. We are getting closer and under 50 minutes, 50 to go until we rattle the cans and try to make it, keep this show going for one more week. Dave Sara says, them motherfuckers on hibachi, high on meth. I'll see myself off a bridge or in a Japanese forest. That's all right. I didn't read your joke right anyway. J-Dub Productions says, sounds like a weird Badger and Skinny Pete spin-off plot line.
Yeah, this is weird.
They go and they work at a hibachi, but they're not supposed to be there.
Can you imagine Badger doing hibachi?
It'd be a fun hibachi.
I'd rather have Skinny Pete.
Omega Wolf says they put the kick in Kikkoman.
Okay.
See?
Somebody tell me, though, how do you get it in the packet? I don't get it. I need help understanding how my drugs got in the sauce packet.
Unless you have one of those resealer things.
Did you make the packet yourself? Do you have a sealer?
How elaborate are you with this
don't-
poisoning the hibachi people with meth? That's elaborate.
That
Especially
is.
for people you don't know.
I think people are ignoring just how elaborate that is.
Yeah, like to poison a bunch of people you don't know because you're pissed off at a restaurant that fired you. So you go to the restaurant that fired you's competition to what? Prove that you're a loyal soldier and maybe they'll take you back? Hey, boss, I ruined this restaurant's reputation. I drugged a shitload of their customers for you.
I took down the competition. Well, then how about this new restaurant with the meth sauce?
The meth sauce.
Just totally not making sure that investigation goes down, too.
That might actually hit better in Florida than they think. The meth sauce might actually end up bringing people in.
It's very weird. But what if a kid ate it? Okay, kids eat hibachi.
It's going to be one funny fucking kid, I'll tell you that much. That kid's going to be entertaining for at least
I would not like to see a kid on meth.
Look, he's going to be entertaining for at least a few hours, and then after that, he's going to be quite a problem. You might have to get him into the doctor.
Going to be quite cranky coming down from that.
That come down's going to be a bit rough. J-Dub Production says Badger and Skinny Pete got it in the packet when they learned it from Walter White with the stevia. Oh.
But see, I always ask too, how did he get it in there, and how did he ensure that she's choosing that packet?
Mad Joe says they found a fortune cookie that said, "Don't mess with Kumia."
Boy, that guy gets around.
Well, yeah, if this guy did have a vacuum sealer and he was just sealing all of the soy sauce packets that he put meth in, that's elaborate as shit. You almost got to be impressed by
That means, in my opinion, you had to take that sealer home or order your own.
Yeah.
Because you can't do it in the kitchen. Somebody's going to see you.
Drifter Dave, Andy Furick, Laura Pickle, Grimace in Pain, and Bill Watson all getting memberships, by the way.
Thank you.
From Dub. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. As I said, we're at the 200 mark of today's show. That close to being done for the week and getting a half hour of overtime if we knock that number out.
Very exciting.
All right, it's graduation season. So obviously, as excited as people are and as glad as they are to be out of high school or out of college and be getting ready for the next step in their life, there are some hiccups along the way. You know, some schools might, I don't know if you know this about kids today, a little more mental illness than usual.
Tiny bit.
And a few of them might have a little bit of a flair for the dramatic. This was a TikTok taken at a high school. Doesn't matter where it is. But apparently this young woman was not happy that the high school did not let her make a speech at graduation.
Oh, don't we usually have just one of those?
You have a valedictorian.
Yeah.
And they make a speech.
Mm-hmm.
This woman was not the valedictorian. But she did feel that she should be allowed to speak. And the good news is, by God, nobody was going to stop this woman from speaking, even if she had to create her moment for herself.
Oh, no.
And, in April, in true dare to be great moments,
Yes.
sometimes you do have to grab the mic for yourself and create it.
Like, this is how your entire class is going to remember you now. They'll never see you again, but this is how they remember you.
Are you saying that this woman maybe doesn't have a lot of friends? Wait till you see her first. Maybe she grabbed the microphone and said something incredibly poignant. You don't know.
Maybe she finally told that guy she wants to fuck.
Oh,
that is
finally
important.
Worked up the bravery.
You might never see him again.
Something you forgot to do in your high school days.
That's mean, first
If
of all. That
only-
was my friend.
If only you would have told him.
Is that what I was doing wrong?
Yep.
Wow. See, now I figure that men just typically pick up on hints, and you
No.
don't have to just come out and say it. But again, this is my
gotta-
friend, remember? It's not me.
Right, your friend, of course. Your friend June. Hank Danger with $5 says, here's a little compensation for making you miss that ad read like a G-spot. Oh, I get it. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, have you guys ever been to one of these? When they cook on the flat top, they use plastic squeeze bottles with a screw on top. No, you can get the meth in there, but they also said they tested the soy sauce packets.
Right, there was the little packets. Like if you ever buy like a sushi pack and they've got the little soy sauce thing in there, you got to tear it open. Those things are sealed.
Those tested positive too. By the way, thank you guys. You got us down to 190.
Thank you.
We really, really appreciate that. 40 minutes away from rattling the cans and doing our e-beggar best to do a half hour of overtime. 190 away. Keep it going, guys. We're on our way. So let's watch this girl, as we said before, take initiative and find her time to speak.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Literally from the principal or the teacher or whoever the fuck it was, she rips the mic away from her. And now, okay, starts bad, right?
Starts bad, probably ends bad.
Well, wait a minute, I was just going to say. Now, they didn't let her speak. She has something to say. What if she takes that microphone from the teacher and she has something extremely poignant to deliver to the graduating class? Maybe she'll make all these adults feel silly for not letting her inspire the class to begin with.
I, too, will ask for forgiveness for my malfeasance.
But you're not changing your position. You think this goes left and stays left.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't let me get my moment, so I want to say my name is Kadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me.
You don't understand. She's Kami Wadabi Galabo.
I feel two ways about this.
She graduated today. Although, in fairness, April, in let's just say in some school systems, this actually is something to spike the football over. Not a lot of people do it in some school districts.
Oh, are you anything else you want to elaborate on?
I'm just saying that, this is an accomplishment that she felt was steal the mic worthy.
I feel like you're getting somewhere.
No, just
nowhere.
Just proud of her.
Am I the only one a little disappointed it's not juicier than this yet?
Oh,
And I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me. Oh, drops the mic.
So
that was it?
The woman filming thought that was good. So
wow.
You and I watched that and we all cringe. We're like, oh my God, what the fuck is she doing? What a lunatic.
Right.
The woman filming this is like, oh yeah, honey, she dropped a mic.
I bet that's going to get her so many men, so many takers.
Oh, she's going to score so much dick.
Oh, everyone wants her. She's not a problem.
From abducting the microphone from that old lady and then screaming at her.
What a weird thing.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. You didn't let me get my moment, so
You didn't let me get my moment. We literally put you in a cap and gown and let you walk and get a piece of paper because you can spell and read a little. And 2 + 2 = 4, which is pretty much what it takes to pass high school now.
That is your moment, though.
Yeah,
right?
you understand they let people pass high school now just to get them out of the district's hair. Like, they don't make you know shit to graduate from high school anymore.
There are some students where they walk across that platform, get their diploma, and get the fuck out of there, and all the teachers looking at each other and like,
yes.
Fucking thank God.
Yeah.
I've seen it before.
He thinks D-Day is part of the alphabet, but I don't give a shit. Just send him on.
Were there kids in your grade like that?
Look, there's some kids that played sports that I was really skeptical of.
Oh, really?
As to, they would tell me their grades, and I'm like, dude, you're retarded.
No, I'm not even talking about that. There was, I think, a couple guys for me and one girl where all the teachers like, that kid is just a problem. Just no matter what, causing problems in class. And it's like, that kid's got to get out of here.
I was a smart ass, and I was a funny kid, and I would disrupt a lot. So I think I might have been.
You were the kid.
Yeah, I might have been one of those kids. Actually, it's kind of like it is now for me.
Yeah.
Some of the teachers and staff were like, "Oh man, I'm gonna miss Imholte. Oh, he was funny." And then somebody like, "I fucking hate, I piece of shit." So it's really been this way my entire life. I seem to trigger very unstable people.
Were you some
and
teachers?
Then people who enjoy just kind of fucking around and having fun, they tend to really like me.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So
that is kind of the path you've taken.
Uptight people and people who take things in general too seriously really don't like me because I make fun of how seriously people take things. And that naturally pisses people off. They find me to be a little smart-ass.
That's kind of me too. Like yesterday, I said a couple times, like, you guys are being so silly. Like just the bottom of the barrel, lowbrow. Yeah. And everyone's like, oh, I don't know, I'm going to come back from that one.
Yeah. You guys, like the people, no offense, but the people who don't like this show, you guys are far more sensitive than you think you are. You're very stressed.
Let's go. You didn't let me get my moment, so I want to say my name is Kadijata Diallo, and I'm graduating today. I don't like how you snatched the mic out of my hand, so today is going to be all about me. Oh, drops the mic.
I love that woman. She's like, drops the mic. It's like, ma'am, this was a bad look. You're the only woman watching this and going, fuck yeah, that's my baby.
Don't you just kind of feel like nobody wants to hang out with you after that? Like, not even your friends?
No, like, you're not, like, you probably yelled yourself out of dick right there.
Yes.
Perhaps.
Those men are scared that you're going to scream at them.
LOS says, spikes the mic. So, Spear, we've come a long way. Good Lord, man.
Wow.
EK says, doesn't anyone else want to come cheese shopping with me?
Oh, my God.
Be a good way to fucking drop the mic, wouldn't it?
Well,
something else.
I just feel so let down that she couldn't just say something more interesting.
Right. Like, you had your time. We were
Right.
giving you ample amounts of time to discuss whatever you wanted. And you were like, yo, I'm going to make today all about me. All right, go ahead. You have the floor.
And
yo, this is my moment. This is the moment. All right, cool. What else? She didn't even like yell Black Lives Matter
Nothing.
or anything like that. She just kind of went,
fuck the police.
yeah, I
No,
would have
anything.
taken, whatever happened to a good fuck the
For
police.
George Floyd.
Yeah, you could have done it for George Floyd.
Graduate for George Floyd.
Yeah, you graduated for him. Yell something. If you're going to take a microphone, make sure you make it a thing. Don't just sit there and go, my name is Yaniqua Benitez, and y'all is motherfuckers. Okay, good.
I just feel like that was very anticlimactic.
But in fairness, again, she did have one fan in the crowd. That was a mic drop
Oh,
moment
shit.
for her. Yeah. Oh, shit, drop the mic.
That's probably your mom.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised.
no, and then what? Yeah, her dad's filming?
No, her mom clearly filmed it on her phone.
Okay, sorry. I was confused.
I don't know why you had to bring dads into this, Aaron.
Well, never mind.
What'd they do?
Nothing. A veteran Delta pilot who will we still have the Adam Schiff thing coming up too. I haven't gotten to Adam Schiff yet today. We'll do that. 190 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to the program, 190 away from knocking it out. A veteran Delta pilot who allegedly showed up drunk for a flight from Scotland to New York City. I mean, if you're going to get shit-faced, I mean, Scotland's a good place to do it.
Are they big drinkers? I know the Irish are. I don't pay attention.
The Scottish?
I don't know many Scottish people.
I don't know if they're actually sober. I think they might be I think they might be ancestrally shit-faced.
Okay.
A veteran Delta pilot who allegedly showed up for a flight from Scotland to New York City has been ordered not to fly in the UK's airspace as he faced charges for his alleged reckless conduct. You know, every time they catch a pilot shit-faced, all it makes me think of is all the pilots they've never caught shit-faced.
It kind of scares me.
Like, how many times have you flown with a pilot who was fucked up?
Yeah, because you do see them, like, when you're in the airport and you see them walking through and stuff, you do kind of wonder if they make a pit stop or two.
And if that's the case...
Because I do.
If a lot of them are shit-faced, and that's the way it is, they all seem to be getting us to our destination fine. You know, a lot of the reasons you can't drive a car drunk is because there's lots of other cars on the road, and you might ram into one. If you're shit-faced driving a plane, flying a plane, once you get it in the air and you get it away from the other takeoff flights, you can either autopilot that shit and set your route, or you can, you can look over at your co-pilot and you go, look, I'm going to level with you. Radios are off. I'm fucking toasty right now. I could probably fly this plane to this destination. Why don't you take the controls? I'll try to take a little nap, drink some coffee. I'll get straightened away.
Yeah.
You take over for today.
I
have a feeling that a lot of the pilots I've had have probably been a little intoxicated. And I'm okay with it. They've gotten the plane there fine. They had a few you're bored. What are you going to do? You're going to have a few drinks.
I will not go as far as say I'm okay with it. I'll be honest.
The only reason
No
that I am okay with it is because I'm sure it's happened to me before and they just don't tell you.
Okay, but I will raise you this. If you're on the flight, you're buckled in and you're about to take off and the flight attendants are telling you, all right, guys, let's have some fun. We got a drunk pilot up here. He's having a party. They let you know. Are you scared now?
You don't tell them that the pilot's
I'm just asking,
drunk.
if you knew they were drunk, would you still feel okay with it?
No. It's like, being trans if I'm on a date. Don't tell me until I need to know.
What? You'd rather just go through the whole thing and then find out?
Right. Just if we're on a date and we're having a good time, just, let's have the good time. And then when it's time for me to, do anything, then tell me you've got a dick and then I can skedaddle. Just don't let it go too far. That's all. Just don't let the whole thing go too far.
I don't know.
God, you're no fun.
I like to be drunk when I'm on the ground. I would rather not be drunk when I have a chance of crashing into said ground. That's all. I love a good time.
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
want to have that kind of risky good time.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think the pilots are at risk of, like, it's not like driving drunk where there's other cars on the road and you're going to go, and I'm not saying I want my pilot to be like drooling over the controls, but like a little alert, a little toasty, maybe slurring his words just a little bit. And he can take that. You know, have you ever been in that drunk pocket where you're loose? You can kind of do shit because
like
you're looser.
Goose?
Yeah, you're all loosey-goosey and you're like, yeah, I can fucking do this. And you're cruising, you're doing shit.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah, that kind of drunk.
That is all fine and well and fun. But are you telling me that there's no traffic up in the air? There's no traffic up there, nothing you could hit?
There is air traffic. That's why I don't want drunk air traffic controllers.
So the pilots are fine.
Pilots are fine. You can do their drunk. Yeah, Mick KM says, I've never heard of a crash due to pilot drunk.
Okay. You guys, you know what? You're selling me on it a little. I'm not buying just yet, but I'm listening.
Everything cool within reason, says Mick. I like, yeah, just in reason. You know, keep it reasonable. Don't take advantage. Don't get too fucked up, but, have fun out there.
I'll give you a drink just to take the edge off.
He also says submarine pilot was sober. Look how that worked out.
You don't know he was sober.
That's true.
Did anyone ever say that?
Why do you think it went up in flames so easily? There was so much booze on board.
Yeah, it's just lined with booze.
All right, guys, we got 30 minutes until we rattle the cans and beg our way to success this week. 190 away. Let's go on a rally under 150. That's striking distance once we fire up the music. 30 minutes of overtime if we knock that out. 30 minutes, half hour to go until we get to the begathon portion. 190, close to having a successful week. Let's load up the rest. If you feel like chipping in, let's everybody get involved, and then it won't take that much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, memberships, gifted memberships. Load it up. Do it all. 190 away. Let's make it one more successful week of Steel Toe. So Lawrence Russell Jr., 62, was charged Friday under the UK's Railways and Transportation Safety Act of 2003, which imposes limits on alcohol consumption for crew members. See, now I would let the flight attendants get drunk if they wanted. That could be fun, drunk flight attendants.
That could be very fun, but also they do need to be able to help.
Look, again, you have a very college attitude about this, where it's either they're sober or they're pissing on themselves. I'm saying, remember this phrase, I'm saying a little toasty.
I like what they said. They impose limits. Okay, like I said, I'll give you a drink to take the edge off if you're a pilot.
Of course you would be okay with limits, you fascist.
I'm only talking about while you're in the air.
Let these pilots police themselves. Do you not trust our heroes?
Okay, fine. Here, I'm removing all limits. Get drunk, piss yourselves. I don't care. Fuck while you're flying. I don't care.
That's why we have two of them.
Let everyone in your cockpit.
That's why you have two pilots. Well, don't. I mean, there's people in there with box cutters, for God's sake. We might get another 9/11. But
I'm driving from now on. I'm doing some road trips.
You have two pilots. Let them, like I said, let them work.
What if I started doing road trips, but then a drunk pilot crashes its plane right into me anyways?
On a road trip, you're going to get a kamikaze thing.
Yeah.
Again, like Mick said, there's never been a plane that's crashed because the pilot was too drunk.
Never say never. It just maybe hasn't happened yet.
He appeared Monday in Edinburgh Sheriff's Court, where he made no plea and was remanded in custody, committed for further examination. God, how fucked up was he?
See, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It was probably not a 1 or 2 drink situation. He was probably like somebody had to goon arm him onto the plane.
Russell was expected to appear in court again within the next 8 days, but during a short video meeting Wednesday, he was granted bail by Sheriff Gordon Little. One condition being sprung states that he may not fly within UK airspace until the case has been disposed of. Oh, shucks. You mean I don't get to fly in the UK? Now, Russell, whose address was given as Georgia, USA, had also spent the weekend in custody, according to the outlet. He was accused of being over the legal limit when he showed up at Edinburgh Airport on Friday for flight DL-209, which was canceled at the last minute with the passengers bound for JFK already on board.
You can't find another pilot?
Yeah.
Do you know how mad you are?
Well, yeah, they could find another pilot, but they would have to go to the bar to get him. And that would kind of defeat the purpose of replacing the current guy.
God, I just feel that's a bad day. You're waiting to go back to your country.
Give it a shot.
You're on the plane.
That's what I'm saying. Let him fly the plane. He'll be fine.
Got plenty of water to crash in.
Yeah, all of these people. Yeah, you might hit a sub on your way down.
You might find it.
In Scotland, the legal blood alcohol limit for airline staff is 20 milligrams of alcohol in 100 milliliters of blood. So is that, I don't know what that means. For drivers, it is 50 milligrams of alcohol in 100 milliliters of blood. Okay, so we're talking about 0.03 is the legal limit for pilots.
Right.
Don't you think that should be up a little higher?
No, I don't. I can't side with you on that one. I'm sorry.
How about 0.06?
No.
How about 0.06?
I think it's fine. For most jobs in general, you can't drink on the job. Okay? I think when people's lives are at stake in the air, I think it's okay to request that they're sober.
I just feel like some people are a little more loose and a little more, ready to go if they've had a couple under their belt.
What, for a game of Tippy Cup?
I get. All right. Well, fine.
I mean, you can
Spirit would allow this kind of thing.
You can always get drunk after. Can't you?
In a statement last week, Delta said Delta confirms that one of its crew was taken into custody this morning at EDI Airport. Delta is assisting the authorities with their ongoing inquiries. We apologize to customers impacted by the cancellation. The airline said its alcohol policy is among the strictest in the industry, and we have no tolerance for violation.
I think that's fair.
The no fun rule for the airline pilots.
I think it is all fair and well for some professions to have the no fun rule. What about a neurosurgeon? Are you going to say they have a couple drinks?
No, they're operating on my body. But what I'm saying is there's a co-pilot, there's autopilot, there's so much machinery in there now.
I don't know, man.
And I'm not saying you can get fucked up, but, a little tipsy. I think they'll be
For some people, a drink or two does a lot. Okay, we've seen you drink.
All right, fine. Well, then guess what? You just lost me as an airline pilot. If I can't get
if I can't drink, I'm not flying.
Triple N says, April the fun police.
Yeah.
Here she comes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Drunk driving is safer than hangover or Jonesin driving, says Roots Calhoun. I'd like to see the study behind that one.
I can see maybe the hungover part. Because you
do feel miserable.
When you're drunk driving, you're probably on most people, I would say, if you have like any wits about you still, you're like tip top of your game, trying not to get caught.
Yeah.
But then hungover driving, you could be distracted puking, you could be falling asleep. I don't know.
Roots Calhoun says drunk driving is better, Brian says you bowl better and you play pool better and darts better.
Okay, that's fine. Drinking. Do the fun things.
Darts are flying.
Are there human bodies on it, and you have to land in the particular spot?
I mean, you're close enough, right?
Close enough.
See, wouldn't that be funny if you had a guy who was drunk flying a plane, and you were going to Charlotte, and he took you to Raleigh, and he was like, close enough. You can all drive from here.
Yeah, but he lands in a cornfield.
Well, I mean, look, you just
close
said,
enough, right?
Yeah, you were close enough. You'll be fine.
Oh, man.
Dr. Lemonade says Dr. Cox already settled this. Yeah, when he said you can't come to work drunk, you're not airline pilots. Mythbusters,
I understand. I'm in the minority here.
Mythbusters proved that distracted driving is as dangerous as driving under the influence.
I do believe that's true.
Okay, I have a question for you. John Miller brings up an interesting point. What if they do coke to balance themselves out? Is it okay then by you?
Yes, let's have a glitchy pilot.
But if they got a little booze in them, they're kind of getting the plane, they're like this, but they go, oh, God, I plugged up both my nostrils there. I can't do coke. I got to try this one. I might have tapped this one out. But if they come up on the plane and they just go, and they take a little bump, and then all of a sudden they're like, all right, I can fly this plane. Do you feel better or worse if they do that?
I feel worse because what if there's a little flock of geese coming and stuff, and he looks up and he sees one and he's like, ah! And he just like totally jerks the whole thing.
Guys,
it's over.
CK Benzona is right. Just a complete fuddy-duddy over here. They can't drink and fly. They can't do coke to balance themselves out. You just want them to fully abstain from alcohol.
Just be a passenger if you want to drink and fly. Come on.
All right.
You don't have to be a pilot.
Look, I'm wrong. Elliot Page's non-functional lap lump says coke pilot over drunk pilot.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, though, with Dario Delfino has my point. Some cokeheads get too paranoid and frantic. I agree. You're going to be glitchy. You're going to be tweaking.
Or maybe you'll get there faster.
Yeah, that's probably good.
All right, boys and girls, 190 away from today's goal, 20 minutes away from rattling the cans. We need to knock that number down, and we need to do it in the next 20 minutes or so we can hopefully have a successful week of Steel Toe. Your contributions are what keep us on the air, and we are 190 away at the moment. We got off to a great start this morning. Let's get off to a great finish. Keep chipping in those bucks, and let's get Steel Toe on the successful track today.
Yes.
It's a pass or fail test for April and I today, and we'll see if we pass or we fail. 190 away. There's the links in the chat. Go ahead and click one of them. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. To everyone who has contributed, thank you so much. You're the only reason we're able to do this at all. For the rest of us, for the rest of you, rather, I guess us. I didn't throw in anything today. For the rest of you, throw in a little bit. Let's knock this out. Nebo says it's like PBS, except you don't learn anything. You just waste time and money. Now, Nebo, why? Was that not... Did we not just have a lot of fun? Would your day had not have been less than if we hadn't done that story? How dare you, sir?
I'd like to do some overtime. What do you got for us?
I've got our entire 8 and 9 o'clock hours worth of stories. I have a shitload of stuff.
You made it through nothing today?
For overtime. Well, we're in the last 7 o'clock hour story now. Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff, to me, is the absolute example of a wiener guy.
He's a stiff.
And on Wednesday, the House voted largely along party lines to pass a censure on Adam Schiff. Now, Adam Schiff is the guy who pushed forward all the Steele dossier stuff, all the Mueller investigation stuff. If any of the Russian misinformation, like hookers pissing on beds, like all the shit that turned out to be not true and fake and a frame job of Donald Trump.
Yes.
If it was out there, this guy pushed it. And anyone who didn't push it or anyone who denied it was a Russian agent. And Adam Schiff was the biggest fucking worm when it came to the Trump administration and all the fake scandals and stuff like that. He was the worst guy. So now that the Republicans have the House, they want to make sure they're on record as, putting a blight on this guy's passport or whatever the fuck this does. Now, it's a significant rebuke of a vocal Trump critic by the House Republican majority. The House voted 213 to 209 to pass the resolution, which cites the former House Intelligence Committee chair's allegations of ties between Trump and Russia. So this guy was in charge of the House Intelligence Committee. He was in charge of looking into everything, investigating everything, and he was obsessed with this Trump-Russia thing.
Yep.
And he put it out there, and he ran people through the mud, and he did all this stuff. Well, now that it's turned out that the Trump-Russia stuff was pretty much all bullshit, now they want to hold this guy accountable for basically holding up that process.
Big old witch hunt.
Yeah, for however many years he was there. Here's my problem with that, though. Aren't the Republicans going to spend these next 2 years doing the exact same thing? And I get it. Like, Biden's got actual shit. Like, he's got this bribery stuff and all that.
I got to say this time, I don't have a problem with it.
Doesn't every party, when they get in charge of the House or the Senate and a separate, the other party is in power in the presidency, don't they all try to find dirty shit on the guy?
I think that is part of politics, but this
he
time,
made shit up.
Right.
Yeah.
You totally wrecked shit for somebody and held people up from probably more important things they could have been investigating, that's for sure.
A censure is a severe condemnation over violations of the House's rules or behavioral code that don't rise to the level of expulsion. So it's a finger wag, it's a naughty boy, you're a bad guy, and how could you do that to us?
Right.
That's basically all they did to him. Now, as far as like, you're supposed to be doing this, you're supposed to be doing that. If you're Adam Schiff, if you're running the investigations or the intelligence or whatever. Yeah, he was misdoing his job. He wasn't doing his job right. But again, I mean, I feel like this isn't, it just feels personal. It feels like this guy was such a cunt, So they're like, we're going to call this guy a cunt on the House floor and then move on. Like, it doesn't accomplish anything. It's one of those deals where Republicans can point at Democrats and go, ha ha, look what we did to your guy. It's kind of more of that team politics stuff. Like, I don't think censoring Adam Schiff is going to do anything.
No.
But it's just something that people can, look at the other side and go, ha ha, we got you with one.
I don't know. I guess when somebody was that personal for no good reason, like if somebody did that to the Biden family, there's clearly reason to be doing it. This guy had none, so he is kind of a cunt. I don't have a problem with him just being called a cunt. As
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy tried to read out the resolution, House Democrats gathered on the floor in solidarity with Schiff, repeatedly shouting him down. So it's good to see that our professionalism continues to erode. We had 2 Republicans yesterday calling each other little bitches on the House floor. Now we've got them shouting shame and all that stuff.
Decorum has been lost.
Decorum is not exactly a thing. The measure introduced by Representative Anna Paulina Luna. She's one of the hot politicians.
She's the young hottie.
From yesterday.
Yeah.
Initially included a $16 million fine, which spurred 20 Republicans to vote with Democrats last week to kill it. So then she removed the fine, and then it passed. So basically what happened with this Adam Schiff guy was this Luna wanted to punish him and actually, make this stick and like, hey, and you have to pay back the American people for all the bullshit you put them through. Mm-hmm. And then even the Republicans went, hey, wait a minute. No. Look, we're not going to actually do this to make like a difference or anything. We're just trying to, do some, what do they call that? Some, virtue signaling to our base so they can get excited about something.
Little pander.
Remove the actual consequence of doing this and then we'll vote for you. That's why I'm saying this is kind of like patty cake and this is kind of just like more of that pro wrestling shit in politics. It's like, oh yeah, we're going to hold this Schiff guy accountable. All right, here's the consequence. Oh no, you got to get rid of the consequence first. Then we'll punish the guy.
I think I would be more for it if there was consequence and if it happened consistently. Like to both sides when they did shit that, like his accusations never came to fruition. In fact, it was false. Like I wish there were a consequence for that because it would mean a little something.
Maybe, yeah, but then the Republicans wouldn't go for it.
Because think of just you could not go on a news station on the TV or channel. You can look it up online like without that shit being everywhere. It was Trump and Russia. It was like infiltrating everything for forever.
I don't really know what it would take.
That's all that guy's fault.
Yeah, I don't know what it would take to get me like excited about a political thing because it's been too much of the showmanship and the pro wrestling part where I'm like, I don't even think any of this is real anymore.
I agree. It's hard to even have a candidate that you like and like trust anything they're saying.
Right.
Because even kind of like the DeSantis thing, like, oh, you said a whole bunch of stuff about the streets of San Francisco and how nasty it is, but what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, and Coltrane says the difference is he lied and made the stuff up 100%. Yes, you're absolutely right. Adam Schiff is a complete piece of shit. Like I said, he's like the original wiener guy. But at the same time, there's no consequence. They're just wagging a finger at him and saying, you're a bad boy. Bad boy. They didn't rub his nose in it. When they tried to fine him over it, the Republicans went, well, no, ma'am, you don't understand how this works. We don't actually do stuff here. We just make it look like we're doing stuff
I
here.
would prefer there to be consequences for both sides when they do that.
Yeah. Let's Go Guy with $50 says, let's go.
Wow.
Thank you, Let's Go Guy. And Fauci's Pangolin.
Thank you.
Gifting a membership to Stealth Chaos. Thank you. And Bobby with $5 over on PayPal. And boys and girls, just like that, we are 150. We're within striking distance of knocking out today's goal and making it a successful week for Steel Toe. Let's fucking go there.
Solid. I like it a lot.
Let's Go Guy be the impetus for the rally that pushes us up over the edge. 150 away. There's all the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. You've got it. Let's do it. About 10 minutes until we rattle the cans, and then we'll see if we do 30 minutes of overtime today. Do me a big favor. Hit like. Hit subscribe. Throw a little thumbs up there for the Steel Toe. We really appreciate it, and it really helps our program out. So thank you very much for your likes, for your subs, and for everything else.
Share with your friends over the weekend.
Absolutely tell your friends about Steel Toe. Kotod with $5 says it's not real. D's and R's pretend to hate each other, so we will hate each other and not notice that both parties are fucking us. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
There's a whole bunch of that. Of course.
I agree with you. But that also doesn't mean that this Adam Schiff wasn't a piece of shit.
I think pieces of shit should be equally punished when they're pieces of shit.
Yeah, William Halverson says misinformation and actual interference in an election. It's exactly what they accuse others of. Yeah, exactly. Brian Boswick says, can you rattle April's cans on YouTube? Won't that get you kicked off? Come on, guys. We're only 145 away. Let's do this thing.
Oh, that felt so nice. But you got to even it out quick. Just real quick.
Okay. Just another one? All right. I'm biting. I'm getting really fucking aggressive. Now all of a sudden
they've been rattled.
It's going to be some submarine in action going on pretty soon here. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm heating up over here.
I'm horning up. The table keeps... God damn fucking table. God, son of a...
My things are falling.
Yeah. No, not at 28. I hope not.
No, not those.
By things, she means her uterus. She's pink socking. She's having a prolapse. Yeah.
No. I don't want to be in a vaginal mesh class action lawsuit.
We need a vaginal mesh.
No.
I hope nobody on the stream actually saw me go into my serial killer tongue bite, because I kind of did.
He is kind of terrifying. He does do that.
I get aggressive. I'm an angry lover.
You hear that, guys? I hear everyone's talking about it.
Oh, I'm violent. The authorities need to get involved. JJ says, I'm a right boob guy too. Right one always gets more attention.
That's not your favorite one.
No, left one's my favorite. The right one was just closer. That's all.
You do play favorites, though.
Herman the Great with 199 says, a donation on behalf of Chad Zumach. Oh, the girl who wants to marry me.
Oh, you are into blondes.
What a sweetie pie. 145 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. 145 away and 10 minutes away from rattling the cans. There's Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5 on potatoes. Pay putt. 140 away. All of a sudden, there's a rally, and we're 140 away. Let's do this. Ro Jogan says Chandler is asleep and Corndiff is out in the fields, so good luck. Yep, we'll see if we can do it.
Oh.
It's only 140, and I think it's doable. You guys have got it. Coltrane says they are all buddies. Schiff is absolutely a fucking snake. Dude deserves a lot worse than what he got. Yeah, I think paying back the American people for the time they wasted is something that every politician should be held accountable for.
Yeah, that's my take.
But as you saw in this Schiff thing, the Republicans are too big of chicken shits to do it.
Yeah, I think almost one of the perks of being a politician is you don't have to have consequences.
All you have to do is make the voters think that you're going to hold people accountable.
Right.
You have to have the illusion of holding them accountable, and then you're okay. Yeah. LOS says, somebody make sure that donation wasn't from a...
Stolen credit card.
Oh, I fucking had my thing muted.
Stolen credit card.
Help.
Matt Melt with $4.99 says the House doesn't have the legal authority to place fines. They need to go through an actual legal process. Oh, okay. So that's why they didn't vote for it. All right. Well, 135 away from knocking it out. Thank you guys very much. We are rolling
in the deep. I'm sorry.
With a few minutes left until we rattle the cans.
Don't hurt me.
135 away. Too late. MSNBC has pissed off Muslims. This is my favorite thing about I've said this before.
So excited.
This is my favorite thing about the big tent that progressives are trying to build. Black people, Latinos, Muslims, gay and trans people, and let's celebrate Pride Month to the hilt. And now all of a sudden these gays or these Muslims, Latinos, and blacks that you've organized together are going, look.
Biting their lips a little.
I'm not saying I'm a Republican, but I'm saying don't push me.
Right. Those people don't like those things, or they're not as tolerant.
I ain't a righty, but don't push me. A gay man's butthole is nothing like getting pussy. Sorry, I had to do a little Tupac for the Muslims.
It's gushy.
Camo Girl with $4.99 says, here's some dollars for finding out I'm having a baby boy.
Aww.
Congratulations, Camo Girl.
Congrats.
May your first child be a masculine child.
That is the kind of baby to have.
130 away from hitting it today. And you guys are welcome to do it on PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, or memberships. You guys are getting very, very close here. So a top leader of the Council on American Islamic Relations issued a scathing response to Muslim MSNBC hosts who scolded their fellow Muslims for opposing LGBTQ lessons for their children. So remember that story out of Michigan where they banned like the pride flag and teaching pride shit in schools? And then they showed you, and everyone was like, that fucking racist council, they suck. And then they showed it and it was all Muslims.
Yeah.
MSNBC is not happy about that because remember, if you're going to be on MSNBC's team, you can't have your own opinions. You all have to agree on everything.
Groupthink.
And the problem is Muslims are now going, yeah, you can get us with a lot of shit. You're not getting us with some old gay shit.
Some old gay shit.
I'm not down with some old gay shit. No, thank you. And trans shit, miss me with all that. That's what the Muslims would say. Well, this Muslim mouthpiece on MSNBC, who, by the way, if it's the guy I'm thinking of.
Choice of words here.
Yeah, Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan is a Muslim in name only. He's a Mino.
He's a Mino?
He's a Muslim in name only. He's one of these guys who, like, if you ask him about the actual tenets of Islam, he'd be like, no, that's fucking insane. I'm an atheist. But when it's convenient, he gets to be a Muslim.
Right.
You know? So Mehdi Hassan was chastising Muslims for opposing LGBTQ lessons on their children in public schools. So instead of taking their tongue lashing from their liberal overlord, CARE, the Center for American Islamic Relations, the #1 Muslim advocacy board in the United States, and I think maybe the world, they basically shit all over MSNBC and said, hey, I have an idea. How about you don't fucking tell us what to do? He went on at length to criticize Muslims for opposing LGBTQ curriculum and concluded with a stern warning to the Islamic community. We have the clip here. Now, I'll say this first. Again, what the fuck is with the obsession of teaching children about gay sex?
I've told you before. Do you want me to say it again?
I mean, feel free.
Okay. Listen up, fellas. If we don't get this shit in little malleable brains, they're going to grow up one day and not really be into it. That's why.
They're going to think, I don't think this shit really makes sense. By the way, thank you, Thermodyne Diesel, for gifting a membership, and Herman the Great for becoming a member.
Thank you.
Sherry Williams, Nicholas, DJ Jeremy Bolton, and Charles Weathers all
Damn.
Getting memberships today. And now,
thank you.
Just 115 away.
We can do that.
From knocking it out and 5 minutes away from doing our e-beggar best to knock out the rest of today's goal. 115 away. You guys have got this.
Is it 10 o'clock already?
It is almost 10 o'clock.
You guys, almost the weekend. Let's end it strong.
30 minutes of overtime. We add 30 minutes on to the end of the show if we knock out said goal. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. You guys can do this. We appreciate you keeping us on the air. So here we go. This is Mehdi Hassan talking to other Muslims about how terrible Muslims are for wanting to be consistent with their religion when it comes to teaching their kids about gay shit. I told you, there's going to be a weird alliance between these conservatives and Muslims, but like on this issue.
More like mid-Hassan, am I right?
For people from conservative religious groups, religious communities, who do not like the pace of change when it comes to things like gender, gay rights, etc., Pride Month, is there a way for them to, quote unquote, defend their beliefs, protect their traditions, religious views, moral values through peaceful protest, or whatever they want to do, without linking up arms with people who, once they're done bashing gays, will go back to bashing Muslims?
Wow, he's going for it, huh? Isn't there a way that like he's tiptoeing, but he's like, isn't there a way for Muslims to look? We're not against the homophobia. We have to let Muslims be Muslims, but isn't there a way they can do it without linking arms with the people we don't like? Like, can't Muslims dislike gays in the way we want them to dislike gays? That is such a liberal, manipulative tactic to just go, look, it's okay if you hate these people. We just need you to hate them in a way that we're okay with.
Right.
And then these Muslims are like, hey, listen, motherfucker, I don't remember signing up for your team. So I'll run this shit how I want to, and you can just fuck right off. I love that. Is there a way that they can, because remember, objecting to teaching children about gay shit in schools is so homophobic and so terrible.
It's gross.
But when you're a Muslim, liberals have to make sure they don't piss them off. So they're like, isn't there a way they could do the thing that we really don't want them to be doing without really making us upset? No. No, they don't like your take on this one. I'm sorry.
Fussed your hair.
Isn't there a way we could put a person in drag with their ball tucked into their asshole and still have Muslims be okay with it? Short answer, no.
Not really. And I'll tell you this much, most people aren't cool with that.
No.
Muslim or not.
Vice versa. Is there a way to do that without allying with the GOP?
It is very easy. Look, I'm a practicing Muslim. Spoiler alert, I believe in God. I take it very seriously. And what I tell people is in our religion, it says, onto us, our way, onto you, your way. We live in a pluralistic society. And Muslims who are watching, you need to know that these same forces who are using us against LGBT.
He's gonna start lecturing Muslims on what they need to do. Guys, I've got to tell you, living in a country who's tried to do that for the last 70 years, they don't really listen very well. In fact, they tend to rebel when you keep telling them what to do.
A little set in their ways, do you think?
A little bit. They believe they're going to hell if they don't. I mean, come on.
Well, that is part of being religious.
Right.
Have turned on us and will turn on other people of color and immigrants. It's a big tent society. You don't have to like everything, just like people don't have to like Islam and religion. But guess what? There are
time the fuck out. So when you're talking to Muslims with kid gloves, you're going, hey, you don't have to like everybody. But if we come out and we say the same thing, like, look, can we just tolerate people and just really not like being around them and just going, it fucking makes me uncomfortable and they're just kind of insistent and blah, blah, blah. You bigot, you need to live in a more pluralistic society. But when you need to placate to Muslims so they don't leave your ass, you go, look, if you want to hate Jews, but just don't be so loud about it. We're trying to keep it down over here.
It is interesting, isn't it?
Oh, fuck this guy, this worm.
Allies there when Trump did the Muslim ban who said, we don't like religion, but you have every right as an American to sit here and have your religious freedom. So we might not like everything, but your family has every right to security and dignity, and my family has every right to security and dignity. And to those Muslims who are so
Right, and what Muslims are saying is, yeah, that's all fine. You ain't teaching my kid gay shit in schools.
Can't he learn about that shit in college?
The way the rest of us did.
Right, I mean, is it that hard?
With a sore butthole and an empty bottle of booze and a whole lifetime worth of regrets. Come on. Don't touch me there. I'm sensitive.
We're going to get you some help.
I had rug burn.
With some of these books that I might just mention two dads. Just think about what signal you're sending, right? Just a few years ago, just now, like you mentioned,
they are sending a signal. There is only one true God, Allah, and Muhammad, blessed be upon him, be his prophet.
When it comes to anyone wearing hijab, we're targeted, harassed, bullied.
No,
what we're telling people is, we'll tolerate you, but we'll just sit there and barely tolerate you, right? What does that say to the kids? And so have a big heart, lead with compassion, lead with mercy, and have faith. Have faith and conviction in your religion. Raise your...
That's what they're doing. They're just not doing it the way you want them to because they might vote differently, you fucking pig.
And
imagine wanting control and power over people this bad.
And we've had Muslims here for so long
Some
now.
would say too long. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, no, I don't feel like they're even really treated poorly by a lot of people anymore. Like, I don't have an issue.
We went
Go to the store and there's fucking
Yeah.
Muslim people working there,
Look.
checking me out and shit. I'm like, nice people.
Could Somali drivers be better? Yes, but they're not actively hurting anyone.
We could learn the driving. That could really help.
Kids, right? They'll be fine. And teach them this is our way. We don't agree with everything, but that's fine. Onto you, your way, onto me, mine. We all get to live in security with prosperity and peace. But there's a big tent, and that's the way the American experiment, the pluralistic democratic experiment works. That's why so many of our parents came to this country. It's a give and take. It's mutual respect. And
holy shit. Is this guy trying to worm into the melting pot argument that we've been making? You're so nervous about Muslims not falling for your bullshit that you're now co-opting right-wing talking points of, hey, it's a melting pot. Everybody just fucking mind your own business and tolerate each other, and we don't have to go having parades and celebrating shit. Boy, they really are afraid of those Muslims bailing, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they are.
Boy, that was interesting to check out. All right, guys. Kyler, thank you very much for gifting a sub. We appreciate that, buddy.
Thank you.
So we are at 1:15. Let me just hit refresh on PayPal here real quick to see where we're at before we fire up the music. All right. 1:15 away. And I cannot stress this enough, from a successful week of Steel Toe. Fully supported. All goals hit. Let's do this, guys. I'm going to fire up the music. Pitch in $5-10. Throw in just a little bit. Let's rally the fuck out of it. And let's knock this out. And then we'll add another half hour onto the clock. We got 5 minutes left. but 35 minutes if we nail this thing. So everybody get generous. Everybody throw in. The only way Steel Toe stays as a program is through listener support. And we're going to now do our e-beggar, can rattling, fucking offering plate shaking best to keep what we love doing going. Here we go. Fire up the music. Let's do it.
Oh, you lost your whistle.
On we go. 1:15 away. There it is. I'm going to put it in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, membership, gifted membership.
All goals and G-spots hit this week.
We really hope that you guys keep this show going, and we'll throw an extra 30 minutes at you as a thank you. Come on, boys and girls, who wants to start this thing off? We got to get 115. We got to knock 115 down, and we got to do it one person at a time, and we've got to do it in 5 minutes. We've got to make sure that this show,
I believe,
stays going. Can't be missing by 115. Come on, boys and girls. Show us you love us. If we've entertained you this week, throw a 5 or 10 spot at us.
Lots of good
and
shit
let's
coming
knock
tonight.
that thing out. Off we go. We got a shitload of overtime, too. So we'll rattle the can. Fill up this cup right here. You see that cup? Fill it up.
Fill up my cups.
Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, we're really getting desperate. Yes, and we are desperate to do what we love to keep this show on the air. So let's keep her going. Somebody has to start this thing off. You guys have got it. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. All right. The Brotherhood of Muslim Badasses, otherwise known as BAM, coming up with $50. $50, you guys. We're 65 away.
Wow.
BAM just hit us. The Muslim bomb.
That is quite a start.
65 away. You guys can take it the rest of the way.
Hell
You can do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, membership, Super Chats. End of the week. Push forward. Shut the F up. Karen with $20 says, come on, everyone. Let's get this thing done. $50 away. 45 away. There's Lip Ripper with $10. Almost there. Optic Nerve with 2. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
45 away from hitting it. We've got a new member. Come on, pop up there. There you go. There it is. Joseph Halter becoming a baby boot. Phage Live says, let's keep the ball rolling.
Thank you.
35 away from knocking it out today.
That is quite a rally.
Woo! Mr. Tony Soprano gifting a membership. Alex D with $20, of which we take 15. 20 away from hammering it off. Brian Boswick, hammering it out, not hammering it off. That would hurt. Brian Boswick getting a membership. $5 from Coltrane.
Holy
20
crap.
from Mark.
Thank you.
And I believe that's done it. We did it. They did it again, you wonderful sons of bitches.
Even if it's a slow start, it's just like whoosh.
Unbelievable. There it goes.
It comes so fast.
I really do. I mean, it really does.
Oh, I do.
April, not at all.
No, I do.
0 coming from April.
Ladies always come first.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, even though I don't think you guys like me anymore, here's 5. What do you mean?
You're lovely. I look forward to you daily.
Who's better than you, Hobo? We like you and we like Wawa.
Say that.
See,
Who's better than Hobo?
Here's the problem. When you're drawing new listeners, when you're drawing new viewers all the time, and they become characters and we like them, all of the other characters think we like them less. That's not true. Ask Lemmy.
Guys, we love all of our children.
We love all of our children very, very much.
Thick Cheney, by the way, still one of my favorite names ever.
It is a great name. Spicy Mustard with $5 says, for 5-finger death munch.
Thank you. I didn't think that got what it deserved, by the way. It was very good.
Freedom's Lunch says, you missed my super chat. I'm crushed. Hold on a minute, buddy. I'm going to scroll.
Scroll through up there. Try to touch it. I mean,
one more time?
touch the things up top.
Touch
the spot.
Touch the tip. Spicy Mustard, Hobo Chili, Thick Cheney, Alex D, Phage Lives, Joseph Halter, Lip Ripper, Shut the F Up Karen, and Let's Go Guy.
Oh, guys, it's not showing up.
Freedom's Lunch, do me a favor. Tell me what you wrote. I'm going to read it now.
What? Yeah.
How's that?
I can't find it.
Because I can't find the damn thing. I'm sorry, sir. Well, at any rate, guys, thank you very much. God, I'm a sick person. And every time we hit that goal in that stressful play-by-play horse race kind of way we do it.
It's like hitting your G-spot.
No, because I'm driven by spite.
Oh.
And the fact that I know, and they can't admit it. They'll call it a cope, whatever, because they can't admit their true feelings. There are people who watch this show at the last 5 minutes and go, not today, they're not going to hit it. And then you guys blow past it and go over it. As happy as I am that our show is supported, as happy as I am that we're knocking out everything every week, there's an added love that I have that this makes people upset and they refuse to fucking admit it. And the fact that I pointed out to them makes them stir. I love that.
And I am sure that every single one of them will be in our bedroom with us later, making sure we have unsatisfactory
They're going to be in there with binoculars, baby. Got you again, motherfucker.
Why don't you guys suck worse?
that really is the reason for the steel toe hatred is why don't you guys don't do a show I like. You need to suck more. I'm sorry.
I can't. I laughed several times yesterday to myself thinking about how hard they were trying to shoehorn, those guys don't have good sex.
Yeah.
From what I said.
And believe me, like I said, I've seen most of you.
Crazy.
It ain't pretty.
No,
right.
as if.
Off to our 30 minutes of overtime.
Insane.
Mizzle T. Shizzle says, I bet they won't get an extra 100 today. Zen Rhino says, let your haters be your motivators. Absolutely. I believe in that 100%.
The best kind.
If they would shut the fuck up and not let me know that this shit bothers them, I wouldn't play it up so much. I would be far more boring.
But then they'd be like bursting at the seams trying to keep it in.
That's true. They're a little autistic.
There's a lot of seams.
All right, guys. Heavy seams, too. Like staples, basically. A needle and white powder is found at a South Boston playground. This is the best recess ever. We never had this shit when I was a kid.
Have you ever been to Boston?
I have not.
I have. This is completely not shocking.
I hear that it's got a charm, but the charm is its shittiness.
Yes, there is something to that. It's old, it's historical, and it's shitty.
Yes.
That's about it.
So when I went to school, we never even found so much as like a beer can that hadn't been opened or like a whiskey bottle.
A beer can not opened.
At my playground. We never found anything good. And these kids today, they don't realize how good they have it. They got heroin, they've got crack, meth, all kinds of things showing up at their playgrounds, and they just walk by it every day.
I think
they don't appreciate shit.
At mine, on occasion, maybe a needle.
Ugh, so boring.
But no drugs with it.
Right, no drugs with it.
It's a used one.
Everybody did all their drugs.
Yeah.
You know? It's unfortunate. Again, these kids just don't appreciate the cool shit they have.
Right, they're tattle tits.
As soon as we're done with this Chevrolet ad, we can play this story for you. Yeah, even the local affiliate news places are like, look, we need to start running some ads.
I get it. Honestly, things are tough for a lot of people right now.
Well, not only that, like TV and radio and all those, they pay a lot of people. TV way more than radio, but if you see someone who's doing a show on TV, like I was watching, you had something on yesterday, and I was upstairs trying to fall asleep, and I just didn't bother changing it because I wanted to sleep.
Did I really?
And Sherry Shepherd was on. And I was watching Sherry Shepherd, and I'm like, this is dog shit. Like, this is a horrible show. But then on the other side, I was thinking, yeah, but she probably makes a filthy amount of money doing this.
Oh, I think I probably left Fox 9 on from the morning when I listened to the weather, because then that turns into the Jason show and then her show.
Yeah, they've got those really bad daytime talk shows. Not good. And then the Jennifer Hudson show, I found out, is on after that. Everybody's got a fucking show. I don't have a show.
As long as you're a prominent black woman, you get a show.
That's true. I need to become a prominent black woman.
It's your problem.
Freedom's Lunch with $5 says, this is for Aaron's How to Make a Woman Finish Lessons Fund. First one didn't go through, had to edit. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. I will read it cover to cover. Pedro says, so Jefferson was pretty vocal about Islam and his support for it. Those guys weren't trolling. I actually looked into it. I was skeptical, but it's actually true. Well, fuck me. All right, let's go to Boston and her win on the playground.
Maybe.
Playground. Parents in South Boston tell us they were worried about what could have happened. But fortunately, a nanny spotted them before a child got a chance to pick up those items.
Boo! Worst nanny ever.
And she's tattling?
Yeah, total buzzkill, rat, snitch, whore.
Why are we not just pocketing?
Yeah. Selling? Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm not going that far.
It's 100% What are you going to do? Do the heroin?
No,
do
but
the meth?
I'll keep it on a shelf just so, like, for the excitement.
Fuck that. I'm going to see who's
I'm weird.
I'm going to see who needs some. What's a 100% profit margin?
You know
Nobody
how
goes
paranoid-
nobody goes to jail for selling a little bit of meth or
Yes,
a
you
little
do.
bit of heroin.
Yes, you do if you accidentally get the wrong buyer and it just happens to be a cop.
Well, don't get a cop then.
I'm too paranoid to pretend that might not be a cop.
Sell it to like a super duper trans guy. What?
We got an invader.
Oh, that's a tiny little spider. I'll kill him in a second. He's a nobody.
He's a jumper.
I'm going to name that one Melton. All right, on we go.
He's going to spy on her sex later.
Oh, no. He's going to come down here and smell my dick.
Oof.
Tonight, WBZ's Tammy Mutasa took their
Wait, if the spider hits you, we're going to name it Pat Dixon.
concerns to Boston police.
I won't be bruised, though.
Tonight, it is the
He doesn't
talk
hit
of this
very hard.
neighborhood. Parents feeling violated that somebody would leave white powder and a needle in this playground behind me.
And not have any instructions on how to inject it into yourself.
Do you know that would be the tragedy for me if I wanted to try it? I
wouldn't
wouldn't
know
know
how?
what to do. Like, I would have no idea what I'm doing.
I'm sorry. I mean,
I'm not a drug user, man.
that's the biggest thing for me with like coke and crack and heroin and meth. Like all these people are like, oh, would you ever do that shit? I'm like, I wouldn't even know how to go about getting it.
I don't know where to find it. I don't know how to use it.
I would start on the east side, but I'm gonna look sus as fuck. Some 6'4" white guy with glasses going, hey, do you know where I can find meth? It's like, I'm gonna run into a cop before I ever run into a
That's
dealer.
my whole point. I look suspicious.
Yeah.
Children play, but now Boston police say they're testing that substance to see what it is.
That was really disturbing.
It's supposed to be a safe space for Southie kids, but now parents are on
Well, maybe if that fucking bum would have picked up his drug deal and would have met at the meeting spot on time, none of this would have ever happened.
That is the question I had. Why is there just unattended drugs? Like, isn't somebody missing that?
I'm guessing it was a drop and some junkie forgot.
You don't just leave the drugs there, then you keep them and sell it later.
Oh yeah, that's right. And a drug dealer
That's
isn't gonna
money.
And a drug dealer isn't gonna drop the drugs off without the money.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why was this shit here? Come on, guys. Remember your drugs.
This doesn't make any sense.
I swear to God, this junkie would lose his head if it wasn't attached.
Right.
Alert after 2 bags with white powder and orange needle cap and a glove were found in the middle of the gated playground at Metal.
A glove, so when you're injecting, you can keep your hands clean.
Or, hear me out.
Oh no, they're putting them in their butthole.
Either putting it in or taking it out.
Oh yeah, you got to reach in your asshole to pull the drugs off.
Honor Park.
This is supposed to be a safe spot for them, and today it wasn't.
It was
him say I really don't not know where the drugs be, man. Him come to the playground, he tell me there be that white powder under the swing set, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the rust cat bumper clot, man, just be leaving the white powder where my kids play, Irie.
Why do they? No, what is that extra word?
Me kid come to me, Irie, he say, oh, there be that white powder that some bumper clot left there, man. I come over there, I say, booyaka, I done found the white powder.
What is Irie?
I have no idea.
I don't understand the inserting extras.
I need to take Chet Hayes' patois
Hayes.
lessons. Yeah.
Hanks?
Fucking put some respect on his rap name, homie. That's Chet Hayes. How fucking dare you?
Oh, I am abused.
Wagwan, I is in the playground, be finding them blue powder. I really like, what is going on here?
It was broad daylight. Candace Delore was walking with a 15-month-old baby boy when she looked down and noticed the sketchy items next to them. Lots of kids were playing at the time.
I looked down and there were 2 baggies with a powdered substance in it. So I called
the witch doctor.
You can't
I was
stop.
in love with you. And the witch doctor him say, ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, wada, wada, bing, bang.
my fellow nanny friends over.
Oh,
just
nannies.
to make
I
sure
thought
I
witch
wasn't
doctor.
just
Nanny.
overthinking it. I'm like,
Me nanny come over and him say, Debbie White powder on the playground. The kids is going to get all booger sugared.
what does this look like to you? And she was like, oh my God.
Not knowing what it was, Candace and
Doesn't look like God.
And she's just...
Feels like it.
I don't like it when people talk like that. And she's just like, oh my God.
That's a quote, by the way.
Do you have to say that?
Their nannies told everyone to stand back and quickly called Boston police. News of the discovery spreading to concerned parents and grandparents who have a lot of questions.
I did.
Why didn't you save it and sell it and maybe make a little money and, get yourself something nice?
Or just share.
Yeah.
Us fellow neighborhood parents could use some fun.
Yeah, like this lady doesn't need to get high a little bit and relax. Fuck. She looks like she was in Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes.
Something is wrong here, isn't it? What is going on?
She was telling me that we need to be more sensitive to the humans while her father kept enslaving them and having dinner with General Fade.
They reach out to the city of Boston.
Police say they arrived and recovered a needle, a glove, and a bag that was labeled vitamin C ascorbic acid powder. But they're still testing the substance to see what exactly is it.
Maybe it was workout vitamins. Maybe they were just putting crushed vitamin C in a capsule so they could heat it with a spoon because the guy likes to inject it into his veins.
Yeah, the guy just wants a sturdy immune system.
Yeah.
Let's put ascorbic acid in my baggies and shoot it.
The guy who's just trying to keep himself free of the flu.
Ascorbic acid? Are we serious?
Ascorbic acid?
That's what vitamin C is.
Well, then, shoot that shit in there and keep yourself healthy.
We don't need to shoot it. You can have gummies. You can have some OJ.
Yeah, if you're not hardcore.
Everyone needs some OJ.
Still, parents say, in this day and age, it's better to be safe than sorry.
It's up to us in the city of Boston to keep it so that it's safe for our children.
Right, because when I think of South Boston, I think nice, safe family.
Yeah, me too.
To come and not to worry about paraphernalia that was left here. That was really dangerous.
They're going.
And I don't even like it when there's one finalia. Now you're talking about a paraphernalia?
You are mailing it in.
Oh, boy. Mailing it in. This is my A-level shit.
That is your
People paid money for this stuff.
That is your best work, Aaron.
Thank you.
To be extra vigilant from now on.
Now it's not just somebody walking behind you that you have to be aware of.
Right, him say, Wagwan, I is not going to take that white powder from you. I'll just take it on the playground.
To be aware of what's on the ground, especially with little kids that touch everything.
We saw Boston police officers stationed at this park for quite some time this evening. Again, police saying they will be testing that substance. In South Boston.
Yeah, I mean, don't rush.
Well,
we'll
you
get
could
to
field
it.
test anything. It's taking this long.
Well, they just...
What'd you do? Take a sniff each first?
Fire Ginger with $5 says, check PayPal, you lovely co-hosts. All right.
Oh, is that me?
Let's do that. Well, it's certainly not just me. Thank you very much to...
Fire Ginger.
Fire Ginger. There we go. He says, here's to another successful week and a start to next week. Now keep fucking that chicken. Maybe Aaron can make that come. Oh, thank you, Fire Ginger. $20 coming in from him. And a $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Can I go on record and say I never said I've never came with Aaron? I've never said that.
As a matter of fact, I believe you said most of the time. But what do you
I think that's actually pretty great. I actually might have my best sex life I've ever had.
Oh, wow. Did you hear that, guys? Maybe.
Yeah, that's all they heard out of that is, oh, she might have.
She might have.
Oh, that's
I'm going to investigate.
Cope.
I'm going to, I'll be in there. I'll check.
Why don't you
for
just
everybody.
stick your face down there and see what's going on?
Don't worry. I will check and I will make sure. And I will report back to each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
As they rest on their fortunes.
Carlos Cameo with $4.99 says, can't wait for Aaron's cover of Informer by Snow at the anniversary show. If you don't think that Gino and I are going to karaoke the fuck out of that place, you are mistaken.
Yeah, but will he almost end one of our best friends' lives while doing it?
I don't bring my
Did you
guests.
see that video?
I don't bring my best friends to show events, so I'll be fine. Kill whoever you want.
Is he okay?
Joe Curry?
Gino, totally, yeah. I don't know who's seen that video and who hasn't, but
Gino
that guy...
Gino almost killed Anthony's friend Joe Curry.
Yeah.
No. But he's fine.
I mean, he's fine, but that was a terrific fall.
Cockdiff says Aaron is crucifix when he raps. All right, you come to the anniversary show. Here's the songs I have to do for karaoke, just for the audience. Bent.
I'm leaving.
By Matchbox 20.
I will be home in bed by then.
If That Ain't Country by David Allan Coe.
Okay.
And what was the other one? A crucifix. There's got to be a crucifix one. I'll do Last Time That I Checked. Oh, wait, there's going to be you guys got to put away your phones for that one. Please.
Yeah, that's stopped you before.
Yeah. Freedom's Lunch says, I know my wife has not always fruitioned, but not often. I have not always fruitioned, but hardly ever. Also, been married 21 years. Sex life just keeps getting better and better. I don't think we ever said ours was bad. I think we have a lot of dick sniffers in our
that's
atmosphere.
The thing. Neither of us said our sex life was bad in the slightest.
They need something.
But they needed that, so they took me saying that most women don't come every time during sex. And they said, did you hear what she said?
I'm I'm very self-aware about what this show is, and this show can be a little spicy sometimes, but this is not a controversial show. But the people who have latched onto it thinking it was found out that it's not what they thought it was, but now they're too far invested, so they have to find something. I understand.
I think the whole thing was, too, like, oh, people get sleepy after they have sex. And I'm like, I was about to say I feel energized, and all I got to say was I don't usually get tired. And everyone took that for, see, guys, she doesn't come.
83-year-old woman crashes into Avon Farm Store. Yeah, I want this one. I believe there are warning signs every time before these old fucks crash into shit. Behind every 83-year-old who wrecks a gas pump or fucks up a store, there is an army of family members who don't have the balls to just rip the keys out of that old bitch's hand.
Or the old people that drive through veterinary stores.
I mean,
clinics.
There were 6 months to a year of warning signs. By the way, speaking of cars, I have to get something off my chest. So my brakes, I'm convinced there's something wrong with my brakes. So I took them in yesterday. And I was due for an oil change anyway, so I got the oil change.
But there's been a sound.
And there's been a sound. Yeah. And I take it to the dealership. I mean, I take it to good guys. I trust them. And he goes, yeah, we can't find anything wrong. All the pads are good. The rotors are good. The wheel bearings are good. The bushings, everything's solid.
How's your axle?
And he goes, there might be a piston inside the caliper that's causing it to squeak. We greased up the calipers real good, but you're fine. And now that part, that's peace of mind. That's great. But for that peace of mind, by the way, in the oil change, $240 for that peace of mind.
Well,
I get, you know what, stall fee right off the bat.
Yeah, and my guess is how much like exploratory bullshit they had to do. It probably took some time.
Yeah, some diagnostics.
I don't know. Is it shitty? Sure, but I have a question. Then when you drove home, did you hear anything? Because it has been...
No, I don't think I heard anything.
That's good,
but
obviously.
I asked him about brake lines and everything because I feel like I'm having to push a lot further down on my brakes to come to a stop. Or maybe my vehicle's always been like that. I don't know. But...
Well, I'll drive it today and I'll see.
Yeah, and I was like, guys, the brake lines, everything, they're like, it's great. Everything's good. What do you do?
That doesn't make sense because there has been a disgusting sound.
That's what I thought.
It's kind of like, you know... where your tire was rubbing on the inner wheel well when you turn your tire the whole way, it kind of sounds like that, but when you're braking, in my opinion.
Yeah, see, I think
it doesn't make any sense.
Indian Bra says, how the hell are you still streaming? I've been checking in every hour since 7 a.m. As you should. We go 6 to 10:30 if we hit our goals.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Cruz says, good morning all the way from Coachella. That is a big audience for us. We're really popular amongst the Coachella crowd.
I think you should spread the word of Steel Toe.
Absolutely. You should be telling everybody at Coachella about Steel Toe.
Put it on one of the stages.
Absolutely. Let's watch this old bitch crash into something. On your time, Channel 5.
They're old.
Okay, we want to go back to that crash at a farm market in Avon that injured a 19-year-old employee.
Of course, an 83-year-old crashed into a farm market.
You know, it's kind of like... we always say people should stop owning pit bulls, old people should stop driving, and we keep getting stories that back that up, but nobody listens.
Jesse Schultz again with the story.
People say like, oh, it's so hard to take the keys away from a loved one. No, it's not.
Is it?
They're tiny and weak and old. If you can take it from them easily. And it's not emotionally difficult. You go, you're going to fucking kill somebody. We're taking your keys. We'll give you a ride wherever you need to go.
Yeah, and if you think it's mean, how about if you love that person enough to say, well, I don't want you to hurt yourself. How about I'll drive you?
Yeah, I more care about the 19-year-old.
Oh.
He's got more life ahead of him.
I cared about my gams.
My gams never made it to 83. In fact, one of them did. I think they barely made it to 70.
My youngest grandma that passed away would have been 75 yesterday.
Jesus, you've got young shit.
She died really young.
Did she have kids at 19?
I don't know how old she was, but she died when she was 67.
Okay.
At Pickering Hill Farm Thursday evening is nothing out of the ordinary. Happy customers, delicious produce, and an overall sense of calm. But look a little closer.
We have cordoned off the front of the market, so this can't happen today.
And you'll see evidence.
You can actually see her.
We've put anti-personnel and anti-vehicle mines in front of the produce. We've put spike strips. We're just trying to make sure that these
moat.
We're a moat with gators in it. We're trying to make sure these rotten old cunts don't wreck our farmers market this year. I put a big box of dynamite with a cord going to a plunger, and I've got a man with a handlebar mustache waiting to push it if any old people get too close.
I actually have a crane holding up a piano to drop on them. They just can't. Nothing stops these bitches.
I've got an Acme anvil hanging above them.
Oh, no.
Her track marks, and she hit the cantaloupe in here, and you can still see seeds there.
Of the terrifying
You hit the cantaloupe, you piece of shit.
Shit's juicy.
Incident that happened just a day prior.
Yeah, I'm at Pickering Hills Farm, and a car just drove through the cantaloupe stand and hit the building.
Shocking.
To which the 911 people said, "Not the cantaloupe stand." What is these people's obsession with the fucking cantaloupe?
Actually, she said it sounds more like Bickering Hills Farm.
Am I right?
Surveillance video from around 2.
Uh-oh.
There's a person.
Old lady doesn't know the difference between gas and brake. How many times have we seen this?
She was pulling nicely into the spot, too. How did she get over the cement?
This man should have pulled out of the cantaloupe stand.
And he's fucking one.
30 Wednesday shows an 83-year-old woman appear to lose control of her SUV.
Oh my God, they killed him. My God is my witness. He is broken in half.
That man is a family.
My God.
And slammed into the cantaloupe stand in front of her, hitting a 19-year-old employee who was restocking the melons outside and dragging him until the car hit the outer wall of the store.
By the way,
that'll teach you to hang out at the melon stand too long.
To give you an idea of what that is, I want to point something out to you guys. You know how all these football players like murder their wives and then kill them, K themselves? You know,
no, I've never heard of
the
it.
CTE and all that?
Yeah.
You understand that an offensive lineman or a quarterback or a running back experiences that level of inertia and force every game of their career.
How do you know?
So that's what they say. They say playing in an NFL game is the violence equivalent of getting into a brutal car accident.
I've heard Francis Ngannou's punch is also the equivalent.
Well, this kid just got hit by Francis Ngannou then.
It shook everybody up here.
Jay Pickering, the owner of Pickering Hill Farm, says that employee was taken to the hospital and was amazingly able to get up after impact.
That's one of those things, though, where you stand up on adrenaline alone.
Yeah,
and
your leg might be falling off,
Yeah.
but you're standing.
You're standing up only on adrenaline, and then after you wake up in the hospital, you're just like, oh, fucking everything hurts.
Owie.
It was pretty dazed.
Avon Police Sergeant George Rupel says it seems to have all been accidental.
Our investigation.
Yeah, why couldn't she have run over the geese instead?
Do you know how much I was fantasizing at the Cold Spring golf course that one of our balls might land on one of the geese?
Just hit them right in
there
the
was
head.
so many geese there.
God, do I hate those things.
Ugh.
Has shown that she mistakenly pressed the gas pedal instead of the brake pedal.
But
well, that's excusable. We should give her license back.
Right, that's what they'll do.
I mean, it's an accident.
And then their
guys.
family will be like, oh, she just got confused. It was a whoopsie daisy. No, she's 83. She's going to murder somebody.
She's probably so paralyzed with fear she couldn't even get out and check if the young man was okay.
I bet until she came to a stop, she barely had any idea what she was doing.
I'm just so sorry. I will bake you sugar cookies.
You know, there are some people who probably were more worried about her than the kid who just took a fucking header off the concrete. Because we're so conditioned to be sympathetic to old people. I don't like old people.
I miss my grandmas desperately. I can't join you on the old people thing.
I have disdain for the elderly because I find them to be arrogant for sticking around as long as they have. God bless your grandmother for not outliving her usefulness.
I guess.
And not just being a drain and a burden.
My grandma was still a good driver.
Yeah, see, there you go.
My other one wasn't. The other one lived until 84, and she definitely shouldn't drive
Right,
anymore.
she was a fucking burden.
My parents did stop her from driving eventually.
Right.
And they're like, we will take you places.
See?
We'll help you get your groceries and take you to your appointments.
76 is a wonderful death. You've still got a little bit to offer.
My grandma died at 67.
Right, she could have had another 9-10 years, and that would have been okay. But after that, nothing after 80 is productive.
He's getting closer.
I'll get him.
He's creeping.
Adds it is an important reminder to be aware anytime you are behind the steering wheel.
We get a lot of incidents where driver inattention occurs, not so much specifically just to elderly drivers.
He's
It can
smeared.
occur to anybody, but in this case, it does appear that age may have played a role in the crash.
Oh,
no.
really?
No, I thought the old lady yelled Allahu Akbar before she drove through the cantaloupes.
It was a hate crime.
Yeah.
She
I
heard
thought-
that kid was gay and she didn't
Yeah.
like it very much.
She yelled white devil, and then hit the cantaloupes. That's what it was.
No. Man.
As for Pickering, he will be installing concrete blocks in front of the store so this cannot happen again.
I mean, call them elderly killers.
How about the fact that you have to put concrete blocks in front of your building so elderly don't drive through it? Are you
Right.
kidding me? Just put up an electric fence.
Just fry the old people.
Obviously, we didn't expect it, but now that it has, we're going to make sure that it's safe
Aw.
here for both the employees and customers and our families.
But
He's just kind of
everyone
a
I
cute
spoke to
dude.
is thankful it didn't end worse.
No, I think that video surveillance showed it all, and it is shocking. And
I love how the news is like, this is so horrible, it's so awful. Let's show it a third time.
I need you to back it up and watch his head.
Oh, no, that's
Just-
the first thing I
Oh,
noticed
see,
when I watched
That's the first time I watched
It
it.
didn't end worse.
No, I think that video surveillance
It's
showed
gonna
it all,
doink.
and it is shocking, and we're very fortunate that the young man survived the situation.
The owner of Pickering Hill Farms tells us the 19-year-old employee is doing okay. He's just not ready to talk about the incident yet.
You got to wait
Has
till he
a-
gets his fake teeth put in.
Has a serious problem seeing Gam Gam after that.
Avon police tell us
He was like Peter Millar when he saw Katniss Everdeen after they put the thing in his brain. He just reached out and tried to choke the living shit out of her.
the investigation
Yes, that was a Hunger Games 3 reference.
Yeah, I don't
Fuck
feel good
me.
about that.
Nor should you.
But see, now they're all talking again.
open and ongoing. We will continue to update you as soon as we hear more. Reporting in Avon, Jesse Schultz, News 5.
I don't think that's the big story anymore. Aaron just did a Hunger Games.
Not only did I do a Hunger Games reference,
You knew the name.
I did a Hunger Games 3 reference.
That's disgusting.
Hunger
I s-
Games.
I started to be a good co-host and yes and you, but then I realized even I didn't know what you were talking about. I'm like, oh.
Deadfool with $4.99 says, "Don't do it, April. He's setting up what? I told everyone the brakes were acting weird." Oh, I'm setting up to kill you, apparently. The news chick is cute, says P. Fletch. She was okay, but she had weird titties.
See, I didn't even look at her tits.
I always look at the tits.
Of course you do.
Can tell a lot by the tits. They
Yeah.
were weird. They were weird tits. I
Aaron
didn't
doesn't like
trust
my
them.
tits, guys.
I did not trust her tits. They were not the best tits. Wildcard with $1.99 letting us know.
Graham died alone.
She was known as the local assailant.
Yes. All right, guys, that's it. Brian Boswick says, first they start killing cantaloupes, then they move on to cereal. Oh, boy. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. We are into Monday's goal already. We do appreciate it. Go watch Johnny's channel, Lemmy's channel. Go watch everybody's channel who's got a channel. Leave in the chat today the link to your channel so you can get subscribed to by our audience. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, do all the cool shit that cool people do when it comes to Steel Toe. April, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Let's go come.